So without further ado, let's welcome him in. On my right here, you will have heard this man if you've listened to Motorsport in the last few years in the US. I don't know how many years in actual fact. Johnny Green, and sitting alongside him, what a legend, what a driver, giving you all the knowledge from out there on the circuit. We got Adam Andretti. Adam, I'm looking at you, so I'll come to you first. What a great day we had yesterday, and we're getting to do it all again.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. Absolutely. What a phenomenal day. I mean, there was so much eye candy. There was so much that we learned about. I mean, there's vehicles that I've never even seen before, didn't even know existed. When you didn't get to live in the era, but you really enjoy it and study the era, sometimes you miss those things, you know. But what a fabulous day. Got another beautiful weather day working out for us here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. But exciting stuff for sure, Kev.
Really exciting, and I imagine the effervescent Mr. Green, you were getting excited up in the commentary booth.
Yeah, you can't beat this. One of the greatest tracks in the world and a moving history of motorsport. And again, like Adam says, you're learning all the time because the whole of American motorsport is right here, right now. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good. And I mean, you've been to many of these events, Johnny, over the years, commentating all kinds of things. I think you just said you were talking about a bike race back in 1988 somewhere. But I mean, in terms of the event as well, here at Laguna Seca, Rolex and all the team here at Laguna Seca, oh boy, they've raised the bar.
Yeah, they really have. The paddock here, I've seen it in many different racing setups, but this is beautiful. It's very laid back. There's a real sense of enjoyment rather than pressure. There is no pressure for the drivers. I think the only pressure is on the guys ensuring these are unbelievable cars.
Yeah, now there's a thing as well, Adam, because what we're talking about here is often privateers who have invested the money to keep these machines restored, and they're taking them out on the track and they're using them as they're meant to be. From your point of view, what did you see from a driver? How are those guys getting on handling the machines out here at Laguna Seca?
I was really impressed. They not only were they not letting the grass grow under their feet, right? We saw plenty of triple digits coming across the start-finish line over here, but at the same time, the level of respect that they hold for each other. They're really in their mirrors. They're checking each other out, making sure that they're not rubbing wheels or bumping doors with each other, keeping these things as beautiful works of art that they are, but showcasing that they still have the grit to get the job done if it needed to get the job done. And Dorsey, I thought, made a great point in the booth yesterday. These have better tire technology than when they ran. They have better, you know, the engine parts that they've been rebuilt with are better, so they're making more horsepower, the better fuels, all that stuff. They're making better grips, so these cars are actually in some ways being exercised harder than they were back in the era that they raced. So it's a huge testament to the mechanics and all the staff that's out here that keep these cars running the tip-top shape that they ran yesterday.
Yeah, it was really exciting. If you didn't catch any of it, obviously you can watch it all back. It's on the internet. And just speaking about some of the old-time cars, Johnny, I mean, we had a blast chatting to the Ragtime Racers. Ed Archer was chatting to us about his Model T Ford, 100 years old. I mean,
so you're gonna mustache.
And the mustache was fantastic. But just if we were going to pick out some cars that you enjoyed yesterday and you're looking forward to seeing today, I know you got a favourite in amongst that lot.
Yes, the Marm and Wasp. It's got to be because I follow the Indy 500, and that is a replica of the first ever winner of the Indy 500. And what makes it special is that Ray Haroon, who won the race, chose to use the first ever rear view mirror, which meant he didn't need a passenger. So it does have an absolute continuance to what we use today.
Well, listen, Adam, I was going to come to you and ask you a favourite of yours, but I can already hear those GT cars in excess of 2.5 litres right on the track, so it's getting a bit noisy down here, so we'll hold yours for a little bit later on. The action is getting underway then. These chaps have got to get up to commentary. Do stay with us. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic day, so let's get to it. Here we go. First one of the day, GT cars from 1963 to 1966.
Relapsing polychondritis, known as RP, is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system attacks its own cartilage and connective tissue. If you think about where in your body you have connective tissue, it's everywhere.
It's a fatal disease. People are dying. We need to do more research and we need to do it faster.
1 in 5 Americans have an autoimmune disease. That's about 50 million people. Joining our campaign can help them. 1 in 5, just keep that number in mind.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are around the world. Tuning into our live stream. Jonathan Green and Adam Andre getting underway for the second day of Rolex Monterey. We're really looking forward to this. And as you heard from the intro there, G2 cars out.
So as we're watching here too, as we got the number 9, this is we're looking at the Chevrolet Corvette. It's supposed to be black, but this is, I believe it's a different number here. We're going to be finding that number, but watching it go around, I believe that looks like to me a Cobra. But this is Group 2A qualifying. This is Group 2A qualifying. Getting everything set for tomorrow, and that is a Cobra Daytona by Rob Walton. Rob Walton is the one driving that car that was just on screen. Number 14 here. That's a Bizzarini 5300 GT Strada, red. John Fudge behind the wheel.
Yeah, John Fudge is well known.
So I'm anticipating that we're looking at quite a bit.
They are now in the pit lane.
So anticipating here in qualifying that we're going to have, it already looks like a gaggle of cars. We have a gaggle of cars that's kind of collecting themselves into a group to go ahead and see, basically kind of almost judging off what their pace might be to each other as it starts to count here for qualifying.
And as you can see, that fog that we were talking about has moved away, and it really did move quickly, didn't it?
It did. It burned off quite quickly, as we can experience here. It commonly is a good experience here at Laguna when the way the fog lifts and the sun burns it off.
You know, we were talking about favorite cars. I'd take any of these.
Yeah, it's hard to pick a favorite, right? Like, I was kind of glad I got skipped because that's a lot of pressure out of 450 cars to pick a favorite out of this group. I mean, out of each group, maybe. And
I think we
then,
should.
And even then, it's almost impossible.
Well, we've got 3 days.
Yeah, okay. I like where your head's at, Jonathan. But the 96A there, that's an AC Cobra. James Farley, that is the CEO of Ford Motor Company.
I love the way they say from Dearborn.
Yeah. Look at him dive to the inside.
He's a good driver.
In qualifying. You want to talk about bravery? You want to talk about someone who's definitely putting a serious Cobra through the paces? My hat's off to Mr. Jim Farley.
And without putting too much of an emphasis on it, I mean, you could argue that Ford's rise, I mean, Ford's one of the oldest companies in the world when it comes to motor cars, but the 50s here at Laguna Seca with Trans Am was really where the pony wars and also the Mustang and Ford's rise to greatness in racing began right here at Laguna.
Yeah, for sure, in so many ways. It was, the California dreaming, right? Always, and the Mustangs were they personified that so much. I believe if you look at some of those old ads of a Mustang, a majority of those pictures and those picturesque settings are going to be along your California coastline. It got people dreaming of that, with a convertible down on a Mustang and driving the California coastline or taking on Route 66. And that's what always like the foundation of it. As we check out, as you bring it up, you got a Ford Mustang right here with Bob Stockwell behind the wheel. It's a 1965. So you're looking at the first production year right there of the Mustang with the Corvette close in tow. That is the number 60. Anthony Hart behind the wheel of that. Going side by side, door to door, showing off that American muscle.
And lest we forget, these cars were run at the weekend, but they were also the grocery getters.
They were, yeah. I mean, that was the beauty of that, is it showed the car that you took, whether it been to go to get, like you said, the grocery getters, to go drop the kids off at school, whatever the case may be, your daily runner also could get it done on the racetrack. And you got to glow with that pride around the neighborhood, right? If you owned a car that won that weekend and your neighbor didn't, that was something that you showed off for sure.
There's a couple of cars I want to point out. One is the number 16 1964 Shelby. That's the Cobra, a 289 FIA, and was at Sebring in 1964. Raced at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Car number 16. And that's 996.
That's
that
beautiful.
That's a Chevrolet Corvette.
That's that beautiful aqua blue short Corvette with Robert Kelly. Kyle Kelly behind the wheel, actually. It's just such a special looking vehicle. It's they're 15 years they've been coming here to the Monterey Historics in that car, so that's really pretty impressive. And more than 30 years that they've had that as a race car, so that's a true, like, absolute family heirloom. You know, that's something else that we see here. These aren't just collectors that found a car and built it, or found a piece of history they want to buy. Some of these are family heirlooms, like that, for example. How cool is this? The Ford Falcon, right? Number 5A, the Ford Falcon. Such a neat vehicle. If you go down there and see it on display, it says a Ford Falcon in TA and Trans Am, and a great little story on that. It still has the original racing, or still has the original seat in it that it raced in. It looks like just a bench seat with a little bit of a rib wrap around. I don't know how they did it, but it's absolutely just a spectacular car to see up close.
Look at Steven Schuller in that lovely gray ISO Revolta.
That is a beautiful machine, isn't it?
1965, that car. And that's the first 6 cars built of 10 in 1963 and kept in factory for production. And they were for testing and demos, basically, for the Revolta, and beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
This car was found disassembled back in 2002 in Australia, restored and raced by Stephen in Australia. And 2003 through 5, raced Phillip Island, Sandown, Winton, the Australian Grand Prix, Calder, Geelong Speed Trials, and raced once at Coronado in 2006.
It's a well-traveled car.
What a wonderful story it tells, and stored in his USA collection, and it's currently in race production just for this event here this year. So, wow, thank you so much, Stephen, for bringing that out and sharing it with us here, because that's
great story.
What a special machine that is, and what a life it's been through. It's spent most of its life unassembled. How many race cars are out here, Jonathan, that spent most of their life not getting the job done, which is so
tragedy.
Cool. Yeah, it is a tragedy.
Car number 40, nice red and gold.
That's a Shelby GT350 with Nick DeVitis behind the wheel.
Yep.
B production privateer, raced all the way through the early 80s. It's restored back to the original R model specs for vintage racing. Bob Bonront actually drove this in the historics.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned Bob. I mean,
right.
You talk about people who made such a huge impact on racing, both as a driver and obviously with his race schools. Let's not forget the mighty Bob.
I'm a graduate of his schools. I'm a survivor of a helicopter ride with him.
What went wrong, or is he just a bit erratic?
It was a fun ride, let me tell you. I just put it this way: when I got back, his staff looked at me when I got off the helicopter and said, "We can't believe you went up there with him."
I've been in a helicopter with Ron Haslam, so that was pretty fun too.
I'm sure it was. No, I can only imagine
in a small plane, and we did a loop-the-loop over the M6.
See, I don't know if I would have gone up with a motorcycle racer.
Nah, Ron's steady. Well, actually, he's about the only person I would go up with, because I know he's pretty steady.
Yeah, right. They were, Bob. This was, so Bob is in the latter stages. He's
sure.
And he loved it. He's been since grounded from a helicopter.
Good.
This was been back in 1997 that I went out to the school there, and I'm a guy that whenever I went to the driving schools, I always wanted to do more than just the driving school, right? I wanted to really get to know the instructors and the people around. And Bob took a liking to me, and we spent a lot of time with each other. And so it was a 3-day school, and the second night there, I'm there. We're having dinner together. He wanted to have dinner, and he's telling me about his helicopter. And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know you flew a helicopter." He goes, "Oh yeah, of course." And he goes, "You'll go up for me for a ride tomorrow." I said, "Oh, of course. I love flying helicopter." Well, I mean, there was a few times that we were called by air traffic control that we were in the wrong airspace. He got a little lost and backtracked, so we had to follow the highways to get back. And
That's a real worry.
So it was definitely a lot of fun. I'm story and it was a real treat to get to experience that with Bob. Nice pass going into the corkscrew up here.
What a beautiful sight. The beautiful trees in the foreground and the mist just clearing here in the majestic Monterey Hills. And these beautiful historic cars echoing through the hillsides.
And there's Lynn Park you were talking about, driving that Cobra 289 FIA that ran the Sebring and Daytona in 1964. Having a blast, I'm sure. Just big smiles on their face. I mean, it looks like a comfortable seating position, too. That's probably the best I've seen anyone ever fit inside a Cobra.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a good fit.
That's a 1964 iteration of the Cobra. And Lynn Park at the wheel.
I'm guessing she's pretty small because those
she's
cars,
tiny.
Those cars are pretty small cars, and
like you say, she fits perfectly like a glove in there.
Absolutely, and that's why Shelby liked my Uncle Mario. You know, my Uncle Mario for the back in the day, race drivers weren't small like they are now. They were rather larger people because you had to wrestle.
Well, he's only what, 5?
He's only 5'5", 5'6". So when you had to wrestle,
about the size of Sir Jackie Stewart too.
Yeah, well, yeah. But that's what they did. The little guys were mainly in the single-seaters.
Yeah.
The big guys like Parnelli Jones and Dan Gurney, drove the GT cars mainly. Well,
you told me a story which I know that a lot of GT40 fans will be interested to hear about Dan Gurney, and there's a version outside. Tell us.
Oh, the bubble on the roof. If you see a version of the GT40 that has a bubble over the door, that is for clearance for a tall driver. GT40, really pointed out yesterday, the 40 is for the 40 inches of roof height that the car has, Jonathan, as you pointed out. And when you look at 40 inches of roof height for someone who's as tall as Dan Gurney.
Quick wave as the 146, another Cobra 289 in blue from 1964, up the hill, up the Ray Hall straight and up towards the corkscrew one more time.
And that's the space and camaraderie I was talking about. No one's looking to race anybody from door to door. No one's looking to try and do that. They're all just trying to make their space out there, have a great time, and put in a lap time because this is where they're going to start their race from, and they want to, put themselves in their best position.
Adam, how much are you enjoying? You've seen that shot. Our good man Lake is doing a hell of a job already, but you know that shot from many years of coming here and watching it on TV. But how different is that drone shot of the corkscrew? It gives you a completely different perspective, doesn't it?
The drone views around here have been nothing but spectacular, in my opinion, because they've given us a true speed of the car. Like, if you take the on-track view, which is so great to see, the on-track view gives you that elevation change, right? When you're at the bottom of the corkscrew looking up, it gives you a great look at the elevation change and that 59-foot drop down to the bottom. However, it makes the cars also look like they're almost parked when they're coming at you, when in reality there's quite a bit of speed that you're carrying. From the drone view in both the Andretti hairpin and at the corkscrew, some two definitely signature parts of this track, it is showing that the true speed of these cars in the corner.
Don't often see a Corvette in bright orange, but here is one.
No, you don't. You don't want to see one set to go park at Zach Brown's side of the garage, do you? That looks like it should be in the McLaren.
It's a McLaren Corvette. 1964 Chevrolet Corvette in the orange and purple. As we look at the 65, another Corvette, all bright red. That's more sort of what I would call a traditional racing Corvette look.
It sure is. That's Chris Springer behind the wheel of that. And you're right. It ran in autocross and regional racing, and it was purchased by Jim Herlinger in 1990 and campaigned for 20 years, including in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, and it's been all across the western United States.
But you've kind of ruined it now. That doesn't sound as glamorous as racing at Winton in
No,
Australia.
No, I know.
Or Phillip Island.
They did go to England, though. They did go run the Silverstone Classic in England with that car, so they did take it abroad.
You know what would blow your mind? If I told you, as you know, I spent a lot of time in Australia and New Zealand, particularly New Zealand, but there is a complete Trans Am historic series which includes muscle cars from Australia, Holdens and so forth, and original. There was an American air base in the Antarctic.
Oh, okay.
How about this?
Yeah.
They would, because they missed home so much and they were out there in the middle of nowhere, they would bring their cars over. That was their love, as all Americans. And they left them there. And they sold them to the Kiwis.
I had no idea.
Who readily said, we'll take them. And so there is a plethora of fantastic Trans Am cars, and they still race them in historic. I think it's called Trans Am NZ, or So it's very, very cool, and I see them all the time, and they love them. I mean, they love muscle cars, so they love American muscle.
And for the folks listening at home or watching at home, if you don't know Jonathan Green, he is the world-traveled, world-lived, and so he is speaking.
Well, they won't let me home. That's it.
Yeah, right.
Every time I come home, they go, "Hey, we've just booked you another trip."
But he speaks all this from fabulous knowledge of his own experiences around.
I have been very, very blessed.
So, I mean, that's what I love about being and sharing these times with you. I learned so much globally about what's going on as well. And I would have never known, and I'm not sitting next to you, I would have never known that scene ever even existed down there, why it existed down there.
All right, did you know in Iceland, and I know because I've done the ride, they race Jeeps up volcanoes.
No.
Because that's where they exported the Jeeps during World War II to Iceland. They parked them there before they deployed them to either England or Europe, mainland. And when the war was over, they left all the Jeeps. So the engines and the chassis are all there. Of course, they went racing. And guess who raced them? Whale captains, because they weren't allowed to go whaling. And if you imagine a whale captain is kind of like a racing driver. They're daredevils.
Yeah, they're brave. Yeah,
so they race up volcanoes.
That's unbelievable.
You can look it up.
I believe it.
No word of a lie.
I truly believe it. And you know why the Jeep
I'm full of rubbish trivia.
You know why the Jeep has 7 slots on the grill?
Tell me.
It was the first vehicle to drive on the 7 continents.
Now, you see, you've just trumped me.
Yeah.
I thought I had a good story there. Again, Andretti, you've done it again.
You brought Jeeps up into the picture, and I was like, I got my one Jeep thing, And also, the name Jeep came from the comic strip. It was a World War II comic strip that was out, and I forget what the name of the comic strip was, but it said Jeep, Jeep. Was the little catchphrase of the character, so they called them Little Jeeps.
And the Jeep Cherokee is still selling off the
right. They can't keep Wranglers in, and they've extended them to 4 doors, and they've made them into pickup trucks now. It's quite spectacular.
So we're winding down this session, and it's a qualifying session for Group 2A. We'll give you the results of that. Like I said, in historic racing, we tend not to look at the timing. There is timing, but we're not too worried about it, and we don't want you to be worried about it. We want you to enjoy these cars, learn a little bit about them, and enjoy just watching them. Yes, there's a little bit of pride at stake. There's a little bit of bragging rights. Top speed is something, and you can see there, 110 miles an hour as the number 96.
Truly, a lot of the times, what the folks here that do the historic races, they want that lap time to see how they're doing.
Yes.
They're measuring themselves. They're not really seeing what they're doing up against, because it's so hard to measure your car against something that's maybe 3 or 4 years newer even in technology. So it's really a good measure of themselves. A lot of these owners will bring professional drivers in to not only coach them throughout the weekend, so they're going to look at how the video went. They're going to look over those type things, look at lap times and see any improvement. But sometimes they'll even put the pro driver in to make sure, like Dorsey was saying yesterday, if there's a mechanical problem, you want someone with experience in there, so that we don't get a red flag situation out there or have an accident. You want someone with experience that knows they can. I mean, the driver yesterday was talking about in the prototype, and I'm blanking on the name. I know it wasn't Dante, but the pro that he had in there.
Yes, Dante.
Yeah, but that was the kid that they were trying. But the pro that they had in there, he knew just from driving in the paddock. He turned right back around and didn't even go on track because he felt something was wrong. So that's something a pro driver brings. They know exactly when something's wrong then. And really, honestly, when you're just learning or when you're at a more novice level at a racetrack, you're just eager to be on the racetrack at all times. So you're not necessarily nuances that might be wrong. So that's also another reason why these folks will really look at their lap times, is just to make sure that the car mechanically is staying the way it should, and also see what kind of improvements they're making over the weekend as drivers, because they all want to get better.
How about these camera shots? Adam Andretti bought the whole crew coffee this morning, and it's showing.
I wasn't the only one, sir. You know that. You played your hefty role in there.
I was talking to the girls. You were doing the coffee run. You know what you're doing. I never know what the heck. They had a London fog. Didn't know what that was.
Yeah, it was tea, of course, because it's London. It wasn't going to be coffee. It was tea with some steamed milk, I believe, is what it was. I had my chai tea, which I always enjoy, and but yeah, I think.
But you're Italiano. You don't like the coffee, the espresso.
No, I I am 50% American. Too.
There you go.
My mom's a good old-hearted Pennsylvania Dutchwoman.
Ah, right. Oh, that's who wrangles the Andrettis, is it?
Yeah, you're not kidding.
See.
You're not kidding. You know, I mentioned it yesterday. I'll mention it today. But if you want to hear some just really awesome stories about my mother and what builds her and what makes our family tick and how important of a cog she is to us all. My brother John's book, again, Racer. It's a wide open storytelling book of his life, but it's a great racing book, and it certainly gives you a look into the Andretti family and what makes us tick, and it's really quite fun.
Well, thank you. We'll look into that. So, Racer by John, definitely look it up, John Andretti. And also, you've just been watching 2A, our first group out, 1963 to 66 GTs, as you open up the second day of the Monterey Reuinion. And with that, I'm going to go down to our good man, Kev Harris, who's going to be beetling about in the paddock all day long and talking to various people and their stories. So let's head down now to Kev Harris down in the paddock.
Well, here we are then down in the paddock, and we are surrounded by engine smoke and noise, and it is just something to behold. It really is. I've found a great guy to speak to now, Johnny. Bruce Canepa of Canepa Motorsport. Bruce, I mean, what a setup you've got here, and you very kindly got some of the engines shut down for us, because these things make a hell of a noise, don't they?
Yeah, it's hard to hear. I can't hear anymore anyway, so we have to shut them down for a minute anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And Bruce, just just give us a heads up on what you do these days. Obviously, former race car driver yourself. A couple of your cars that you've raced in, and now you're racing historically are behind us. But your business these days is restoring these things to the condition they're in right now.
Well, first of all, if people weren't doing this, they'd be static displays, and that's not what they're all about. And it gives guys a chance to drive them and see what they were like in the day, which is challenging. They're not modern race cars. Most of them don't have power steering or power brakes or any kind of electronic aids to help you. So, not always the most comfortable things. So that's fun. And then for the spectators, they get to see them how they were. They may have years ago just seen a picture of them or saw them on TV once or something. So it's really cool. We maintain them and keep them up and keep them operating, and it's fun. We have a good time.
Yeah, it really is great fun. And the fantastic thing is, like, there'll be fans here who, I've seen these cars when they were kids growing up, and then they're coming here, and this is the actual championship winning car. Like this one, for example, Mark Donohue's car just in front of us here. This is the actual one. You restored it from the ground up.
Well, and it not only that. I mean, this is a car that in 1973 destroyed the Can-Am series, won every race. This is a 1,400 horsepower car, and a lot of people never saw it. They just heard about it. And until it came back from it ended up in Europe for 30 plus years, just kind of sitting, and now it's everywhere. People get to see it run again, and it's an incredible thing to drive anyway. Yeah,
it sure is. And we're talking about, obviously, the number 6 car, this beautiful blue and yellow one that's kind of in front of us here. One of my comments was, Bruce, that the way you get these back to the condition they're in right now, the paintwork, for example, the finish on this thing, it's probably better than when it was new.
Well, in a lot of cases, that's probably true. I'd say, given that it was a Roger Penske car, it was probably pretty darn good when it was done then, too, because he was way nicer than everybody else.
For sure. And as we look back down your parking lot here, if we dare call it that, a couple of cars in the back there it's just moved. Porsche 935 behind us over there, one that you've driven, and you're driving again this weekend?
Yeah, well, of course, that's a car I drove when it was new in 79, 80, that period in IMSA, and I've had it the whole time, and now we run it from the 90s on. We've been running it in historic races.
That's awesome. And the number 14 car, the white one, just, sort of 3 down from where we're stood right now. Tell us about that one, because that's a classic as well.
Yeah, well, that's a Porsche 962 Group C car from the late 80s. And, we have a big GTP class here of prototype cars, and they're probably the fastest cars, and the most contemporary cars here. Yeah. And they're awesome to drive. They're just amazing.
Yeah, give us a heads up on a GT car like that, because some of the guys that are racing the historics here, they look more like a car. These things look like a proper racing car, and when you get behind the wheel of one of those, it's a very different proposition.
Well, we went in racing back then. We went from basically production cars being developed to a point where there was no more development, and then the next step was to build a prototype car. And of course, Porsche built The first prototypes were built by Lola and March Engineering in England, and I drove the first prototype March with Ray Hall. We drove it together at Daytona and stuff, and that was in '82.
What? Tell me about that. What was that like?
It was surprising. I mean, the car had 5,000+ pounds of downforce, and we were at Daytona. There was no bus stop then, and we were going into turn 3 at 225 or 230, and the car was stuck. It was just completely stuck to the ground, and it was really. Both Bobby and I had driven 935, so it was a big change to have this thing that had so much grip, through every corner, just like it was on rails,
And you must be a very brave man, sir, because strapping yourself into that thing, prototype car, first of a generation, 200+ miles an hour, what's going through your mind?
Well, I was younger, so not much.
Oh, phenomenal. And now, you're an experienced man, you know what this is all about, but often it's privateers owning these things. Very lucky, men and women who can afford to buy one, and they're putting themselves on the racetrack. And, how do they cope? What kind of advice do you have for them when you're going to invest in something like this?
Well, we tell everybody to really find their capabilities and drive, kind of within that window, because you don't want to damage a car. That's not good history. Nobody can add history to the car now better than it was. And these are old cars. They're not safe like modern cars. The modern cars are so safe. These kids crash them, climb out, climb in another one. They didn't do that in the old days, and they won't do it today. So we try to get guys to race, have a great time, but be careful. That's the bottom line, because you want to go home and have a fun weekend.
And a fun weekend we will have. Bruce, thank you ever so much for talking to us. We're going to come back and talk to you, I think, tomorrow or the next day. And hopefully we can have a little cruise around and look at some of these in a moment or two when we're done. But thank you ever so much. It's been fantastic.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Right, so we are going to continue the action from here at Laguna Seca right after this commercial. We'll see you in 2.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion 1963 to 1966 GT Group is brought to you by Race for RP. We're all in. Are you? And as you can see, cars rolling out again on track as we move actually in a bit of a reverse order, because we're going to 1A now, Group 1A. And these are cars from 1955 to 1961, sports racing cars. And as you can see already, as they start to flow out on track and past our commentary position, another good group, Adam, and plenty to talk about here.
Plenty to talk about. It kicks right off with what comes in, that Cooper Monaco with Spencer Trenery behind the wheel. That sets the tone for us for this group for sure, this Group 1A. This is the group that we started with yesterday morning and really just kicked our day off, and we had such a magical day yesterday. So kind of gets it gives you all the feel goods right now.
Look at that shot. Isn't that beautiful from the drone?
Spectacular. I wonder why this is some of the most expensive real estate you're going to find in the country when you see a shot like that.
It's just gone up in value.
They're right.
As well with these cars here.
Hands up, so that's
for one.
Definitely making sure either they're cutting their vehicle up to temperature. Basically, that's a good signal to let anybody behind you know that you are not up to your speed, that you need that the other competitors need to definitely be aware. Since this is qualifying, so, like we said, they want to take advantage of early morning, and they are safely pulled off track, whoever was having that issue there.
And I want to overemphasize this. For those coming at this for the first time, this is not an exhibition, folks. These guys are qualifying for an actual race in these pieces of history.
They are going to grid up door to door and come down this straightaway come tomorrow, when they grid for these races, just like it was back in the era that they raced in. That's what's so special as we watch Turn 11 get maneuvered. Love the power slide out of there. Love what we're seeing out of this number 11. That's the Lola Mark 1. That's John Hill behind the wheel. And is he ever behind the wheel, Jonathan?
Yeah, no kidding. We just heard about Lola from Canepa, and yeah, it's lovely to see that Mark 1 from 1960 all the way back before I was even here, before I was a twinkle in the eye.
It was originally raced at Le Mans, believe it or not. Can you imagine taking that down the Mulsanne Straight?
No.
I mean, previous owner was Herb Wetson. So Herb is a name that we'll see throughout the weekend here, I believe. I believe I saw him on our list quite a few other times.
There's a Maserati Tipo, and look at that birdcage. See, look at the cockpit effectively.
That is, those birdcage cars are such cool cars. And that was, I mean, the names that go along with that car, Jim Hall, Chuck Parsons, I mean, the places that it went, Elkhart Lake, Midland, Riverside, Nassau, Las Vegas, Reno, Laguna here, so it's reliving a lot of its old history.
There's the number
Gunnar
14,
Jeanette.
Miles Collier.
My buddy Gunnar.
Yes, Gunnar Jeanette at the wheel.
Yeah, he's behind the wheel of that sucker, and this, so much history in this car. I mean, you could just absolutely write paragraphs on the car. So hopefully, Gunnar sent me a text message yesterday. He told me he was going to come talk to us this weekend. Good. In between one of these sessions. So I look forward. I'm not going to take any of his thunder. I don't want to talk about his car. I want him to come up here and tell us about this car that he's driving, because I think it's a special machine, and I know our fans at home want to hear him talk about that Porsche RS61L, because it certainly has a really unique place in history.
Well, we were just looking at the 1960 Elva Mark 6. There it is. She goes. That's how
Elva.
See, I don't know my my languages too well, but I do know that.
You do know that Elva is she goes.
Vamos. Think about it, it makes sense, doesn't it?
It does.
She goes.
Wow, look at that tail wag. This thing right here.
They're showing off this morning, aren't they? They're dialed in for sure.
I'm telling you right there, that's a Sadler Mark IV. That's Gregory Meyer behind the wheel. I mean, and just hustling that thing all the way down the straightaway. That didn't look like it was handling even in a straight line. It looked like a handful the whole time.
Yeah, Greg Meyer.
The number 9 there, that's Devin. That's a Devin SS. That's Nicholas Colonna in that car. He's in a period helmet and all. Look at that. I mean,
that's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, you squint your eyes, you're back there.
Exactly. This is. I like what you said. We want to go to black and white for these footage.
Well, we can make it. We can get the editors to arrange it if you like.
That's such a beautiful camera work too. Great shot, getting right into the cockpit. What a fabulous job. But that was built by Bill Devin. It's original Devin SS, known as one of the most famous American specials of the mid-late 50s racing era. There was only one of 15 SSs ever built.
Wow.
So that is a rare car. That's an Irish-built chassis.
That's a worry.
Yeah.
They're in the pub most of the time.
So, yeah, it definitely raced in SCCA, was competitive through from the 1958 to the mid-60s. Ability to go head-to-head with all those European competition. I would have mistaken that for a European car.
Yeah, me too.
Quite honestly.
There's another Lola Mark 1. And you can see the heat haze starting to build here. It's been very hot here in California. I'm glad to say we are a little bit away from the forest fires that are raging, and we put our heads out to...
Yeah, the heat, it's fun. It can play tricks with the eye. You know, it turns that road into water. You see the vapor come off. But, yeah, the track temps, that is the thing about Laguna, where your air temp stays pretty solid. The track temps you'll see soar here, and that's why they're really taking advantage of the early morning. The early morning is a great time to be qualifying here at Laguna Seca Raceway. So it's just really they're definitely the engines are breathing the best with the cool air. Tires are coming up to temperature the best way. It's really a special time to be out on the racetrack.
Now this little Lotus 11 has raced at Laguna literally for the last 20 years.
And Frank Arciero, that's a name that should be familiar with race fans. Arciero Wells and that era of IndyCar that they were involved in. So still very heavily involved. Arciero Winery, is up in the Napa area. So that's great to see them out here doing their laps.
The Andretti corners never look so different.
I know,
from
right?
above. It's quite weird, isn't it? It's lovely.
It is absolutely spectacular. I love it.
There's a Lotus 11 Le Mans.
And I think what would make that a Le Mans, it's all closed off. You see how narrow it is? It's just so tucked in. Like the driver, it's almost like the driver gets in and they put bodywork around the driver. You don't even see hands moving inside there. You don't see their arms. Nothing is really exposed. So I feel like just a speculation there that's really what separates it into being a Le Mans.
And there's the 272, the Lotus 70 in all green. That's the classic Lotus colors with the beautiful yellow wheels. That screams Lotus, doesn't it?
Right, and I mean, you want to talk about drivers. Graham Hill drove that car.
Did he really?
I mean, yeah, that's end period. That was the last Lotus 17 ever manufactured. So, it gives me goosebumps. It gives me chills to think about, the individuals that have graced these cars that we're getting to witness go around the track. I imagine driving a car around that, it's got to be somewhat in a spiritual way, because it's a connection with a soul of a human being that gave it its all and put its book in the history. And to see it go out here is just, I love it.
I can see that famous blue helmet with the mustache. And
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right.
Love it.
And you have a special connection with the Hill family. I love the stories that you tell. And
I spent a lot of time with Damon.
Stories, yeah.
Well, I had no idea Damon's Formula One career.
Yeah, and I had no idea he was as tall as he was.
He's huge.
He's a 6'2" man.
He should never have been a Formula One driver. Actually,
no,
he
not
started
in that era,
off with Brabham,
especially.
and he was right at the back of the grid. And everybody said he was only racing Formula One because of his name, which was really unfair, actually. You know how the media are.
It's totally unfair.
Here I am telling an Andretti that. But, the media were unfair because they said, he's only doing it because of the family name. And that was not the case. Yes, there was a bit of psychological, he'd grown up with it like you have.
Sure.
There was a sort of, this is what we do. And, of course, the way he lost his father was very emotionally telling on him. And it was part of the catharsis, if you will, part of the therapy for Damon to go racing as his father did. And he did, just have that one ambition to win the World Championship and then hang it up. Very similar to Rosberg, Damon did the same.
I love it, and I love that insight, because this is an insight. If you don't have someone like you that has experienced it with that man, giving us that insight.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that unless I knew it.
Exactly, yeah. But it's all pure speculation. Damon has gotten such a rough rap because everyone wants to speculate what's going on in a human being's head.
Yeah,
and it's a wonderful lesson for us all to learn that whatever you're speculating in your head that's going through someone else, that someone else is going through in their life, you're probably off.
You're limited by your own knowledge.
Exactly.
What do they say? A little knowledge is dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. And boy, did he go achieve it. I mean, he went and he won a world championship.
And by the way,
absolute fashion.
Think about the era he drove in, which was Jack Villeneuve and Michael Schumacher.
Yeah.
To win a world championship in that era, it's like winning now against Hamilton.
Absolutely.
If you beat Hamilton, you won heck of a racing.
You
car.
beat someone, yes.
That's the guys who beat, Graham Hill and the guys who beat, Jim Clark.
Right.
If you beat them on any given Sunday, to use a phrase, you were on your game.
Well, exactly. I mean,
they didn't show up half.
I remember many people saying that during the Schumacher dominance era. Is taking nothing away from Michael Schumacher, because he certainly dominated and he deserved that dominance with his skill level and everything like that. But when you look at the list, he never won a world championship really against a world champion.
Right.
He didn't. Now, when you look at how many world champions, you have Sebastian Vettel, you have Fernando Alonso, you have Kimi Räikkönen, you have a plethora of world champions that you're racing against right now.
Yeah.
A unique era that when he had that dominance, there was no other world champion.
Well, that's exactly where we are now with Hamilton, because the beauty of what Hamilton did. Remember when he went to Mercedes, everybody said, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
It's the worst team in the paddock.
Right.
And it was. And Michael was part of that evolution. But Michael built that Ferrari team around him with Ross Brawn, with Rory Burton, all the guys. And that's why those guys, they may not be the fastest. Alain Prost was brilliant at that.
Yes.
Taking the best out of a car and putting people around him that allowed him to win 4 world titles.
100%. It is a people business. You have to have the people that spin the wrenches on these things. They have to believe in who's behind the seat and have a special love. We got a meatball flag out there for the 57.
I just had breakfast.
Yeah. The meatball flag means that you are having some sort of a mechanical issue, and they want you to find
just
refuge
so you
as soon as
know.
possible.
Yeah, just so you know, We around the world, when the Australians and the New Zealanders and the Brits and the Italians tune in for that, they have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh.
Can you explain what the Americans have made the meatball flag?
The meatball flag, it's a technical flag. It's telling you that you know the black flag
Lunchtime
signifies that you're done, right? They want you in the pits.
It's kind of the same.
Yeah, it's kind of the same. But the meatball flag means you're having mechanical, and you might be dropping oil or something. So they really want you off track as soon as possible.
And the presumption is that you're not aware of whatever the situation is, and so they're letting you know that you personally have a problem with your car that you may or may not be aware of. You might be riding around it or driving around it, but they've noticed
Figure it out.
They've had enough.
Yeah, figure it out. Don't put anyone else at risk. But I'm sure it's something simple, and they'll get it figured out. They're the 41.
It's a Sadler.
That's a Sadler Meyer special. Yeah, Nicholas Price behind the wheel of that.
I just love that deep blue, especially with the silver on the bottom and with the grill as well. Lovely.
It does. It does point out. It does really.
And that white stripe looks just, you can get fancy colors, but that is just pinging, isn't it?
It is. It absolutely. I mean,
it's neat.
This is a hill climb champion, so that's kind of unique and special about this vehicle. But road circuit, it raced up in New England, right? Thompson, Connecticut, Lime Rock Park, Connecticut, Bridgehampton, confirmed, second overall in the first B modified at Thompson in 1960. Fifth overall at Lime Rock 2 weeks later, and a third in C modified at Thompson in July of 62. So a little bit of history in that car, but not your everyday racer. Sadler is not even a household name, or I call it a shop house name, in racing, and not something you hear around the shops in the race.
Talking of hill climbs, I was reading about Bobby Unser. I had no idea. I mean, we know about his Indy 500 exploits, and may he rest in peace. Sadly passed away recently, but Bobby was a huge Pikes Peak winner.
Dominated, yeah, right.
Totally dominated, and I had no idea.
Well, they're in Albuquerque, New Mexico, so they were just a state away, and that was the racing that went on, and you could take your sprint car or midget on the hill climb, and it was a great. I mean, it's hard to beat, a sprint car going up a hill climb. It's built for dirt, and
it's actually built for it.
And the car control that. The Unsers, every single one of them possess a special kind of car control. I think it's also, I like to say the same about our family. We love horsepower. The more horsepower we have, the better. I always said if, Marco hit IndyCar maybe, in the wrong era. If he had been with the same era that his dad was in with 900 horsepower, I think he would have liked that more. It's more of a momentum car, and the horsepower tends to take the nerves out of some people.
Well, we know he can slide.
And he's got nerves of steel. I'm telling you, my cousin Marco, nerves of steel when it comes to stuff like that.
I watched him in that SRX recently.
Yeah.
He was sliding like a good one.
I've watched him I watched him sit his only pole position at Indianapolis.
Oh yeah.
2020.
Yeah,
I don't know if you remember the gusts of wind they were having that day, but you're talking like 25
I
mile an hour.
very well.
Unpredictable gusts of wind. It was crashing people left and right, and Marco went out and sat that thing on pole because it takes that kind of, in those conditions, it takes that kind of special amount of confidence.
And I can't remember what Mario said to him before they went out, but they were talking just before, and he said something about the wind, and he goes, he kind of gave him one of those kind of simple racing comments, which was,
the wind will scare you, but it won't crash you.
There you go. Well, that scared me. Look at that. You just missed that. You were looking down. That was almost a complete 360 we had there from the 20.
What a wonderful car control display there, though, by our friend Mitch McCullough, I believe. Or is that, Francisco Guzman is who that was. So
I don't want to muffle that because that was right in the middle. But he said, well, the wind will scare you, but it won't what?
Won't crash you.
There you go. Good point.
It'll scare you, but it won't crash you.
Good point.
I think right then someone crashed, and Marco.
I said what?
I think he wanted to kind of disagree a little bit, but at the same time, my Uncle Mario is, as you can imagine, amazing with the advice at the right time.
Oh yeah.
When Marco went out at Mid Ohio last year and it was raining and mixed conditions in qualifying, Reds, and almost put the thing on pole. It was my Uncle Mario who told him to go out on Reds because he was out on the Reds in the two-seater. And it was just started mixed conditions when he was out there, and he goes, those are better than the wets in these conditions. And Marco went out there and had a great success. Like I said, almost set the thing on pole. So, having that guy around is obviously priceless for many reasons.
So we're looking at the 1967 Maserati, and now we're looking at the 93. That is the Cooper.
That's a Cooper T39. What a great version of David Brown driving that one.
Yeah, as the weekend goes on, we'll tell you a little bit more about the drivers as well, because these are names that you may not be familiar with, but if you're involved in historic racing, they are familiar names, because they race around the world. I've been to the Monaco Historics. Obviously, we do SVRA, and I've also done the Sonoma Classics as well, and there's a lot of these guys that show up each and every weekend to Historics, and they are legends in their own lifetime in historic racing. And like I said, I've now grown my interest in the ability of historic racing drivers because of what they're driving.
You can't help but appreciate, what they're out there actually achieving. It's not easy. It wasn't easy to drive these cars when they were in their period, and it certainly didn't get any easier as they went on. Now, as Dorsey alluded to yesterday, certainly they've made great strides and having the tire technologies. Obviously, the compounds are better, and when they rebuilt the engines, they didn't put the old pistons in it, right? They put new modern pistons, modern material pistons and internals in there. So they're definitely exercising these cars to a limits that a lot of these cars have never seen before. And what a great reliability day. I don't want to put any jinx on anything, but we've had just some flawless running here so far in the qualifying. So it shows these mechanics took in what happened yesterday, and any issues that they had, they really kind of solved and satisfied those issues.
That's interesting. We've got that car number 2. It's obviously a Lotus, but I haven't got a driver for it at the moment. But it's in classic Lotus colors, that number 2.
It looks like another
Le Mans.
It looks like another Le Mans. Yeah, it certainly does. And again, I'm looking for it on our list here as well, and I'm not quite finding it, but I'm sure probably a late entry.
Oh, down the famous corkscrew they come. Time running out in their qualifying session, but the sun glinting off these brightly polished, beautiful historic cars here as part of the Monterey Reuinion. The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion here for 2021. Sadly, 2020, we didn't have an iteration of the event, which has been run. Steve Earle started it back in 1974, and they've been running here on the peninsula of Monterey ever since. And it's not just here at the track at Laguna, it's all across the bay, effectively.
I love shots of this. Again, if I was a photographer, if I had that talent, which I'll never will, there's people, the folks that have that ability are amazing. But I would get a photo of this gentleman here, and I would do that in black and white with Nicholas Colonna.
Yeah.
Because that is such a neat way. The way
now he's got a passenger seat. Do you think he'd let me? No.
I bet he would.
Yeah.
But you got to dress like the Red Baron.
Oh, happily.
Yeah.
Happily.
Because that right there, I mean, he is.
Yeah, even the light blue overalls. It's so period. Look at the
leather
goggles.
Gloves. He's got the leather gloves.
The balaclava.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of the way he's presenting.
Joe Siffert all over again.
All he's doing. Absolutely. Yes, sir. He's got his vanity plate, the Devon SS, letting you know what he's wheeling around here.
Well, beautiful sights and sounds here. You've just been watching Group 1A of our sports car racing under 2,000cc. So 55 to 61, we'll see them in action again. And, of course, they'll be racing tomorrow around this magnificent circuit.
And boy, we love when they go racing around this circuit. When they come out, 2 by 2 at a turn 11 and line up for this very unique start up the hill, Jonathan. There's so many things about this sport that give me the goosebumps and the good feelings, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, high above the Andretti hairpin here at Laguna Seca, and as we pull back, these wonderful drone shots. Our Italian pilot Logano doing a hell of a job early this morning. And we'll take a short break here from Monterey. We'll be back. Stay with us if you're enjoying it around the world. We've got plenty more action to come. This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track.
It's going to get loud. We've got 42 cars on our entry list, so let's start the rundown for you. Before they come out, you won't hear a thing. Car number 2, Jim Hay, Santa Clara, California. 1972 ANC Javelin, red, white, blue.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, and look at that packed paddock, Adam.
It's, I mean, a lot of these buildings, you see the Rolex building, the Ford display there, right there, all that, this whole corner here, you would think those are permanent structures, but they're not. This has all been built over the last couple of days. Here, check out, Jonathan. Give us our rundown here.
Well, coming up at 9:45, that's local time Pacific, we have Group 6A, that's 1966 to 1972, Trans Am, my era. Because I said my era, I was born in 66, so I'm as old as the series. I love that.
I love that.
Qualifying too. Group 3A from 73 to 81, and again, another favorite of mine, that's IMSA and GTs, American cars, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And then Group 4A, 47 to 55, sports racing and GT cars. And then another one of my favorites, 11:15 local time, Formula One, 1966 to 85, and really that is my era because that's when I really started, certainly in the early 70s, going to Formula One races with Brian Redman and so many others, and seeing Revson and Peterson and all those great drivers. And of course, in the 70s, the great Nicky Lauda. We're going to hear about a car of his soon. 7A, 63 to 78, the Indy cars, and I know this is warm to your heart, yes, Adam Andretti. Obviously, several of the Andrettis have had a little bit of luck in the Indy. We'll talk about that. Group A, 8A, coming up after that will be the IMSA, GTO, GTU, and Trans Am from 81 to 91.
You know, it's one of those things where I would love to say you have to tune in for this group, but I'm going to go and say you have to tune in for all these groups. All 6 of these groups are just spectacular groups and can't misses. You know, if Group 6A with this the 66 to 72 Trans Am cars, you're looking at that golden era of the muscle car wars, and you're looking at one of our largest groups that we have throughout the 4 days here at the Monterey Motorsports Reunion from Rolex. And then we also have, you know, like you said, what's near and dear to my heart are the Formula One and Indy cars. These are the things that we you know, made our brand. You know, Mario really launched the Andretti brand and made it what it is, you know, in those 2 areas, winning the Indianapolis 500 in 1969 and obviously the Formula One World Championship in 1978. So, and then the IMSA era from 81 to 91 is another special one for me because of my brother John. Drove IMSA a lot in the 80s. He was in the factory BMW team and drove the Busby Porsche in the 962 in 1989. So just a lot of really awesome memories that you see when you see that list.
Well, look, as you can look above the paddock, there's plenty of action going on down there too, and our man Kev Harris is in the middle of it, and he of course has made his way, the first car ever to win here at Laguna Seca was a Ferrari, and we have one with us right now, but a very different one. Chris McAllister is with Kev Harris.
Yeah, we certainly do, Johnny. How about that? Perhaps one of the most iconic Ferrari racing cars of all time from 1976. Was that the best year in Formula One history ever? It might just be, and the man who owns Nicky Lauda's car from that iconic era stood next to me. Chris, what a fantastic collection of cars, but we're starting on the one at the end there. What a great machine.
It's got great history, it's fun to drive, and it looks bitchin'.
That is a great answer, sir. That is a great answer. I mean, I'll just give you a heads up, folks. We've delayed coming to Chris down here because we just had the thing getting warmed up, and the noise was incredible, and the crowd around it was something else. Chris, just give us a heads up. How did it come to being in your hands?
I saw the car here in maybe 1996, knew the owner, admired it, and asked him, hey, if you ever think about selling that, call me.
Yeah.
He said, sure, okay. And 2 or 3 years later, he called.
Wow, and you were straight on it just like that. I mean, I asked you just before we came live a moment or two ago, I said, what's it like, you know, when you get behind the wheel of that thing? I mean, that is the actual car. You know, I think the answer you gave was something about it's a big responsibility.
It is, because it's a famous car. It's got good history. It's very original, and I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah.
You know, so you can drive as fast as you want, but you got to be careful and not hurt the car. So
yeah.
it's a balance.
Yeah, it's a great balance, and I'm sure you really enjoy taking it for a spin around here at Laguna Seca. But I mean, the amazing thing is, as we come along your line of cars, the next one along the line, then we got Jim Clark's 1967 Lotus. Your collection just goes on and on. You've picked a few great cars here, Chris.
The Lotus is perhaps the most important car in the collection, and Jimmy Clark was a boyhood hero, and As most of your viewers probably know, that car was sold by Chapman to an American and raced in 69, 70, 71. So it's been in the U.S. for a long time. And I admired it forever, and the fact that I had a chance to buy it one day was like a dream come true. Never expected that.
Well, yeah, and that, you made that dream come true. But when I asked you earlier, I said, how'd you get into all of this? And the dream started an iconic venue when, well, quite a few years ago when you were very young.
4th grade, actually. A field trip to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, common in Indianapolis, and that was it. I was smitten. Went to the race that year and have not missed an Indy 500-mile race since.
You've not missed an Indy 500 race since 4th grade?
Since 1965, 4th grade. Yep.
That is utterly incredible. If there's anyone watching us right now who thinks they can top that, well, let us know, because I doubt it. Have you ever heard of anybody else who's done that?
There's lots of people that have been to more races.
Yeah.
Last year was particularly difficult because no spectators were allowed.
Of course.
I managed to weasel my way in and saw the race and kept my record intact, so I suspect some folks lost their string, but hopefully not many.
Well, I'm very impressed, sir, so I think that's quite something. Coming back to this weekend then here at Laguna Seca, this is an iconic race circuit and it's looking great this weekend. The organisers have put on a fantastic event, haven't they?
They have. The registration was smooth, tech was very smooth, the driving standards are very high, minimal accidents or crashes, not many yellow flags in terms of oil, really well behaved race group and events going very well so far.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because again, like when we were chatting before, you've got a big responsibility with these cars, and you just said there people are being very well behaved because you're all here to go racing, but you all want to go home, and these cars have got to go home in the condition they turned up in.
Amen. And if you ding your car, you're on the trailer.
Yeah.
So there's a motivation to go fast but safe.
Come and take a walk with me, Chris. We're just going to have a little walk up to the other end of your pit garage here, because there's a Porsche that I want to talk about here. A very different proposition, but this 917 Porsche emblazoned with number 21 on the side. I'll come this side, and obviously the famous Golf colours there. As far as motorsport is concerned, you go anywhere in the world and you see a car with this kind of livery, and you know what it's all about. But just give us a little bit of background on this one as well, because another kind of highly prestigious and rare car that we got here this weekend.
This is a good one. Has good history, very clear trail of ownership. I'm the second owner, which makes it easy to track. And it's just a gas to drive.
Yeah.
It is fun to drive. You can slide it a little bit. It brakes good. It accelerates good. It's cool.
We've been chatting to quite a few people overall yesterday, and we've got more to go over the next 3 days. But if I'm going to put in my top 3 of luckiest men here, you're probably right up there. You're jumping in, well, what we got, 5 very different cars here, and you get to drive all of them. You got a sense of that, what's the word? I don't want to say luck, because you make your own luck, but a sense of that, what you got at your disposal here.
I am aware of that.
Yeah.
And with these cars comes a bit of a responsibility. And that's why I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
And that's why when somebody comes up and asks a question, I answer it. And if you want to look in it, fine, have a look.
Yeah.
The kid wants to get in.
Yeah.
We're simply part-time custodians of these things, and there's a right way to do it and a wrong way. And I want to make the cars available for people to see and experience.
Chris, you got a fantastic attitude and you got a fantastic collection of cars. It's been an absolute pleasure, sir. Please do enjoy your weekend, and can we come and see you again, perhaps tomorrow or the next day?
Hopefully I'll be here and the cars will still be running.
Fantastic. I mean, Johnny, Adam, what do you make of this collection down here? How about that?
Absolutely fabulous. I mean, Chris McAllister, boy, how about that for a dinner guy? I'd love to learn so much more about Chris and what he's been up to and how he goes racing, because that is something very, very special, no question about it. Now, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion Trans Am Group from 1966 to 1972 is brought to you by Haggerty. And I, for one, I'm looking forward to this. Group 6A, we call it. It doesn't mean anything when you say Group 6A, but we're going by that. That's how we and that's how the historics organize themselves. And by the way, I take my hat off to anybody who is in the business of organizing groups. I talk to Ben Sissel in SBRA every week, and I am absolutely nonplussed how they work out the groups, how they change the groups, how they mix the groups, how they work with the historic guys to try to get what I call parity as best can be. In this particular incident, you don't need to worry about it. It's all Trans Am cars, and they're very much the same era, and I absolutely adore this. To be the voice of Trans Am currently, when I look back at the history, I feel so honored.
As well you should. You not only are you a fabulous voice of Trans Am, I must say, but also when you get to step back in time and like you just so astutely pointed out, that these cars are all the same era for the most part, within the same window of an era, if you will. And by looking at them that way and being able to see them line up and go out here, I mean, this is a big group. This looks like, honestly, like an SCC A Pro Trans Am race from the late 60s, early 70s.
I'm wondering if the actual field
was this big.
Yeah, let's say 1970 Trans Am was as big as this.
It's unbelievable. And I mean, when we look at our stack of notes from group to group, it's like it's like a Cheesecake Factory menu here. It's almost like 100 pages when we look at Group 6A, and they're going out here and they're getting their cars warmed up like this is real deal. You see sticker tires. These cats are going out here.
Well, it's qualifying. That's why they got the sticker tires on.
That's what I'm saying. They're taking it serious.
The Pontiac Tempest doesn't look like a racing car at first, but boy, it was.
Boy, was it. Yeah, boy, was it. Look at its stance, though. It's got a really aggressive brake to the front end. Yeah. Nice fender swells that they obviously built into that. That's not factory.
And I said this yesterday, but what made the Trans Am so buying into was both the manufacturers and the fans bought into it. And what I mean by that is it was the first time really here in America that racing truly became race on Sunday, buy on Monday, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
The marketing people really said, right, let's get behind this. And the manufacturers really got behind this. Privateer teams from Javelin to AMC, and there was swapsies all the way. But Mustang versus Chevrolet, the Pony Wars and so on. This is when manufacturer money was pushed towards racing. The greatest drivers in the world drove these cars, both American and worldwide, from Bruce McLaren to George Former here this weekend. And also the fans, because these were cars that they knew on the roads, they bought into the love of it too.
Well, without a doubt. That's where the phrase came from, was from Trans Am.
Yeah.
They win on Sunday, sell on Monday.
Sure.
NASCAR those were the big ones that produced that kind of stature. And
we stole it in World Superbikes. You know my history in World Superbikes, and that very much is production-based motorcycle racing.
Absolutely.
And it's the same ethos. If the Honda is winning, then great. If the Ducati is winning, then you buy a Ducati. That's the way it goes.
Oh, you got it. I mean, that's well, you put faith in that. It shows that they proved it. I think it's only appropriate that the Gray Ghost, that Pontiac Tempest, is known as the Gray Ghost, is leading us to the green flag of our session.
And using all the track and more?
Laying down the ribbons right behind him. I'm going to get a number on that car. That's going to be fun to look at. The number 15.
Well, it's qualifying. Now we're getting these guys pushing.
Yes, absolutely we are. And that's a Boss 302. Jeffrey O'Neill.
Yes, Jeffrey O'Neill, another long-time historic racer and very much involved. He'll be involved in the Velocity Invitational coming up in November. I say he'll be involved. He's running it. But, I always look down the list to see what he's driving, because he's always got something special to drive, and he absolutely adores it.
And James Farley they just took a glimpse of, was in that number 16 Mustang Boss 302 right here under the braking zone. That is, again, that's the same James Farley, CEO of Ford Motor Company. This car built by CarCraft, race prep by Bud Moore. And that was driven by Peter Gregg, the late, great Peter Gregg. Actually drove
and
that
Simon
car
Gregg,
originally.
of course, still racing in Trans Am.
Still racing in Trans Am and carrying on that tradition. He started the Peter Gregg Foundation this year. It's giving out scholarships for 5 kids every year get a scholarship to ages 17 to 21. And it's to motivate the youth into the STEM programs.
Sure. Yeah.
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So encouraging diversity in our sport as well. So It's a fabulous program. They just kicked off their first class August the 6th. So the first group of students for that foundation are down there right now rocking it. So they get 90 days down there, and they're going to build a 944 turbo that Peter Gregg is going to go race in a historics race.
Oh, wow, that's great. Well, he's putting some trust in those juniors then.
Simon's going to
race it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, if you're not familiar with the name Adam Andretti, yes, you're familiar with the Andretti name, but Adam, I'm absolutely pinching myself because this is the perfect time to bring him in. He is a current Mustang driver in Trans Am TA2. He was in Nashville last weekend. He won't want me to bring it up, but he was denied a win by the nearest of margins, leading the race and had a mechanical. And I know you don't want me to remind you. I just want to let people know that you are the current iteration, as it were, of the greats that started all this. How do you feel being involved in Trans Am and that history?
I glow with pride with it. Honestly, it's very difficult as an Andretti in this sport to make a mark that no one else in your family made a mark in.
Tough team.
And no one in my family and all these years of Trans Am had competed in Trans Am. So when I got that opportunity, like I said yesterday, it was always a dream of mine to be in Trans Am. When I got that opportunity, I've jumped at it and I've tried to make the most of it every time. And I love the series. I love the people in it. I love the paddock. The competition is second to none. And at the time, I'm driving a Ford Mustang, and to be celebrating 55 years of the Mustang in Trans Am, it's super special time to be doing it. That's why I really wanted to deliver that victory for them down in Nashville on the streets there. We were golden for it. And a silly little mechanical, talking a $75 serpentine belt is what broke
is a
on
serpentine
us.
belt?
The serpentine belt is what runs the pulleys on the front of the engine. So it runs your water pump, it runs your oil pump, it runs your power steering.
$75.
It takes about $75 to replace one of those, and I don't think it was a failure, so to speak. A lot of times what will knock those off is it just doesn't take much debris when you're a high revving engine like those, and they're spinning those pulleys so fast, and I just think it was bad luck, and that happens.
All right, pub trivia question for those around the world. Get your pens and papers out. Is there an Andretti? I mean, Aldo raced, Mario raced, Michael raced, Marco raced, Jared raced, John raced, Adam alongside me raced. Is there a Bob Andretti or a Bill Andretti? Is there somebody in your family that doesn't race?
My brother Mark raced and quite successfully in karting. He was a part of
that wasn't my question.
He was part of the karting game. That's the best I can answer at the moment. But no, we have our, my two sisters. My sister Mary Jo's heavily involved in motorsports. A little bit of a drop of a wheel there by the 19. But my sister Mary Jo, that's the Joshua Fiber and that blue Camaro, 69 Camaro.
Nice, yeah.
She is a part. She's one of the managers on the American Legion account that's heavily one of the primary sponsors of Chip Ganassi Racing and IndyCar. So they're on the Jimmy Johnson program. They have Alex Palou as well, and they're having a great year, obviously, with a wonderful success and doing a great job getting the American Legion, and getting the exposure for them and really to show our veterans that there's a place for them to go and to have their common interest and to be able to talk to each other and just open up. And I know that Project 22 is a big one. We lose 22 veterans a day to suicide. So this is we want these veterans to know they got a place to go, and the American Legion is doing a fabulous job with that program to get that word out. So to answer your question, my sister Mary Jo's involved. My sister Carolyn, who's an attorney, writes up contracts for us. So she's involved in motorsports, whether she likes it or not.
So the answer is no.
No, I honestly don't think there is one of us that doesn't have an involvement in the sport, and that just shows our passion and love for it.
Well, let's get back to what is a beautiful session and a very important one, especially for Ford this weekend. We're celebrating 55 years, and it's kind of serendipity, if you will. Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford Motor Company, here this weekend and racing a Cobra. We saw him in action a moment ago. But Trans Am, very much the forefront of this weekend, and I'm delighted. I'm sure John Claggett, the president of Trans Am, is tuning in and enjoying every minute of it. The Chevrolet Camaro we're looking at now, the silver one. John Fudge driving that, and there's this yellow and black number 64.
That just looks like an angry car coming at you, doesn't it?
Z28, yeah, it does, doesn't it? It looks like a race car.
It totally looks
like. If a Tempest didn't look like a race car, that does.
So Chad Raynal behind the wheel of that's 1972. That's Lime Rock, Watkins Glen, VIR. Did IMSA Camel GT in 1972. basically ran almost the whole season, you know, but pretty special little car there too.
Another Z28, but this time in sort of almost reddy orange. It says orange on the official run out, but it looks more red to me, but never mind.
It's almost like like a really deep day glow, right? But I see more red than orange too, but I'm sure on a color code.
Are you a numbers man? Are you one of these racing drivers that has to have a particular number?
You know, I like numbers. I don't make too much of them. You
Right.
know, I've won with a lot of different numbers.
Yeah.
So, as my dad always said, the right number is the one that's in victory lane. You know, there's no such thing as an ugly race car. Victory lane was another one of his.
Yeah, that's a good
you know,
one.
so it doesn't matter what your car looks like if you can make it go fast a lot of times. But you know, so numbers aren't, you know, they mean something to me, but I don't have to have. Like the number I run right now, 86, has a special meaning with my best friend of mine I grew up with, Adam Perica, was, you know, he passed away of leukemia when we were in high school. So definitely, really, so there are special numbers out there that you do feel more of a connection to.
Did Mario have a special number? Not really.
No, it was so funny.
Number one.
Yeah, exactly. The championship number is what he wanted. Number 37, I bring that up. My wife, that's her favorite number.
Okay.
My wife loves the number 37.
Well, maybe you should buy this 1967 Chevrolet Camaro Z28.
You know what? That's definitely a favorite car of hers. She is a classic car person, and
when are we going to get her behind the wheel?
Oh, you know, she's secretive about it. We'll go karting, and we'll get you into the karting.
I bet she gives you a run for your money.
And then you won't want to be karting with her ever
No,
again.
I'll bet. I've seen her wheel your car, i.e. put it together, so I know she knows what she's doing.
Oh, no, she does. She definitely does.
Well, the Andretti hairpin from high above and from low. We've got all the angles covered as we take a look at the number 28 in action. This is qualifying. This is a Ford Mustang Boss 302 in the yellow and gold. In the gold and red.
And that's driven by, built and driven by Dean Gregson of Tasco Ford in Rhode Island. First race in St. Jovite in 1969. Highest finishing Ford that day, 9th.
That's not bad.
So historically, you know, this is what we're looking at. This is the celebration, you know, of that car. Is a big part of this. This is 1969 Boss 302.
Yeah, and by the way, if you are in the Bay Area thinking of coming down, Ford have put on a fantastic display of their history for 55 years. And it's great because you've even got the E car, the Mac 1?
The Mustang
Mark E, excuse me.
Yeah, the Mustang.
And the new Mac 1.
They do have the new Mach 1
and
Mustang.
they've got the old Mac 1.
And they have the old Mach 1 Mustang down
And they've
there.
got the Mac 2.
Yes, they do. And they have plenty of Ford GTs down here that you can drool over.
From the earliest 66, 65 to all the way up to modern day.
Yes, and I mean the displays that are going on down here with Haggerty and all the partnerships that they have. Motul display, and there's a Red Bull Formula One car out on display out here, which wasn't out for us yesterday.
No, I didn't see that. I'll go take a look at that.
Yeah, there's just some really, really beautiful eye candy out here.
There's a Shelby Trans Am. How about that?
Love that. That's one of those that, again, will give you chills as it drives by just because of the people that put their hands on that car to build it.
Yeah, it's only when you spend a weekend like this that you realize the Shelbys, the Gurneys, the Parnelli Joneses, whether it be driver or designer or both, just how much an impact. Jim Hall, Chaparral, some of these guys made such an impact on worldwide motor racing, not just American motor racing.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, there's no question of that, right? I mean, they were known globally. I mean, when those Americans would go over to Le Mans, it was like, oh man, we got to beat Dan Gurney.
Yeah.
We got to beat.
Well, what you realize when you get amongst Americans, as I have done over the years, is that you could look in the dictionary. There is no can't word.
No.
You don't tell an American, no, you can't do that. Now in England, that's quite a normal lexicon, which is to say, nah, you can't do that, mate.
About every extreme sport in the modern era has been. Right. Skateboarding, invented in America. Freestyle motocross, invented in America. Supercross, invented here.
The Brits are tinkers.
Yes.
They will take on a project and work through it and find a solution.
Agreed.
They'll tinker with it. But they will say, nah, you can't do that.
Yeah. I might be in a wheelchair when it's done, but I'm going to get it done.
I'm going to get that done.
It's
a great spirit.
It's a wonderful culture, for sure, for that aspect, because it doesn't give limitations. I know growing up in this country, I never felt limited to anything.
Sure.
And they encouraged that. They encouraged that through the school systems when I was growing up. They were like that. And they encouraged the competition. I tease on it because I don't agree with this participation trophy things because
what the heck is that?
I had to push. When we showed up on field day and you didn't get a ribbon because you weren't one of the top 5 kids.
Quite right.
You worked at it. It gave you something to work for
next
next
year.
year. And that was the American spirit, and I truly love and believe it.
Now that we're looking at the 1972, the number 72, that's 69 Chevrolet Camaro.
Steve Link wheeling that sucker around. And another Mustang here. This looks like it could be a 65 or a 66. The 3AS.
Yeah, I haven't got that on my list actually.
Me neither.
Got a few AMCs out there as well, a couple of Javelins, and they were very much part of this distinctive group, as you will. And another Mustang now. This one, the black and gold, very distinctive. Interesting front there.
It is a very interesting front.
But of course, these were production cars, and I'm often reminded as when I look at TA2, which is now, our forefront, what you race currly.
Yeah. So that was Mike Joy in that '89 Mustang.
Of course.
And so that's why I want to make mention of that while it was fresh on everyone's memory.
Well, Mike Joy is, of course, a perennial returnee to Monterey, but of course a famous broadcaster in his own right on Motorsport.
Without a doubt, someone that we absolutely admire and look up to, does a fantastic job covering any form of motorsport or any sports that he actually covers. He gets brought in to do quite a bit, but a lot of history in this car is originally from Tousley Ford in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. That's what's so cool about this era too, right, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Is that you could trace a lot of these cars back to a dealership that they came from.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what's so fascinating to me is this was a way. Trans Am Racing was a way for you to make a name for your dealership as a performance shop and as a place to buy those cars.
In its purest sense, that was your sponsor.
Yeah.
That's how you got to go racing. Was the dealership would give you the demo car to take racing. You'd strip it down, take the seats out. That's exactly what they would do. Put a roll bar in, and away you go. But that would then allow you to then go out and look for sponsorship if you were successful at Riverside one weekend, or if you were successful at whatever track it might be, Road America, and then you built from there.
Yeah, that's.
And then eventually, when they got bigger, let's let Mark Donohue ride this. Or
yeah, but I just find that part about this so fascinating is that the way you could trace it right back to an actual dealership, to a showroom floor. Oh, wow, we got a little bit of a fluid leak there. That didn't look...
Now, it's nice to look inside, at least.
Yes, it is. And Tony doing a fantastic job with the camera work as he was yesterday and getting a nice and tight shots for us.
I'm just waiting for somebody to sling a hook at him. Get out of the way!
That knuckle's real close to the edge of the lane.
You couldn't get any closer.
No,
but that's wonderful view inside one of these beautiful cars. But there's a lot of shaking of heads and a lot of, I don't think this is going anywhere, looks.
That's...
And you see the puddle there. That is not going anywhere. But back with the Tempest, that was the car that was first out.
The Gray Ghost. I love the nickname of that car.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
That's such a...
I said this yesterday. Grey is not a colour that you associate with racing, but it just pings, doesn't it?
It does. It works.
It's that gunmetal grey.
That was my favorite era of McLaren, is when they ran, the West color.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
And they went
Mika Hakkinen.
Yeah, and that was when they were basically representing silver arrows for Mercedes, right? And that's why it had that color. But, it looks like remnants of a lockup.
Because somebody either locked up there and did make it round the corner as we look at the number 7.
Very easy to do. Very easy to do if you find yourself with a little bit too much entry speed at the top of the corkscrew where it flattens out and the car's at its lightest. And I think actually this is a puff of smoke out of the engine.
That's the second time we've seen it.
Yeah, that was
behind, just in front of that Tempest.
That was on the match of the rev of the downshift. So I think we got a little bit of a puff of smoke from this Camaro, from the Mustang that's right in front of them.
Yes, it is. It's actually Mike Joy's car, yeah.
That is Mike Joy's car, yeah.
Now, we were here in May doing Trans Am. You were racing. Checkered flag is out. You were racing, and that mistake you're talking about can happen even today, right?
It can happen to anybody,
It changed the race, actually.
It did. It changed the race.
I can't remember who made the mistake, but it was a big off.
It was up there in the TA race. I know that.
Was it Merrill?
No, it was in the TA race. It
was
in the TA2 race. It was in the TA race, and it was Ken Twaits and
Yeah, Ken Thwaite's got hit.
I forget who drove
Doesn't
up,
matter.
drove up inside. But yeah, it was. I actually didn't have a ride for Laguna on that one, so I was up in the booth with you the whole time that weekend.
Yes, you were. So, as we finish off another great group, the historic Trans Am, we have more stories for you. Our man, Kev Harris, has been out and about once again in the paddock, and I believe he's got the Adaires, who have a huge role to play this weekend. Let's head down to Kev.
Well, how about this, Johnny? I find a guy down here who I can really relate to. We'll race for food. Well, I'm working for my lunch today, but it really is a good vibe down here in the paddock. Come and take a look at what we got lined up for you next, because I've found some people who love some British automobiles. Come and take a look at this. If we stroll across this way, well, what about this? A 1959 Austin Healey S-Can. Look at this, 3 litre, and it's all made of aluminum. Imagine strapping yourself into that. What fun. What a rocket ship this is. And then if you like your rally cars, well, an Escort, how about this? 101 Mark 1 Escort, and it's fully stripped out inside. You're ready to go racing in that, and wow, look at that, 1968 Escort twin cam. You're gonna absolutely have so much fun in that. We continue then with just more glory and joy here. What about this MGB? A beautiful car number 48, absolutely immaculate, so much fun. And you're noticing a trend here, aren't you? They're all small, they're all lightweight, they're all fun to drive, and they're all from the UK. And the family who are the custodians of these are some great people, I'll tell you. Team Adair Racing, here they are. We've got Kevin, we've got Sue, and we've got Dennis, and we found ourselves in front of a Union Jack, so I'm a happy man. I mean, Dennis, I'll come to you first. Your 4 cars that we just had a quick look at down there, what a collection.
Thank you. Well, we try and we sort of specialize in small bore, nice handling cars and stuff. That's what we've been trying to do.
Well,
so we started with that Elva.
Yeah, I mean, the Elva, it was, I think, second in your line. What a great car that is. But Sue, I asked you just before, I said, how come did you get into motorsport? And this man had the right idea a few years ago, didn't he?
Right. 60 years ago, he used to take me here on dates. We saw the cars when they weren't vintage, and now we see the vintage cars and we're vintage. So, right.
Well, and great with it. And Kevin here, firstly, great name, sir. Your parents have done a fantastic job, and they've just brought you into Team Adair, and now look at what you're getting to do every weekend. It must be a blast.
It's a lot of fun. We have a great time. It's a great family event, and we love the cars. We love the camaraderie. The people in the track are great people. We just have so many friends here, so it's like our vacation is here.
It really is, and this event is great this year, by the way. The team here at Laguna Seca have done such a good job. You can rely on the sunshine, but the event staff have been awesome. And Dennis, I think like what you said to me was you haven't necessarily got the most expensive or unique cars here. Right. But you really focus on the ones that, well, how did you say to me? Like handling is what you're interested in?
Handling, and then in general, and also most of them have pretty good history. So they're very interesting. The little MGs ran at Sebring in '64.
Yeah.
The Healey was built specifically for the Canadian Drivers' Championship. It went directly from the factory to Healey competition, where Donald Healey and his son built that car. Yeah. It's all aluminum, so it's very, very unique. We're calling it a 3000S. Of course, at that point there was no S, but it sort of mimics that as its build-up.
Yeah, like you say, it went straight to the racetrack, wasn't there, going for the thing. And also, I mean, Kevin, I'm assuming you're in the race suit, you got the race boots on. You're at the wheel of all 4 of these, or Dennis, are you still at the wheel?
I'm running the B.
You're running the B?
MGB, and he's running the other 3.
Tell us about the other 3. He's on the MGB and you're in the other 3.
They're great cars, very different. The Elva is going to be very small displacement, 1100 cc's, drum brakes, so it's not the easiest car to brake, and it's got a solid rear axle. So you come out of a turn, you can't just put your foot down to the gas. You have to wait for the car to settle, and then you have to go. So it's a great momentum car, but a bit tricky to handle with old Dunlop tires. So that's a pretty fun car, but very unusual. And then you have the other extreme, which is the Healey. As he was saying, it's aluminum body, but it also had 4 disc brakes, so it stops pretty well. But it's kind of a lump, so it's heavy and fast, but it's a little bit challenging. And then you go to the Escort, which is kind of like the Elva with great brakes. Great handling car, very, very quick in the turns, but it's got the Lotus twin cam, so it's not a very powerful motor, but it's got some get up and go.
It's got a lot of up and go. I mean, I worked on the British Rally Championship a few years ago, and rally fans all around the world will look at that and they'll absolutely love it. Everyone, that's iconic as far as rally cars goes, and well, I'd love to have a go in it. It's great fun to drive.
It's a great car to drive. It's a lot of fun through the turns. I'm still learning it. We're still kind of getting used to the car, but it's so much fun to drive. You can just hammer it through the turns, and it just sticks. So it's a lot of fun. I'd never rally, but if I was going to rally, I think I'd probably try that car.
Yeah, people often go for that one, even to this day, because they know it's built to do what it does, and it does it really well. And Sue, I'll come back to you. You know, you said you joked about going on dates with this man, however many years ago it was. Not very many, I'm sure. Right. I mean, what would have happened if he hadn't taken you to a motorsport event? Imagine if he took you 10-pin bowling. Where would you be now?
Bowling. Right. We've learned to stick together.
Yeah.
I've drug him out on antique shopping,
yeah.
And we don't do that anymore. We just support this, and it's been great family.
Yeah.
Kevin has his 2 little kids, our grandkids, and they come here. They'll be here later, and it's just wonderful family. We have 3 generations into cars. And it's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, as I said just a second or two ago, this event this year here at, the guys here at Monterey at Laguna Seca have done a really good job with the event. But I mean, how many of these do you go to a year, and how does this one stack up?
This is the biggest by far. Okay. And we did the pre-reunion as well. So we're down here for 12 days. Yeah. So we add to the economy.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But it's great. We love it. And we love the people here. The workers are fantastic. The other drivers, most of them are good, but this is what we consider family.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a great story, and that is what it's all about down here this weekend at the Monterey Motorsports Reuinion. There is a real vibe of family in the paddock, and just already on day 2, we're having a whole lot of fun, and I'm sure I'm going to come back and speak to Team Adair at some point in the next couple of days. Dennis, what time are you out on track? How are you looking before your next session?
Oh, we are all in the afternoon now, because now we're moving. That was the only one in the A group, the Saturday group. The other 3 are in the Sunday group.
Okay.
So about 2:30 or so we go out.
Great stuff. And Kevin, I understand your little ones are coming along here shortly as well.
Yeah, they'll be here in about right after lunch. So they love the cars, they love the racing. My son loves cars. My daughter likes to go fast, which is a little scary. So I think they're both going to be race car drivers, but they'll be here for the afternoon races and just enjoying the family time.
It's fantastic. So Team Adair is in good hands. The generation will continue.
Absolutely. They're going to be race car drivers, both of them.
There you go. Their destiny is set already. Chaps, thank you ever so much for talking to you. What a great family. What a great story and great cars. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, we enjoyed it.
All right, so the fun continues down here in the paddock at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion. Still got, 2.5 days to go. And if you haven't got a ticket, you can still come down tomorrow on the Saturday. It's going to be an absolute blast. Right now, though, we'll take a break. We'll be back with more racing just as soon as we can. See you in 2.
My name is Nancy. I'm a patient with relapsing polychondritis, or RP. RP is an autoimmune disease that attacks cartilage and, if untreated, can be fatal. To drive awareness and accelerate research, we established the Race for RP. Success on the track has opened doors to world-class healthcare providers, researchers, and autoimmune disease experts, leading to groundbreaking discoveries and new hope.
We are driving awareness and accelerating research in the Race for RP.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion 1973 to 1981 FIA, IMSA, GT, GTX, GTU and AAGT Group is brought to you by the Laguna Seca Foundation.
From Scotts Valley, California, the 1979.
High above once again, the Laguna Seca Raceway. The mist has disappeared. You can't see the sea quite from here, but I bet if we tempt our drone pilot as the day goes on, he might just give us a glimpse of the beautiful coastline here of California, because I'm sure he can see it now and again. But we are seeing this, which is the next group up that I just mentioned, and that, of course, is our 73 to 81 FIA, IMSA and GT, GTX, GTU, AAGT. It's a bit of a mouthful.
It is a mouthful. There's a lot going on out here.
There's a lot going on out here.
This is a lot of race cars, a lot of history all weekend long, obviously, and this is a ton of Porsche history out here too. When you come to look at the slant noses, the Moby Dicks out here, and so a lot of the most famous Porsches. We didn't get to my favorite car this morning, but it's coming up in this group. I believe it's at 935, the JLP03. Is the chassis number.
We were talking about that this morning.
That was a Zach Brown car, but I honestly haven't seen it in the lineup this morning. So maybe that was just to do some exhibition laps yesterday. It is a very unique car and a very special car to motorsports history. So they might have just been doing a little bit of an exhibition run yesterday and letting it sort itself out that way. But nonetheless, we are not starving for cars in this group, are we?
No, and also I want to bring up, we finally get some Japanese cars as well. The Datsuns are out there. But look at this. We saw this yesterday. We both went, wow. Look at that BMW. What a color.
Another favorite of mine from yesterday was absolutely here's driving in that BMW CSL. It was a 1976 ETCC championship car.
Yeah.
Runner-up in 1977. Raced in Europe until 81, though. So a successful car with some longevity. I just love the shape of those BMWs.
Yeah, you can imagine that hooning round the Nürburgring,
right.
The old North Schleifer Nürburgring, couldn't you?
Catching air and
bit of hand stuck at the wheel. Why not?
The proper photo shot would get that suspension at full droop, right?
Yep.
Approaches the.
But hey, it's looking pretty handy down the corkscrew too, though.
It's not hurting right in front of the sock slant nose 935 there. That's running right behind it.
Yep, the K3. In white, blue, and orange, Charles Nürburg. Again, I hope we get to talk to Charles because he's another one like the Adaires and like Bruce Canepa, who's got such a history of racing historics that there's no question I'd love to hear from him as the weekend goes on. And we're looking at his car now at number 70 from 1980.
This is a spectacular version, yes, and it definitely a person I would love to learn more about and know more about. How they got here with the cars that they have and things like that. That overhead shot right there of the Porsches as they came through. You look, the roof line was in perfect line
with the
rear wing.
Yeah,
I mean, just an absolute 100% perfect line.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of books out there as to why this particular set of Porsches were so successful and continue to be so. I mean, you think about what Earl Bamber's driving now. To much success in both IMSA, Le Mans, and around the world. It's just a bullet. And everybody says, oh, it's a mid-engine. It's more to it than that.
There's much more to it. Yeah, it's much more to it. There was John Paul Jr. told me in the 935, because he went from a Formula 4 to a 935. That was his jump, right? And
big jump.
It's a big jump. That was a big jump. So he went from the 935, from the Formula 4 to 935. He said he was doing a 180 miles an hour at Sebring in the 935 as opposed to 115 miles an hour, 120 miles an hour in the Formula 4, and the braking zones were the same.
Okay.
So just put that in perspective of how well.
It's a thinking man.
It wasn't just a go-go juice car, the 935. It stopped and it cornered like the best of them, and that's what made it such a dominant force.
Well, like I said, we've got a bunch of Porsches out there. We've got the odd Alfa Romeo. We've even got a Decon out there as well, a Decon Monza in all yellow. Bill Auckland at the wheel of that. There's the 44. We talked about this yesterday, this Triumph TR8. It attracted me by the simple green and lime colors, which are sort of synonymous, this sort of Group 44, which I've seen many times. I know Brian Redmond, that's how I know those colors, drove one as well. I can't remember the car he drove those colors in, but Group 44 has got its own history, hasn't it?
Yes, Bob Tullius. Bob Tullius was the Group 44
That's why he was
team.
driving with Bob Tullius. There you go.
Yep, the British Leyland Jaguar Triumph Factory USA racing effort.
That's exactly it.
And that's why it would be so familiar to you. They won the Trans Am title with the Jaguar XJS in 77, 78. 79, the Leyland backed the Group 44 team in its development and racing program of the Triumph TR8, which is what we're seeing an example of out there.
Leyland.
Leyland.
When we used to have a motor industry and make MGs and Bentleys and Rolls Royce, and they were British owned. Not so.
But leave it up to
we still make Rolls Royce engines for the planes that you fly on.
Of course you do. Yeah, we do. And you make them right there in Indianapolis. You know that, right?
Ouch.
Yeah.
We used to make them in Wolverhampton too.
But you make them in Indianapolis too. It's a wonderful plan, actually. It's a really a cool place. But Bob Tullius immediately realized the potential of these lightweight aerodynamic V8 powered Triumphs, and he immediately went to work and dominated with them against Camaros and such, and finished first in class, 7th overall. So it was so successful in SCCA competition that SCCA continued to give the TR8 added weight penalties, and it continued to dominate. So Tullius took the TR8 to the IMSA series, where he finished first in class at 6th overall at the 12 hours of Sebring.
Wow.
So I've actually, seen some of the history, and like I said, if you go down to Sebring in the hangar, Bob Tullius has just a very neat museum set up. He's even got an airplane painted. But this number 3 car is another interesting car.
Well, that's a Decon,
Decon Monza.
Yeah.
By Richard Goldsmith driving that.
Yeah, another famous historic driver. Got a Corvette on his tail.
That was originally raced, how about this for extreme sports? In 1976 and 77 by snow skiing champion Jerry Jolly.
Ha! How good.
Yeah.
Another daredevil sport. There's a theme here somewhere.
Those Grand Prix skiers are just they're on another level. I don't the Lindsey Vonns of the world. I mean, you kidding me?
She'd be on my dinner list. And she sat right next to me, she would be.
Yeah, I bet.
So Lindsay, tell me about your skiing. Lovely lady.
Then Chris Springer in that Chevrolet Corvette 68 Corvette that they just showed, which was Larry Park's first road race car.
Chris Springer at the wheel, yeah. So they are qualifying here as the little ticker goes along the bottom there to keep up with who is who. And we'll give you those we won't give you the times. We'll give you the qualifying order though. And there's been quite a quite clear delineation that we're not timing these guys. We're not making a big deal of the timing. It's there. Somebody's timing them, obviously, so they can order them. But we're not. Even the sheets that are printed aren't showing times because that's not what this is about. Are there prizes? Yes, but they're what I would call showing up prizes.
No, there's consolation. Yeah,
it's not. There's no prize money. There's no championship to be won. There's not an historic championship per se, and so it's very much racing and showing off the history. And we are literally walking through the history of American motorsport bit by bit as the weekend goes on.
It's almost as if so this 61 Porsche right here, what I find really fascinating about that RSR is one of only 12 ever made. So you want to talk about one of the rarer cars that we have here. Its first race was in Laguna Seca, so right here in 1975, so it's a nice homecoming for it.
And that's a pretty in pink.
That 42, pretty in pink. Running pretty in pink there.
K3?
That's a K3, so yeah, the K3 they were Kramer built.
Yeah.
So they were Kramer built 935. So they had a K2 version, K3, and I believe K up to K4 was the last one that they did.
Kramer, another famous race name,
known for the slant nose that was nicknamed the Moby Dick.
Right. And the 56, that's the 911 in black. Patrick Long at the wheel.
Patrick Long
talk about
wheel,
great drivers. Now that is a really talk about a great American driver. Patrick Long. Wow.
Yeah.
In fact, funnily enough, in Trans Am right now, there is a Porsche that Patrick Long raced in IMSA that the Coffee Boys drive. And I'm trying to think of the driver who drives it in SGT.
And I love that about Patrick. You saw him just be the consummate gentleman there.
Yeah.
He wanted to stub his nose in and be a racer, and he realized, oh wait, hang on,
this is historic.
This is the historics. I need to mind my P's and Q's and be smart here and not do anything there. But Patrick Long, a phenomenal talent. I've known him since our karting days, and
you karted against him.
Yeah, well, I didn't kart. We weren't in the same class of kart. I ran shifter karts, and he ran Formula A.
Okay.
But he was a world champion, and I was there the day he won the world championship down in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Nice.
And that really launched his career in Porsche. He's been a wonderful spokesperson for Porsche. He runs a club, and I won't say the name because it's a German name, and he's fluent in Deutsch. And I won't, so I'm not going to butcher the name. But if we get to talk to Patrick, I want him to talk about he's got an air-cooled Porsche club. So it's all air-cooled Porsches. So the word is air-cooled in Deutsch. And I'm not going to sit here, like I said, and butcher it. I don't pretend to know the language. But little-known fact about Patrick Long, his little brother's a professional skateboarder. Talking about extreme sports, yeah. Little brother's nicknamed Spanky.
Spanky the skateboarder.
Kevin,
Good to know.
Kevin Long. Kevin Spanky Long.
Gotcha.
Phenomenal skateboarder. So the talent runs deep in that family, and they're a wonderful, wonderful family to know as well.
He's got his little GoPro on top of his helmet, so he'll be getting a good perspective of driving that number 56 in all black.
I'm guessing the owner of that car says, hey, can I get a GoPro on that so I can watch exactly what Patrick Long does and sees and exactly where he turns his head and the Brumos Porsche.
Well, there's I've had this conversation with people before. I don't think there's any other sport in the world where gentlemen get to do the Olympics. And what I mean by that is, can you imagine showing up at the 100 meters and saying, well, our guest entry this weekend is, well, we've got Usain Bolt and we've got, Carl Lewis is coming back. He's making a comeback. And today, as a guest driver, just a gentleman runner, there's no other sport that does this.
No, there's not. That is what makes, we talked about yesterday, what makes so many things that make our sport unique, and that's certainly one of them.
But I also love the idea, and it goes back to the early 50s, of saying, okay, I got this car now. I wonder what Bruce McLaren, one of the greatest drivers in the world, currently in Formula One, is doing, and I'll see if he wants to drive my Trans Am, and the answer is yes.
Yes, yeah, right, exactly. And there
or
are
many other
examples. On top of Patrick Long, we talked about Gunnar Jeanette, and some of these talents that are out here to wheel these cars around are just fantastic.
I remember talking to Chris Amon about coming over to do Sebring, and he said we're like cowboys. He said like hired guns. We were like, you go in there and he said the pressure was immense. We were out for a bit of fun.
Yeah, right.
Like, oh yeah, I'll do the 24 hours of Daytona. But what they didn't realize is that they were there to win.
Always.
And
yeah.
they did.
And they did.
Generally.
And they did.
But,
so that little 914-6-6 IMSA GTL that's driven by William Lyon that they're just showing there was really aggressive on the straightaway, making a nice pass up the hill there. So the car was raced originally SCCA C production 72 and 73 seasons, converted to IMSA spec in 74 to run GTUers, driven by Jim Cook, among others. But Jim Cook being the big name that makes the history of that car. And I was saying that yesterday during our Ford piece is what an honor as a driver, for someone like myself who's been driving race cars for 30 years. And that is the ultimate compliment, that when someone finds history in a car that you've driven, and the reason they found history in it is because you drove it. And that's what we see out here on these historic weekends is just a big pat on the back to the men and women who just made history in these cars and made it to where we desire to see him out on track.
Growing up as a Brit, you don't get to see how the Japanese came to America and dominated. And these Datsuns you're looking at, these 240Zs, you could almost argue that someone like Paul Newman made them famous. And I say that because, not just because of his name, but there were so many other drivers, but he won championships in Datsuns. And the Japanese onslaught, which followed the European onslaught and came in between effectively after the muscle car era. And then the Japanese they learned from the British, nimble, and then they learned from the Americans where you got to have power, and then they did kind of do the best of both. And that's how they dominated. And Toyota and Datsun and so on.
You were talking about how the English were great tinkerers. Yep. I've always looked at the Japanese as a great perfectionist.
Correct.
The Japanese, they still are. And as a culture, they take great ideas and they perfect them.
Yeah.
They perfect them on a level like no other culture does. They can take a great idea from the Germans, from the Italians, from the British, or from the Americans, and they will absolutely make it perfect and shove our noses right, shove it right in our noses that, hey, it could be done better.
I've been smiling for the last 5 years because, as you know, I do a radio show on Formula One, and when Honda were at their worst with McLaren, and Fernando Alonso is in Japan going, this feels like a GP2 car, it's a piece of rubbish. I kept smiling and going, if I know one thing about Honda, they will get it right.
They will.
I don't care whether it takes 5 years, 10 years, or whatever. They are not here to make up the numbers. They never have been, they never will be, and now look at them.
There's too much pride in the culture.
Yeah.
There's way too much pride in the culture to have that failure. It's not in there.
If there's no word can't in America, there is no word failure in Japan.
There certainly is not.
Or it is the worst word you can use.
I mean, look what they did. Just an example. Let's look at Toyota and then what they've done to an assembly line. They took an assembly line that everyone thought that Henry Ford had pretty much laid down the groundwork for pretty close to perfection, and they rewrote the rules for it and made it perfect. And that's just one small example. But I admire that culture for the way that they approach, and they're approaching that. And I couldn't agree with you more. I was sitting as a fan of Formula One saying, Fernando, I'd bite your tongue.
Yeah.
Because not only is Honda Motor Company one of the most powerful in racing, and you want to keep them on your side.
You want to go IndyCar racing?
They figure it out. Successful in IndyCar, they figure it out. The Honda HPD is one of the best to work with because of that. You know that they are going to bring their game.
And HPD, of course, based here in California,
right
both cars and bikes, and now HPD very heavily informed in the junior formulas. Road to Indy, and of course with FIA, F3, or FR, and Formula 4.
Yes, yeah. I mean, they've got a great award for the FRA champion, right? They're going to go over to Japan on a full ticket, to run Super Formula.
Come the next Gasly. So, 94, we just saw the 1979 935 K3. And as we look, and a lovely view of the 61, that's the 1975 RSR.
Yeah, that was that one of ever 12, only 12 of those ever made. So you got to imagine how many of them survived. If they only made 12 to begin with.
I never understand how that works. How can you economically only make 12? You know what I mean? In other words, where does the
since when has racing cared about economics?
I know, dumb question, really.
Yeah, we need to make 12 for the rules.
Keep me straight.
Yeah, so basically, I think the number comes from you had to probably make that many in the rules to be able to call yourself a production car.
Yeah, it's basically a homologation.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Same with bikes. They used to say, I remember when some of the smaller factory bike racing teams had to have a minimum of 150 bikes to enter World Superbikes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same with Ducati.
Same thing with those. Yeah, so it's no different. I mean, I truly think that's what that was. It's going to be no different.
12 seems so tiny.
It does. It does seem so tiny. It's no different than what I think we're going to see with the new hypercar class coming into World Endurance Racing. Car class is going to be that you're going to have to produce so many units of that hypercar to be able to even enter in that class. You just can't produce one and say, that's our race car. No, you're going to have to produce that the common consumer, that Bruce Canepa can go out there and import himself one and put it in his garage.
Yep. Looking down the Rainey curve, Wayne Rainey, we hope, will be here this weekend. We have a Rainey, a curve named after him. We have an Andretti here, named after the famous Andretti family. And of course, Bobby Rahal himself will be racing up the Rahal Straight. How magnificent to race up your own straight.
You got to love that, right? I mean,
I've been then when you win 3 times in Indy here at Laguna, then that's fair.
Oh, he's
also a part of the foundation here.
Yeah, he was pretty magical here. He definitely was special to watch here. Him and Rick Mears were also. Rick Mears was something special to watch out here. When you got them out of California, they were really phenomenal here, especially at Laguna Seca. And Bobby Rahal. I couldn't. The Rahal Straight's named after him, so the Andretti Straight at Motorsport's not named after me, but I could say when I went down, every time I went down the Andretti Straight, I was like, there was a sense of pride. And I would text, I always, I usually send my Uncle Mario a text after driver's meeting because I tell him, I said, there's not a building, and it's such an honor and pride, it's so prideful, there's not a building we go have a driver's meeting and I don't look around and see a picture of my uncle.
Yeah.
And that's something that, I know that I get to experience that's awfully unique to my life.
And as you know, I have a close family tie with Brian Redmond, and he's my dad's best friend growing up. Drove my dad away from the wedding, and thankfully, were it not for Brian, I wouldn't be here right now because 2 other guys tried to chase him out, as they do, because they were all rally drivers back then, and luckily Brian outpaced them and took my mother and father away from the church, and luckily they were able to, carry on their relationship, and out I came. So thanks to Brian, I'm here. But yeah, I mean,
beautiful story.
It was great walking into New Zealand, into a racetrack in Taronga. Now we're talking about the most southern international race circuit in the world. Like, you look out, the sea is there. It's where the fastest Indian was made and run on the beaches. Right. Looking out to the Antarctic, and there's a picture on the wall at the racetrack of Brian racing there in his Lola.
You gotta love that.
I love it.
Yeah, you gotta love that. It makes you glow inside. It makes you feel so prideful.
It also makes you realize how small the world is.
I have a friend of mine said, "Small world when you travel in big circles."
Yeah, exactly right.
That's his racing one,
Talking of circles, away they go. We've been going round and round here at Laguna Seca, the famous and iconic Laguna Seca, one of the most sought-after tracks for track day drivers, professional drivers, and Formula One drivers. Jenson Button was here not just a week ago,
lapping the
new Lotus.
hypercar Lotus,
which is, talk about a full circle of history.
It's amazing, isn't it? Checker flag is out for our qualifying session in what we got here, Group 3A.
Yes, Group 3A, a big group too, and they've done their qualifying. And Bruce Canepa, we talked to him, he's 4th on the grid. Casada in 5th place, Ransom Webster in 6th, Tom McGlynn in 7th, and Patrick Long, there he is, number 56 in 8th position.
So Bruce Canepa was in a pretty neat car there too, that 935. Only 13 customer 935s were built for 1979, and this was one of those. Private teams for Creamer and Yost were Yost, another one of those everyday names.
All right. Well, I think, Adam, I'm excited because remember that car I pointed out to you yesterday and said I've never seen a Volvo 1800.
Yes, I think I know where you're going with this.
Well, I got a feeling that my man Kev has done me a solid and gone and found it. So let's head down to Kev Harris. He's down in the paddock, and I think he's with that owner of the Volvo P1800.
Yeah, I tell you what, Johnny, a Volvo it is. And if you want to find a man that epitomizes the spirit of motorsport and now historic motorsport, well, I've got him right here. This is Rick Hayden from LA. He's the owner, the driver, and the mechanic of this beautiful Volvo. I mean, Rick, we've just been chatting and we could have chatted all day. But firstly, thanks for talking to us and what a great event it is this weekend.
Yes, you're welcome. We're here just to show the car and to remind people who Art Riley was, who raced this in the 60s. And I, as a kid in 63, actually raced against this car and beat it once with my TR3. And years later, when I'm seeking something to go into vintage racing after club racing for years, I reminded him, I said, gee, you know, I beat you at Thompson when Bob Sharp won. Bob Sharp later goes on to employ Paul Newman. And I passed you on the back straight. I shouldn't have been able to do that. He says, no, that must have been the year that my mechanic forgot to put grease in the rear end. And we were all driving the races at the time. And he says, halfway up to Thompson, Connecticut, the rear end is making more and more noise. And I pulled it into a gas station, put my hand on the pump in the third member, and it was hot as hell. The mechanic forgot to put the grease in. And I never got it free enough. So that's how I beat this car ages ago. But Art was the class of the field. In 57, he won the 10-hour Little Le Mans race with the 544 at Lime Rock. He and Billy Rutan, both of them passed away now. They won it 3 of the first 5 years overall and put Volvo on the map, basically. And they had a whole ad campaign. It's a family car, it's a sports car. And that awakened the country to the performance aspects. And they've always had a safety representation. They've always had, they had the first for the 3-point seat belt. And the cars are just really solid. This is one of the first, this is serial number 14, the first one brought into the country.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on that point because this is fantastic, Rick. Like you just told me, people might not have realized, you know, it's a Volvo, but they were originally Jensen built in the UK. And then this one, number 14, found its way to the US.
Right. Volvo was being so successful with the sedans that it didn't have the production capacity for this. This was designed back in 58 by Pelle Peterson, who was a famous yacht designer, and he's still alive. Yeah. Happened to be the son of the CEO of Volvo, but working for Frua in Italy at the time. And they kept his identity a secret because it was a competition. And he won, and it's a lovely car. It has a lot of 50s things, the Ferrari egg crate grille, the too much chrome, and the fins from America, and it's such. But it was built by Jensen on contract for the first 6,000 cars, and this was the press and dealer's demonstrator for over a year from the importer. And Art wanted to race the car and could only buy one as a group of 10 or so, which he couldn't finance as a small dealer. So the president of Volvo America finally let him buy the car, and he made it into a race car in 62. In 63, the rules changed here where you could remove any piece of metal from the engine. So that's chop the head, up comes the compression, belly up to the grinder with your camshaft, and that's duration and lift and etc. Grind out the ports and all. That's 35% more power. And Art was always one for being prepared. He says, I never really raced. If I wanted to race, I would have bought a real race car. Yeah. I was promoting the product that I was selling, and that's why I went around. And he loved endurance events. This thing has raced at Sebring, at Road America 500.
Yeah, and I think, Rick, you said to me from 1960, whenever it was, there's still Sebring grime and dirt under the back end of this if you get your fingernails under there.
Yeah, right. And it was wonderful because this car was wrecked, the worst wreck that ever came at Sebring in 1965. But Art was a pack rat like me and saved everything from the wreck. And I found a nice first-year body, original. If you look under, I lie underneath it something. Sometimes look at the belly, and the paint is going crossways, which you know that Jensen turned up the car on its end and went and splattered it all.
Rick, listen, I could talk and listen to you all day, and we haven't even haven't even started talking about Patti Patina there. Yeah. We'll come back and talk to you about that. If you get a chance, if you are here, come and see Rick and see Patti Patina, the 1980 motorhome.
72.
Oh, it's a 1972, but he's had it since 1980. Rick, listen, it's been a blast. We're going to come and speak to you again. Is that all right?
That's wonderful.
All right, I'm going to leave you to it for a moment. Thank you ever so much, sir. The epitome of what this event is all about and what motorsport is all about. Been doing it for years and touring the country in that motorhome, Patti Patina, that is behind me. But I mean, from a Volvo to how about this? We've got a Corvette from 1975 to 1977. I might just come around here and we're going to speak to the man who owns it, because for me, sir, this is just a work of art. Cars from the 70s with this coloration and these graphics, they will blow your mind. They are head-turningly good. Yeah. So firstly, what's your name and what's going on here?
My name is Joe Carr, and actually the car is owned by Mike Parks. And then we restore them, we do track support for them, and then we test them before the drivers get in them to make sure they're safe and running. So we started restoring this car for them. Actually, the funny part is this car, I watched race when I was 15 years old at Brainerd, and then he ended up bringing it to my shop to get it restored. So that was pretty wild.
And what a great restoration you've done on it. I mean,
Talking about that Manson.
There you go. Well, I'm sorry about that. We lost a little bit of audio there, but Kev will, I'm sure, put us in touch again with that Corvette, because I was really looking forward to hearing more and more about that. But that Volvo, well, I was hoping for that, and I expected to be interested, and I was, and it was more interesting than I expected, and I'm hoping to hear more from Mr. Hayden later on in the day.
500 Series Indianapolis Roadster.
We're looking forward to our next group action coming up, and that's qualifying for Group 4A. There'll be an action in a few moments. We'll take a short break, though, from Laguna Seca, and we'll be back from glorious California in a moment.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When hours invested.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reuinion.
Enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion 1947 to 1955 Sports, Racing and GT Group is brought to you by Race for RP. We're all in. Are you? Welcome back to Laguna Seca. Life is better at the track, and I would have to agree with that logo as we look high above the WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and there is one of those lagunas, artificial though it may be. Laguna Seca, I was telling you yesterday, actually means dry lake, and when you look at the basin that this particular track is in, it is just that. It was built in a dry lake back in 1957. First race won by a Ferrari.
I found that fascinating. Your history never ceases to amaze me, Jonathan.
Well, it's only in a book. You know, the internet's a lovely thing.
Yeah, it is. It truly is. But still, for
Peter Lovely was the man. Talking of lovely things.
Oh, really?
Who won that race in a Ferrari? Yeah, you go. That's a bit more of.
We got a couple of Ferraris in this group. You know, we got a 750 Monza out there that Tazio Otis is behind the wheel of. That Phil Hill drove to victory, overall victory in 1955, Pebble Beach races. And overall victory of 56, but none other than Carroll Shelby in that Ferrari. So it's interesting to see how that history circles.
Well, talking of the Pebble Beach races, that's where Laguna kind of came out of. Back in 1950, they started running through the forests around Pebble Beach. And it was the rich and famous, as it were, that would come here, including people like Sterling Moss, would come here and race through the forests. But as you can imagine, hay bales and trees, it wasn't really conducive to 150-mile-an-hour cars, and sadly there was a fatality in 1956, and so quickly, by 1957, they started looking at racing here, and the rest is history, so to speak, and that is why we've got what we've got here now.
Absolutely, and there's Tazio right there in the car that I was mentioning. Not this one. This is the 15. This is a different car. That's a Manning Street Special by Robert Manson behind the wheel of that. But that other car they showed in the Andretti hairpin was that Ferrari I was speaking of. Look at him work the wheel.
I know.
I love the...
Well, that's the glove I was saying. I wanted to see people in bright-colored gloves so you could see how much input they're putting in.
He must have got the notes, Jonathan.
He must have got the
notes. Those are
notes.
beautifully bright-colored gloves, from that gentleman to show us exactly how hard they're working.
It's a big thing about historic racing, especially with the big wheels and the fact that the tires don't give you the same feedback. You've really got to be adjusting every couple of seconds. Look at that. It's just that little...
Always moving, always working, always following. And
not that you don't do the same in your car, but to be honest, in a race car modern day, it's all about not movement, right?
Exactly. I mean, anytime movement of the wheel is a scrub of speed. So,
but this was to keep momentum.
They had to keep momentum, and also because, like you said, the inputs were. He had so much deflection in the sidewall, even in the wheel. The wheel is such a big wheel, and the wire spoke, and so there's deflection in the wheel a lot of times too. That is, and in the suspension pieces, that's again moving up through the steering wheel. We've eliminated all that. Our cars are so stiff and everywhere. That's why you have to let go of the steering wheels before you make an impact, because it'll try and rip your hands away from your wrist. So, it was a much different, much different materials, much different sets of pressure on the vehicles as well.
How about that? Did you see that Mercury Special there? Baldwin Mercury Special from 1949. These are cars from 47 to 55. Remember?
Yeah, what a special era. This is just post-war, right there in that era, and that's when. Like you were saying, the Daredevils were out there wanting to show their stuff. They wanted more power.
The technology was all about nimble aeroplanes. So the sort of engine technology was often a sort of small down version from what they produced for making those World War II engines. And the drivers were literally ex-Spitfire stroke, whatever, Hornet stroke, whoever, Luftwaffe engine pilots or pilots from the war. So because they were the only ones who would dare to strap themselves in and do it.
I was going to say, it explains the safety of that era. And they're like, well, this isn't any more than we had on the airplane, so we should be fine.
Yeah, there's runoff. What are you talking about?
Man, you guys have it.
There's nobody trying to shoot at me.
Yeah, this is easy.
72, that's the Shannon Crossley Special.
That is designed and built and raced by Floyd Shannon. It was raced at many venues in California, including Riverside. And then it was later sold and raced by Ms. Pat Copland.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You could argue that this particular circuit, and I would add Riverside, which doesn't exist anymore, sadly, but also Sonoma, which, was Sears Point, for those who are talking historic terms. But I would say that this Laguna Seca circuit really is the center for California racing, perched nicely between San Francisco and LA, and you've got the Hollywood crowd would come up, you've got the San Francisco elite, if you will, it's Pebble Beach, the golf courses, and so on and so forth. So you can imagine this being a really center for Sunday afternoon racing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It would have to have been, right? I mean, there was so much going on here, and even that Curtis that was in picture for a long time, that number 9, that red Curtis Dodge, those were built in Glendale, California, so right down the road, obviously not right down the road, but in the same vicinity. And obviously, when you can race, if you're building cars in California, where are you going to go race? You're going to go race at Laguna Seca. You're going to go race at Sears Point, Sonoma. You're going to go race at Willow Springs, Thunder
Now
Hill.
we're talking. The 183, the Jaguar XK120. Now, I mentioned the Pebble Beach races. It was a car almost identical to that won the first 1950 race, which pretty much kicked off racing here in California, and it was that car, the Jaguar, that won.
What a neat, I mean, that you could tell that's a Jaguar from 100 miles away, because it just is so distinct to that era.
The British Racing Green gives it away for one.
Partially. But like you said, the British Racing Green could be on the Lotus.
Look at the input here. Look at that.
That is working a wheel.
That tells you everything I've been talking about. That he's literally wrestling it But did you notice that the car didn't move? It was just the wheel, like there.
Yeah, it's all that deflection we were talking about.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different inputs just to get round the corner. And again, watch him turn into turn 4 here. And again, look at those inputs. Absolutely incredible how they're doing. I'm so glad we're getting to see our cameraman. I tell you, it's that coffee. They're dialed in today, and they are giving us a real insight into how to drive, or what it takes to drive an historic vehicle. Here's another one.
We did make sure they got the dark roast this morning.
I think it's the dark roast.
I think it is the dark roast.
Another Jaguar just behind. That's the 13.
K120, yeah.
And that's what they call suede green. William Rookledge at the wheel. He's slightly menacing, isn't he? Coming up on behind and that little blue thing in front.
It really is. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even look like like same era of vehicle, but it is.
And here they are at the mighty corkscrew. I'll take it. I bet there's some input coming in here. Look at that. He squares it off and then zooms it in. Same thing here. Well, slightly different line, but they all work. I would absolutely love to get out there and drive one of those things.
Oh, that car there has a lot of just historic. It's been in over 40 events since 2011, really? And so it's they're perennial, visitors to many historic events. Obviously, so it looks like they go all over the world and ship the car and show it off. And I mean, why wouldn't you? If you got the opportunity to do it, why not go take a car like that around Spa, around the Nordschleife, if you will, in the Nürburgring.
You're looking at the Baldwin Special, the Roadster in the aluminum alloy.
Again, I'm so glad I'm not on that crew polishing that. That is, it's a beautifully
I shaved in that this morning.
Yeah, I bet you did. It's looking high and tight.
Well, I just figured I knew I could get a reflection, and I got it.
It's over 100 miles an hour through that bridge, too.
Nice.
I mean, that's with your head out in the air. That's got to feel like 200 miles an hour in that thing. And then you have the added benefit that the sun hits it just right. You could blind your competitor.
Clever thinking.
I believe that was always the Silver Arrows mentality. Hit the sun just right.
Now, here's a beauty. Look at this. Number 60 Porsche 356. Gregor Magnussen at the wheel. We saw this car yesterday and we both went, oh, that's pretty. And it is.
It truly is. With the leather straps, I love that aspect of this era, too, is the leather straps that keep everything.
Now, I did some research last night. I thought it was a 356 that the famous James Dean drove, but it wasn't.
Oh, it was a Spider.
It was a Spider,
yeah. You were informed that yesterday. I was new to that, and then when you brought that up this morning, I was like, yeah, I've been to the James Dean Museum in Fairfield, Indiana. I highly suggest you go check that out if you're ever off of I-69. Off I-65, excuse me. Barton?
What's that like, that museum?
It's not huge or anything like that, but it has a lot of his collection, his clothing, movie scripts, things like that. So it's just it's interesting. I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but it's worth. But yeah, then I remember seeing pictures of him, and then you saw the Spider, and it was clearly clearly embossed on the back.
Yeah, and there's that glint of sunshine.
That one, I tell you, that raced around Frankfurt, Germany into the late 1950s, but that's the history on the car. It was really just a local German race car.
Mm-hmm. It's funny when you go to Germany and you go to the Nordschleife, and I think you know this, that you can go on the Nordschleife for something like 40 euros. Mm-hmm. And if you didn't know that, you should, because it's a great.
And you can take anything.
You can take your hire car. Not that I have Avis or Hertz.
Well, you could take. You could take your RV. You can take literally anything you want out there. You could take out there, and that's what's so fascinating about it.
Or if you're really lucky, you can get in a latest Mercedes E-Class with Hans Stuck and go around.
And that's even better. Yeah, that's even better. But I mean, you don't have to have any kind of special licensing or anything along those lines. So also, it's probably why they, it's a pretty consistent action that they got to clean people up off the place.
Now there's a pretty car, the Allard K2 in blue, beautiful.
That is a beautiful, Johnny Moat behind the wheel. Again, love watching, how these men and women just wrestle these vehicles all around. Again, these period correct vehicles.
Now, here's a car I want to learn about. It's a 1953 Sayata, and I know nothing. I have to be honest. A 208S. Robert Davis at the wheel. We'll go and find him. I will go and find him, or I'll get Kev to have a look. But I'm making a note because there's a few cars that, I hate to be honest, guys, 400 cars, you can't have everyone dialed in.
I'm going to go ahead and remove the mystery from you.
Go for it.
Period racing history is unknown.
Well, then I don't feel such a fool.
They have no idea. But since 2004, Mr. Robert Davis has raced the car many times. Mia Amelia, the Monterey Historic Career, obviously, Colorado ground, going to the Sun Rally, the CSRG Charity Challenge, Wine Country Motorsports, and other CSRG.
Car.
It is a beautiful.
It's almost got a Cobra look to it.
It does. It does have that Cobra look to it, and it's early, right? You're looking at this is in the 50s, in 1953, so early 50s.
Well, to be honest,
ahead of its time.
When you say AC Cobra, you've got to remember that a lot of that is a nod, if you will, to the British design.
Oh, 100%. 100% it is. Yeah. That was the idea. Take that design and throw the big engine. Take the best of what we had.
Yep.
And get it to work. Get it to turn.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history.
Yeah. So it's just over 6 minutes to go in our latest group, 4A. And this is sports car racing and GT cars from the era that is 1947 to 1955. And as Adam rightly pointed out, just after the war, a very interesting time, both from those taking part in motor racing and also the innovators tinkering in the background and designing these cars. And that's why you get that word special a lot, is that there's not one-offs, but there were people doing different things, adding things, taking away things, and therefore able to use the name, the basics of the car, and then add, this is the special version.
That's a great point to bring out, because so many people ask, why was it special? Why was it a special? What made it a special? And that was just it. It was a one-off. These were.
Well, my teachers used to say, "Yeah, I was special."
Well, yeah, those were for different reasons, though, Jonathan. You know that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They were doing that because of
I had my own special classroom.
Well, you were eating the macaroni art, and that was the problem. They thought, man, it's tough. But the number 55 here.
That's an MG.
An MG TD
Good old
green,
British
Caden
car.
Maroof. Yes, and that is in the British Racing green, as you said.
See, now listen, here's a fantasy. Get me that car at San Francisco Airport and let me drive all the way down to Cabo San Lucas.
Yeah, that'd be all right, wouldn't it? That'd be a good trip.
And I'll take 2 weeks doing it.
It's beautiful yellow accents on that as well. It just really makes that
yeah,
big
that's
pop.
neat.
You would think it's Lotus, but it's not. This is British, but it's not Lotus.
And also how it's opened up. You'd think that they would have the flaps down, but it's kind of got the open engine, so you can see right into it. Very, very. That's a pretty car. I've fallen in love again. My first car was an MGB, but it was nowhere near as beautiful as that.
Yeah,
it was a 76 MGB GT.
Oh, really?
$1,500.
That's good.
Houston, Texas. Plastic seats.
The plastic seats.
And I drove it at college
How
around
did
Dallas.
plastic seats survive Houston,
Well,
Texas?
that was my judgment on a date at SMU, because there was a lot of pretty but rich girls. So if they were willing to sit in my MG and lose 5 pounds, because I was sweating like a pig, because there was no air conditioning.
No, of course not.
Leyland didn't know what air conditioning was.
Not. No, heck no.
Lucas Parts? Are you kidding? So if a date could stay with me for the entire trip of my MG, then she was all right. My kind of girl.
There you go.
77 is the Baldwin Mercury Special. We mentioned it already. But Robert Manson at the wheel, and I love the way this sits to the ground. That wheelbase, that wide wheelbase, gives it a real sense that it's low to the ground, and therefore gives it that racy feel and that huge grille. Superb.
I love how many of these cars, right, in this era were built here in California too. That one there is built in Santa Barbara by Willis or Bill Baldwin. It participated in most of the earliest sports car racing events organized in southern Northern California. So, first Palm Springs road races in the 50s.
Oh!
Wow, what a save. What a save.
Good catch.
Good on you, mate.
Oh, I'd like to see a replay of that. That was great. That was the Tatum.
That was the Tatum.
GMC special, and that was pretty special what he just did there.
Stockton, California is where that one's built.
Yeah.
I love that. Stockton, California, and I've got a little history at Stockton 999 Speedway that is not the best history, but nonetheless, history in itself.
It's funny, deep in the hills of California, I think of places like Bakersfield, where all sorts of NASCAR drivers come from, and midget drivers, and I don't know, I think I said once to I can't remember who it was, but it was somebody from there. And I said, well, how do you get all these drivers? He said, it's dirt, man. We had nowhere to drive, so we drove on dirt.
Yeah, there was a lot of great dirt
Midget
tracks
racing.
in the South. Yeah, there's great dirt tracks in Southern California, and some phenomenal dirt racers, have come from the West Coast. And, J.J. Haley was one of them. In the modern era is one of those names that comes to mind that, was a West Coaster and came over here and came to the Midwest, and made a real name for himself in open wheel racing. And because if you can make it in the Midwest in open wheel racing, you're doing something, So just over 2 minutes to go. Here's a replay. Wow, look at that cross correct.
Okay, Mr. Andretti, tell us how you do that.
That right there he kept his eyes in the right place. That was great driving in recovery, and if you're
didn't panic.
And did not panic. If your eyes are in the right place, you won't panic. What I mean by that is you want to look where you want to go, not where the car was headed.
Correct.
And that's what that driver did absolutely superbly there. I would like to see the 29 car get those seatbelt straps. That is not his seatbelts undone, folks.
That's his scarf, isn't it?
I'm letting you know, those are actually like the excess to tighten it around the roll bars. So those are usually you fold those up and get tie wrap them. I believe maybe a tie wrap might have broken the wind, and that's what's causing that to flail around. But like I said, the mechanics that are great here, they're going to handle that and get that taken care of. But I just want to assure our audience at home that this is not a person that has lost their seatbelts.
A Triumph TR2 at its finest. That's the 33 coming up now. Another Jaguar. An OTS XK120.
And period with the helmet and the suit again. You love when it goes to that level.
And this is the man I talked about. I'm going to send Kev to go and see him. James Older from Reno, Nevada. And he drives that car from Reno.
I love that.
All the way here.
I think it's brilliant.
Isn't that great?
And he's been doing historic events since 1982.
Nuts.
He's been doing. He's a seasoned veteran in that car. So a seasoned veteran in it, and
and I said, what is the one thing? There was one. I don't know what. I can't remember what it was, but he told me that there was one part of the XK120. I said, is there a weakness? Is there something you need to replace or worry about? And I don't know what it was, whether it was transmission or whatever, but it was something. And he said, but that is all. Other than that, it's bulletproof.
That says something to the ingenuity and the engineering.
Can you imagine this on the freeway?
Yeah. Oh, it'd be
the trucks that literally slow down to like his speed, wave, and it doesn't matter, rain or shine, he's out there.
Love that. Love that. That's the spirit that we're surrounded with out here, isn't it, Jonathan?
Look at that. Look at that.
That's
what a shot.
Yeah, it is.
Go on, James. And I can assure you, he's having the time of his life. Now, look at that input, too. Very smooth. I mean, he literally lives with this car. He absolutely adores it. Puts all his luggage in the back.
What a great story. And then the checkered flag is out for a session. So it brings a draw to the end of qualifying for Group 4A. Nice, clean sessions. I can't say that enough. It's been a really wonderful morning for the sessions. I've only seen a couple of black flags out for only a couple of competitors that have been having a little bit of slight issue, but everything's been looking good out here.
Yeah, no question about it. The weather is perfect. Nice little breeze to keep things a little bit cooler than they could be.
The sheriff is down there doing his job, apparently.
The sheriff is doing his job. We're talking about Dorsey Schroeder, of course, ex-Trans Am champion and legend of the sport here in the United States. Still going very strong. Ooh, a bit of a moment lock up there at the top of the corkscrew.
Suspension component. It cannot be repaired. They didn't have a spare part, so they had no choice but to withdraw the car. Tough break for.
And luckily, we were talking to Dorsey. Smoke pouring out the back of that. That's going to need some help. But we were just saying to Dorsey yesterday, he was quite pleased that there were very few mechanical issues from yesterday's. But that is a mechanical issue you're watching right now.
And that was in turn 10, so right by pit road.
He'll be
so if there
quickly.
was any kind of fluid drop, it was a small amount. I don't see a trail behind the car. I think that's more of an internal issue. Could have a valve, could have sucked a valve or whatnot, but like we said, most talented mechanics you'll find about anywhere sitting inside this paddock here this weekend. What a beautiful shot of the paddock that is. And this is, as you mentioned, Jonathan, we were absent of this event in 2020.
Yeah.
But 2021, from that shot alone, we are in full force.
Yeah, no question. Over 400 cars, as we mentioned, plus all the auctions that are taking place down the road in Monterey and at Carmel by the Sea. There's some Concours d'Elegance, and then there's some effectively rallies from point to point, if you will. And it's a huge festival, as you heard from the Adaires. They've been here 11 days, and as they joked, adding to the local economy. Well, without further ado, we've been down there with Kev Harris, our Special K, as we like to call him. Let's head down once again and join him down in the paddock.
I tell you what, Johnny, how about this? Us Europeans have got to stick together, and down here in the paddock I've found a fantastic, beautiful example of a European car. Maybe the only one you'll see here this weekend, and the man that owns it is to my left. I mean, sir, 1965 Iso Grifo GT. We just had a little chat, but firstly, welcome Steve Schuler. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
What a great event, and what a great car. Just tell us why this car. That's what I like, what you just said to me just then.
Well, I was living in Australia, and I went to one race down there, my first race before I actually moved there, and a friend was racing one, or a fellow was racing one of these, and I was talking to another friend and said, gee, I'd like to have one of those to race in Australia. And he just happened to have one. It was in Brisbane, I was in Melbourne. It was totally taken apart in 1973 in the US. And it came basically a bare body with 27 boxes of parts and an engine and transmission and rear end on a pallet. Yeah. And that's the way I bought it and said, well, there's a challenge, we'll get it done. A friend of mine was a panel beater down there and fellow racers. We raced some other cars together. And he said, well, I'll put it together for you. And he did it in about 4 months. So I had the parts running to him, and he did all the body work, chassis work, and paint. So quite a job. So it's been a lot of fun. It's a high-speed touring car, basically. Yeah. It's really not a road race competitive with the Cobras and such and the Corvettes that it runs with, but it's a lot of fun. I ran it a lot in Australia, at the Australia Grand Prix and Phillip Island and Sandown and Calder and Winton, so had a lot of fun down there. It's the first time I've raced it in the U.S. We just brought out of storage. It's been in storage for 15 years. We just got it back going. So
can I just jump in?
Yeah, certainly.
Is this the first weekend you've raced it in 15 years, or the first year, or what?
First day I raced it was last Saturday.
Wow! So, yeah. After 15 years of being in storage.
Years, yeah. So
how's it handling?
I remember it a little bit better than it was, but I'm running some later cars now, so I think I'm now used to power steering. These are pretty much a heavy-handed car to drive, but they're a lot of fun. So it's just a ball. So I'm having a lot of fun with everybody here.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. And like we said, I mean, you look down every line here. There's a Mustang or a Trans Am car, and they're beautiful, and we love them. I know you've got one, and you've got a Cobra as well, but I'm right in saying there might not be many of these here, maybe the only one.
Yeah, I believe this will be the only one. There was going to be another model here, Revolta, but unfortunately he had an accident a few months ago and wasn't able to get it done. Okay. So there is a Bizzarini here, which is basically the same chassis, but a later body and a real streamlined body, and that's running up at the front of the group. It's a much lighter car. This is probably 600 or 800 pounds heavier, so. But it's still great to be out here and just have fun with everybody. It's something different.
Yeah, it's great, and it's drawing the crowds as well. People are loving seeing it, and just give us, like you said, it's quite a heavy car and it's quite a handful, no power steering or anything like that. So what is it like going around this technical, fairly not very grippy circuit here at Laguna Seca?
Yeah, you have to push it around a little bit, and the rear end comes around nicely. It's real predictable, which is nice. So it's got a lot of power. It has a 327 Chevy in it, so which they came with. Later models had different motors when they couldn't get the Chevys, but this was a 6-car built in 1965. So got a bit of early history. Stayed at the factory for a while, and then raced a bit in Europe, just club racing in Germany, and then came to the U.S. for a number of years, and then to Australia. So it's just a blast.
Yeah, and that is real history. Did you say number 6 off the production line?
Yeah, it was number 6. It was one of their pre-production cars, and actually stayed within the factory probably, we think, until 65. So, but it was the 6th car built. So a few minor differences, not many, than the later production cars.
And what you've obviously done with it is fully stripped out. We can't get the camera in here at the moment, but fully stripped out, ready to go racing, and there's not a nut or a bolt out of place in there.
Yeah, that's right. But it's all stock standard dash. I put some additional gauges in, but all that's the same, and the interiors are stripped out, but in the theme of the doors, and the race seats in it, and it has a full roll cage in it, which was required in Australia to race down there. So that probably added a few hundred pounds, but it's about 3,000 pounds. But it's just wonderful to drive, and just a great time.
Yeah, it is a great time. And speaking of a great time, what about this event here at Monterey at Laguna Seca? I mean, you're a historic racer. You're not, pardon me, you're not historic, but you enjoy historic racing. These weekends are a lot of fun, and you get to do them. But the guys put on a fantastic show this weekend so far, haven't they?
Yeah, it's just been wonderful. So we had a little hiatus from last year, and been racing here since the early 80s, and it's just a fantastic event to see it back and see all the guys back and everybody back out, and just some unbelievable, sensational cars in all the groups.
Yeah, I mean, like, see all the guys back, like you said, obviously the whole world's had a difficult 18 months or so, and it's great that they can get an event off the ground. I don't know about you, but I feel this event, it's like it's been reborn. The Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion this year seems to have really, stepped up, and it's like we're starting all over again.
I agree completely. It's like everybody's finally getting out and feeling good about things again, and planning for next year, and really opening up. So it's really a great brand new season opener, even though it's late in the year.
Yeah. And that sense of things opening up, but it's just everywhere around this weekend. So what time are you going out on circuit, and what you got to do to get ready?
Well, I'm going out in my other car, which is an IMSA Mustang, and I go out a little after 12, so just shortly from now. And then this goes out tomorrow in the morning, and then in late afternoon for the race.
All right, so Steve's going to be out at about 12 in the IMSA Mustang, so keep an eye out for him in there. What number's that car for our viewers?
That'll be number 74, blue and white Mustang, so I'm sort of a mid-pack guy.
Okay, 74 Mustang. Keep your eyes on that one, Johnny. Steve will be at the wheel, and he'll be out in the ISO Grifo tomorrow. Steve, a real pleasure. Thanks ever so much. Kind of man that makes this event what it is. Johnny and Adam, how about that? Found a European car on a US parking lot. Very expensive parking lot, mind you.
Yeah, what an interesting story, what an interesting racer. I want to know more about that car, and I'm going to look it up tonight. And as we look high above the corkscrew, looking down on Laguna Seca, a rare sight from this angle. It's not often you get to see that angle, actually, but a full paddock of historic cars here for the Monterey Reunion of 2021. We've got plenty more cars coming your way. Stay with us. We'll take a short break from Laguna, and we'll be right back. Join us then. This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced, while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets, and we'll see you at the track.
Black and gold, followed by Zach Brown, number 7 from Wakefield, 1980 Williams, FW06.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1966 to 1985 Masters Historic Formula One Group is brought to you by the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival.
Car 12, Chris McAllister from Indianapolis, Indiana.
And yes, I'm looking forward to this, no question about it. Formula One has, well, it's probably the main reason that I got involved in motorsport in the first place, and over the years, well, over 35 years, I've seen cars, bikes, rally, you name it. But Formula One's still very close to my heart, still involved in it now. And we didn't make the point yesterday, but, the early cars that we're looking at now are so, as they are now, so heavily influenced by Europe. But the American influence was actually higher back then. I mean, we've got Haas now. But I was saying recently that, with Williams being bought out by American conglomerates and so many more, with the technology companies now like Dell and many others getting involved, CrowdStrike involved in the safety car, you've got Haas Formula One, and of course Liberty, our American company. And as we look at Group 5A, it's worth remembering, where we started out. A lot of the names we're looking at here don't exist anymore, but a lot still very much do.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of our sport is it's really the strong surviving at work, and there's not to say that Terrell was not weak. It's just sometimes the team ownership dies with the owner, and that's sometimes unfortunate, or sometimes there's a loss there, no one to pass it down to, and that wasn't the case with Williams. They just it's hard to keep up in the financial world that is Formula One, and Williams was given that opportunity, but they get to keep the namesake. And speaking of Williams, that number 27 there is the 1981 FW07C. That's the evolution of the FW07 that Alan Jones won the World Championship in 1980. So that one right there that was Carlos Reutemann and Nelson Piquet in those. Carlos Reutemann narrowly misses out.
Reutemann,
Reutemann narrowly misses out. Williams claims another constructor's title that year with that FW07C.
Yeah, when you look at who drove for Williams over the years, including Prost, Mansell, and so many more, Hill, Damon Hill, so many greats. Alan Jones, you just mentioned, won a world title for them. But the Williams drivers is a who. Jack Villeneuve.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unbelievable.
No, if you've driven for Williams,
yeah,
that is something that definitely tops your resume, along with with if you drive for McLaren, if you drive, for Ferrari, any of those, it definitely hits the resume button. And like you said, speaking of button, Jensen Button,
he drove for Williams.
He drove for Williams. So.
Yeah, back in the early 2000s, that was his first drive. He did the Macau Grand Prix and then almost literally went straight as the test driver for the Williams Formula One team. Now, here's a car that rings many bells for me, the JPS Special. As I said yesterday, I thought JPS was the name of the car, but of course it was a cigarette manufacturer. Yes, that car means a lot to me. And it means a lot to you.
Yeah, that's a special car. Anything that is painted up in the John Player Special colors, I mean, I think it hits all of us in motorsports as being special.
Well, we talk about Andretti here, but we shouldn't forget Emerson Fittipaldi was a big proponent, obviously, in that car too. The JPS Special, I had the Fittipaldi red helmet and the Mario Andretti. And, of course, Mario won his world title with Lotus, or one of his world titles with Lotus.
And that particular one that we were looking at was a Lotus 91/8. So that was in 1982. So definitely the numbers were quite a bit different from where they were in the 70s on how they numbered the cars that Colin Chapman did. But special, really, look how far forward the driver is sitting. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
I mean, their feet were all the way up there in the nose cone of those race cars. And one of the things why the drivers of that era, majority of them, walk around with hobbly ankles is because it didn't take much of an impact to go ahead and just destroy those things.
Yeah. Well, beautiful sights and sounds through the Andretti hairpin.
These are some of the best sounds we hear all weekend long. I mean, this is Formula One. This is just the spectacular part of it. And then Lee Mole, and that's a Lotus 78/2. I think we got a little bit of information on that car yesterday. A little bit further of a deep dive on some of these Lotus. What is the plural of Lotus? Loti?
Multiple Lotus. Well,
multiple
it would be a swarm of Lotus.
Lotuses.
Listen, in Norfolk, we don't get into plurals.
Right,
plurals.
Yeah, right. So heading up the hill there, the Rahal straight up into the corkscrew. I tell you, it's so inviting when you got to run on somebody. You want to take them in, and during these historic events, you just really have to hold back, like what was done there brilliantly by Lee Mao driving that Lotus 78.
Beautiful car and a beautiful era for racing. And like I said, it marks a time where I genuinely, was at an age where I appreciate it. And like I mentioned earlier and I know Kev said the same thing. He has a little Matchbox car of that car and a few others like it. But I've still got it. It's a tiny little dinky toy. You've got a version too.
Yeah, ours were a little bigger for some reason. They're plastic.
Well, it's America,
they're
of course
plastic,
it's bigger.
Yeah, and they were all plastic. Even the tires.
Oh
were
no,
plastic.
mine was metal.
Oh yeah, no,
that's how it lasted.
Yeah, this was all plastic. These are all plastic.
The dog could chew the wheels, but the car
was
metal.
Oh, that's saying something.
Yeah, we used to collect Matchbox and dinky toys as kids. So there you go. Looking at the number 30. This is a McLaren, one of the few McLarens we've got here, but it's nice to have the CEO, Zach Brown, hurtling around as well.
It is, and I believe I saw all his crew members were in that McLaren orange as well, so they're definitely here representing.
Nice.
And that's Danny Baker driving that 76 McLaren M23.
Yeah, so Danny's been around a while.
That's a version of the car that really, it's so similar to what you saw James Hunt drive, right? I mean, that was the car. It's got the air intake off both sides of the helmet.
Yeah, it looks so different in those colors, the Chesterfield colors.
Yeah, without the marble
now
colors.
You say it, I now think, of course,
that's the
James
car.
Hunt, yeah.
That's
put it in the red and white.
You put it in that red and white marble colors, and you got the car.
Interesting.
Isn't that fascinating? Liveries make everything happen, right? There's Eddie Cheever's Terrell.
Yep.
That was the Terrell that Eddie Cheever drove in the early 80s.
Yeah, the 70s and 80s there were a lot more American drivers willing to get into Formula One. It's few and far between. Scott Speed, had a go. Your cousin Michael also with McLaren went over, but again, limited success, and we're kind of hoping that this new crop of young Americans will make it. We need another Mario, frankly.
I agree, and I tell you, the one I have my eye on is Colton Herta.
I agree.
I think Colton Herta, and for any of the critics out there that want to come down on what happened in Nashville, but, he's a 20-year-old kid. He's learning, and he is fast, and he is quick. I mean, he is unbelievably quick, and I honestly, here's the call, or the shot that I would like to call. I would like to see Max move on to Mercedes and then plug Colton right into the Red Bull.
Well, it's interesting. We keep pushing Gunther Steiner, of course, the team manager of the Haas American Formula One team. Nice Mario helmet.
Yes.
But yeah, we keep pushing him on what Americans he's looking at, and he kept evading the question, but eventually he said, well, the most talented American I see right now is Colton Herta.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
But there's so many others.
There are. I'm not taking away any talent, and I'm sure there's plenty of young kids out there like, what about me? What about me? And I'm not, trust me, I'm not ignoring you by any means. It's just what Colton is out there proving right now is to be so special, and he's setting a standard for everyone that comes behind him. I mean, right now it's the talent of the Colton Hertas and the Alex Palous that are raising the game of everyone else in IndyCar, and when you're doing that, you're bringing something definitely special to the project. So
I'll throw a few names out for you. Kyle Kirkwood,
yes,
and Hunter Yaney.
Yes, yep.
Two young Americans, very talented, racing currently in single-seaters on the road to Indy, or potentially in Kirkwood's case on the road to Indy, but a chance to be, he's in Indy Lights now, but he could easily be in Indy cars and still young enough to go Formula One racing.
Certainly would respect those two names for sure. What you just said there would be names that, if you're listening, I would have wrote those down and paid attention, because there are going to be names you will hear of coming up in the future. I couldn't agree more there. So the 71 there, that's a shadow.
I remember seeing that at Brands Hatch.
Yeah. And it raced in 1976, so yeah, you would have been 10 years old.
Yep.
Watching that at Brands Hatch with, do you know who's driving it?
You know what? I want to say, I don't know.
Jean-Pierre
Jarier.
Yes, you got it.
Boom.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Nicely done, man.
Well, there was so many.
If there was any question that you were there was all went out the window.
Well, you know what? I had an autograph book.
Oh, cool.
And I would go around and get the autographs because, we had a little bit of an in.
Yeah.
I was able to get in the paddock as a little nipper, and I had my little autograph book, those classic little white pages there with nothing on them, and you'd go and get these. And, of course, you could never read them afterwards. You'd be like, oh, they'd say, who's this? And I'd be like, oh, I don't know.
Do you remember who the friendliest were to you?
Yes.
You do, don't you? It's crazy how that happens.
That is who was it? Give me 2 seconds because I'll think of it.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it was John Paul Jr. and Roberto Guerrero. Those were the two guys that, no matter when I tugged on their sleeve, Rick Mears was another one. No matter when I tugged on their sleeve, no matter what my age was, they gave me the time of day. When I was a young child, they would actually get down on one knee so that they could be eye level with me. And I'm telling you, I'm sitting here 42 years old, and those are the things that still stick with me. For the young racers that are listening to this, what also sticks with me, I remember the ones that did not treat me so well. I won't mention those names, but I remember those, and you will remember those for life. Why treating people properly is so special, especially when you're in that limelight.
Now I'm going to pull one out of the ether. I did get the autograph of a very special driver at the time, early 70s. One of the rare lady drivers of the time, Leila Lombardi.
Oh, wow.
And I got her autograph. And I was really stunned to see a woman driving.
Yeah.
She wasn't the greatest of drivers. She didn't last that long in terms of, a long-time career. But to see a woman at that level in the 70s was huge.
That is huge, yeah.
And I got her autograph.
We had Janet Guthrie over here, and I mean, I still think to this day, one of the most credible racers that you bud. It's so good to see you. And it's still one of the most credible racers that you're going to find, to this day. So, really special. Got ourselves a special guest. Gunner.
All right, let's introduce our guest. Gunnar Jeanette has come to the booth. We've been watching him, but now he can tell us all about it as we watch some Formula One cars. A man familiar with historic racing. I think I first met him at Monaco, of all places, doing some historics. Not to name drop, but based in Florida, I believe.
On now?
Mic on.
All right, perfect.
Go ahead, take it away, Gunnar.
Yeah, so I'm from South Florida originally. My father's shop there. So I just grew up around historic racing, Porsches mostly, and actually live in Chicago. I'm part of the West.
Yes.
Gotten to drive with Cooper quite a lot in the last couple of years.
He's going great too, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So he was here, unfortunately. With all of the dates changing this year, Le Mans is next weekend. So the test day is actually Sunday, so he had to fly out yesterday.
And how do you know this reprobate?
Well, we go back a long way.
Yeah, we go back a long way. So my father was a crew chief with the multiple Andrettis, and gosh, I can't even remember how old we were when we started hanging out.
I mean, yeah, I don't either. I mean, because it was that long ago. I mean, we've been through a lot and seen a lot, but throughout it all, our families have always stayed tight and close together, and in all aspects. You know, it was my sister Carolyn the other day was like, "Do you have Kevin's number?" Yeah. And I was like, "Yeah." So I mean, we're still, we're still all obviously in touch. And when I saw you on the list, I was like, I gotta get Gunnar up here in the booth because he's just such a special person, and you know what your special talent, and you've got that passion for motorsports, and we've shared it our whole lives together, and I'm just so happy to see where you're positioned right now in your career. I think it's phenomenal, and to be a part of that WeatherTech family is so cool.
Yeah. Gunnar, while we've got you up here, tell us what you're driving, and also tell us your experience, if you've had any, with some of these historic Formula One cars.
Yeah, so this weekend I get the pleasure and honor of driving a very late they say it's 1969 Ford GT40, so it's chassis 1085, so it's actually one of the last chassis that was built, and it was a spare tub. So it basically just sat in England as a spare tub, just sitting there for about 20 years before the team all of the spare parts and put it together. So it's in the late kind of Mark 1 spec, but with the wider tires and the flares. So it looks really similar to the wire cars that won Le Mans in '68 and '69. So yeah,
that's got to be a fun car to drive.
It's really cool, and it's the first time that we've really had the car out. David just got it a couple of weeks ago, and so nothing like shaking it down at Laguna Seca at the Rolex Historics. But that's going well, and then I'm also driving the Revs 1961 RS61. And that car has an amazing history.
This is the one that I wanted to hear all about. I was like, I cannot wait. And I've told her.
He's been saying all morning, I know he's coming. He's going to come on. I'm not going to talk about it.
I'm not going to ruin it. I want Gunnar to I want Gunnar to show the thunder, because only a person who's been behind the wheel of that and put it through the paces around like I know you can here at Laguna Seca is going to be able to tell our fans at home exactly what that car's all about.
Yeah, and so it's an amazing history. So Porsche, in that era, they experimented with lots of different things. So they were racing sports cars. They had raced in Formula One, and obviously with Dan Gurney winning the, I forget which Grand Prix it was, but winning the only Grand Prix for Porsche. So in the aluminum Spiders, there was a couple that were a little bit more special than the other ones. And so out of the RS61s, there were 3 chassis that got lengthened to take an 8-cylinder instead of the normal, 4-cam 4-cylinder engine. So one of the chassis actually won in its class with the Formula One 8-cylinder, and then another one crashed, and this was the test car for the whole program, and so. Bob Holbert had been racing in America with Porsches very successfully, and I think he had crashed his RS60 and needed to get a new chassis from Porsche. So the chassis that they sent him showed up, and the engine bay is about 4 inches longer than his RS60, and it has the 4-cam in it. And he goes, I wonder what the difference is here. So he then found out that it did have the 8-cylinder in it, and was essentially the test mule for that program. And then Bob continued to race the car in SECA and I believe USRRC, and won 2 national championships with the car. So it has a tremendous history, and that time was with the normal 4-cam in it.
So cool.
And then Miles Collier got it in the either late 70s or early 80s, and went through it, restored the car, and then was able to get one of one of the original engines, and probably got a couple of them, and so they put it back to the 8-cylinder. And
so the version you're driving here is the 8-cylinder version.
It's basically I think it's Type 751. So it's the 8-cylinder Formula One derived. The Formula One engine was 1.5 liters, and this is just a scotch under 2 liters. I think it's like 1.9. But so I mean the sound that this thing makes is so cool, and we're only revving it to about 8,000
only.
And apparently in the day it was like almost at 10,000 RPM.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
in the early 60s.
Yep,
it's unbelievable.
And so this engine then sort of morphed into what they ran. So it ran a little bit in they actually ran them in 904s, 906s, 910s. But it became the 907 engine. And even the 907, so the Revs collection has I think it's the 68, either 67 or 60, I think 68, Sebring winner, the 907, and it has the rev limiter chip still in hand writing.
Wow.
9,600 RPM.
Unbelievable.
For 12 hours with that engine.
Unbelievable.
And I mean, it sounds amazing at 8,000. So
can't imagine an extra, couple thousand revs almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Gunnar, before this session ends, I just want you to see if you've ever driven any of these, but which would you like to drive?
Oh, I mean, so I don't have a lot of history with open wheel cars. The only real one that I can speak of was I got to drive, I think it was KK Rosberg's Chevron Formula 2 car that he won the championship in.
That's not bad.
And, oh my gosh, it was one of the most fun experiences because it just did exactly what you wanted it to. And, it's pretty neat actually being able to see your front tires.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I miss that about Formula racing. I really do. You can watch the wear happen on them. You can tell a lot about how you're handling yourself even by
exactly
seeing what the tire is doing. But no, that's incredible. I every time Jonathan asks me, which one do you want to drive? I said, well,
right.
There's not one that I don't want to drive. And so I was telling my mom before I left, she goes, well, are you bringing your kit with you? And I was like, well, no. I'm going to commentate. She goes, but you're not bringing your kit. I said, Mom, these are historic cars. She goes, oh, yeah, you better leave that at home. She didn't want me in one of these.
Yeah, right.
She's a little bit PTSD from what my dad did to her back in the day. But
exactly.
How is Dad doing? How's Kevin doing? Is he here? Or?
No, so he's not here. He's got too many projects going on at home.
Figures.
Yeah, so they're just he's got a couple cars that he's trying to finish up for the next couple of events. One of them has to go up to I forget what they're calling it now, but the Porsche thing that's going on up at Indy in September.
Okay.
So they're kind of all hands on deck.
So we'll see him in Indy.
Yeah.
That's good. He'll be at home.
Yeah.
I'll reach out to him, make sure that he knows that we're waiting for him to get up there.
I think that would be great.
Yeah, let's make that happen. We'll have to make that happen.
So who? Charles Neerberg. Okay, so that's normal.
Yeah,
Gregory
exactly.
Thornton, we got Cal Meeker. Yeah, I mean, Charlie has been doing this for a really long time and has some pretty awesome cars.
Yeah, we want to talk to Charlie at the weekend.
Yeah, that FW07C is no joke. I mean,
absolutely.
That's a special race car for a lot of reasons, and
right.
It was Patrick Head, really taking what Colin Chapman had introduced with the ground effects and starting to perfect taking it to the next level, and really put Colin on the back foot. He started to panic and started to come up with creations that just the FIA wasn't in favor of, and so. But yeah, that really put Patrick on.
Yeah, no, I want you to finish your sentence.
Yeah, really put Patrick on the map right there.
Well, we're listening to Adam Andretti and Gunnar Jeanette, but why don't we hear from another established and very interesting driver to talk to? He's with Kev Harris. He is Patrick Long.
Ah.
Formula One cars. Next up will be
Hello and welcome back down to the paddock. We're here on the Haggerty stand right now, who have got an awesome display. If you're coming down this weekend, come and check out Haggerty. There's so many great cars, but you meet all kinds of people at these things. And Pat Long has just rocked on by Porsche factory driver, #1 probably in the US. And Pat, you're having a great weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, the acoustics aren't bad, are they? The Formula One guys just wrapping up. But no, this is one of my favorite events of the whole year. Obviously, we're coming from a bit of a break in 2020, so it's great to see all the fans back in 2021 and driving a couple of vintage 911s, sliding around the track, kind of old school.
Yeah, tell us about what's going on the track with you this weekend. A couple of 911s old school. There's plenty of those here, but which ones are we going to see you in?
Yeah, we started here on Wednesday. We did this awesome track walk with Haggerty. Got everybody out on the track, got to answer a lot of questions, and then we did some rides on Wednesday night. I drove in a GT4 Cayman, and then jumped old school starting yesterday, groups 2B and 3A. 2B is just awesome little 68 TR. It has a 2.5 liter engine, but it's a 1968 911, has a huge IMSA background, Daytona, stuff like that. And I've raced it quite a few times. So that car's running well. We're looking for an overall victory in that, but still just keeping it light and having fun. And then a new car that I'm trying to kind of get shooken down. It's not perfect yet, but we're running in 3A with that, and that's the big 935s, 934s, Decon Monzas, and so we're the little naturally aspirated car in with a bunch of turbo cars.
Oh boy, you're going to have a busy weekend. I mean, you just said that we're competing for the overall in that one, but you know, you're competing for the overall, but a lot of these guys here, it's racing, but it's kind of fun racing with it. They want to take their cars home in one piece.
Yeah, I was actually asked to speak at the drivers meeting as a fellow driver and just talk about the difference between a pro racer mentality and vintage racing like this weekend. And the first thing I said is, look, the safety, there is so much danger present with these old cars. Do not jump into these cars and think that it's a modern race car. And number two, the history and heritage of these cars. And then finally, it's an event. It's supposed to be camaraderie. There's supposed to be talk before and after. And I love that. I love being up on the grid, chatting with guys about their cars, how's your family doing, things like that. And I don't do that in pro racing. The fun is stripped out of it. I'm not very social because you just have to use every single cell of your body to go fast, where here you get a little bit of time to take a break and chat with people, so it's fun.
Yeah, and you're being social with us, so thanks ever so much. We had to drag Pat away from crowds of people. You're down here on the Haggerty stand as well, who have got amazing display vehicles. I want to talk about this one in a minute, that's behind me here, this Mickey Thompson monster. But what are you doing for Haggerty this weekend?
I'm just a brand ambassador. We started with that event on Wednesday night, which was great. We were giving people lots of rides. It's great to put a smile on people's face and take them down the corkscrew for their first time. And then there's some evening events. The Haggerty House is set up over at Pebble Beach. So lots of events in the evening for the Drivers Club and the Radius and some of the higher echelons of Haggerty's demographic. And then an autograph session here in a little bit just to engage with some of the fans and say hello. But yeah, this stand is unbelievable. I mean, these cars, there's such a variety of different car here. Logan from Haggerty had been talking to me and saying, you know, what can we do to just really throw people outside their comfort zone? Obviously, there's a very European Trans Am type, and to get top fuel dragsters and Baja winners, it really mixes it up from what you're used to seeing at this race.
The Baja winner behind me, I'm absolutely loving. I grew up in the 80s with Tamiya RC cars, so everything on the box of a Tamiya RC car in the 80s looked a bit like that.
Exactly.
And while we're going back to like sort of childhood memories and family memories, if you will, your younger brother, he's a pro skateboarder, isn't he?
My little brother is a pro skateboarder, yeah. Spanky is his stage name, but Kevin Long is, my kid brother, 3 years younger. We grew up in the suburbs of Los Angeles. My dad was a carpenter and a surfer. I went and hung out with his little brother, who was watching Mickey Thompson and going to the off-road races and speedway motorcycles. So different walks of life. We're super close these days, but that's really just because of our kids. But yeah, he doesn't know a thing about cars, and I'm not too shabby on a skateboard.
So you have four wheels of a different kind. His four wheels are much smaller. But just a quick word about the event as well, because you said to me you're on the advisory board for the event these days, or on the racing side, is that right?
Yeah, such an honor to be asked, because I've been coming to this race since I was a kid. And Bill Warner from Amelia Island, Bruce Canepa, Murray Smith from Rolex, Scott George from the Revs Institute. These are all the who's who of the vintage racing world. Andy Prill from the UK. I'm probably 30 years junior of the next youngest guy on the board. And so I do a lot of listening, but also with my show, Lufka Cult, and trying to get the enthusiasm for the next generation coming to vintage events, it's all about bridging that gap, and I think the future is bright for this event.
Yeah, it really is bright. And as we were just stood here, I was chatting to Pat before we came live down in Haggerty out on the track. It was Formula One cars from the 70s to mid 80s, there or thereabouts. The sound was incredible, isn't it? So if you get youngsters here to this event and they start hearing those cars, you know, we're bringing a whole generation into this vintage era of motorsport.
Absolutely. The liveries are bright, the sounds are loud, and that's what I remember as a 3-4-year-old kid coming, as being completely captivated by that. So, there's a great vibe here, and I know tomorrow's going to be super busy.
And engines roaring up almost on cue. Pat, we're going to let you go because you're a busy man, but like I say, really thanks. Great social chat with you, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, don't go anywhere then, because the coverage continues from the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Grand Prix when we come back right after this.
Relapsing polychondritis, known as RP, is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system attacks its own cartilage and connective tissue. If you think about where in your body you have connective tissue, it's everywhere.
It's a fatal disease. People are dying. We need to do more research, and we need to do it faster.
1 in 5 Americans have an autoimmune disease. That's about 50 million people. Joining our campaign can help them. 1 in 5, just keep that number in mind.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1963 to 1978 IndyCar Group is brought to you by Haggerty. And high above the Laguna Seca paddock, a great view indeed as we look high above the pit lane. It's empty at the moment, but it won't be for long because we've got the Indy cars roaring. We just jumped out of our seats as they lit one up. Nice, yeah. We could talk plenty about that because it's your buddy, isn't it? Yeah, you're looking down on the paddock. As you can see now, the Indy cars getting ready to go out, and we've got an assortment. That's the Haggerty display. Yeah, head down there if you haven't been. I haven't been. I'm going to try and do that in the lunch break. And just above that to the right is the other IndyCar display as well. A fantastic setup here in the paddock. Beautifully done, yeah?
Phenomenal. Like I was saying before, just a spectacular setup, because these look like they are permanent fixtures here.
Yeah.
And they are not. These were erected over the last couple days. They are full on. Just really, really special exhibits here. Great examples of history again, as always. And then you look at the Eagle right here. This is a Roger Penske. This is the Sunoco Eagle, and what a neat car that is.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, Mark IV.
And at the wheel is Carlos de Quesada, I should say. Excuse me.
That was his first entry into IndyCar and USAC for Roger Penske in 1968. Mark Donohue drove it for select races in that season. Riverside, he was running second. He had a DNF. I know what that feels like. Kind of mechanical.
So Penske Donohue. That sounds like potentially a good combination.
That sounds like history itself. But we got
talking about the history of American motorsport right there.
we got a green flag on this session, and this is another one of those. Look at the period setup right there.
That is gorgeous. And in the sunshine, that yellow is pinging.
Yeah, that's
along with the Rolex.
The
Beautiful.
Volstead IndyCar. Michael McKinney looking all period behind the wheel of that. We gotta put our hats off to that.
Come on, race fans around the world. If you can't get excited about historic Indy cars roaring into action, well, you've been locked down in COVID too long.
I agree.
It's
It's
time to put on your race hat. Yep. Get your PlayStation out, get your wheel out, and get your overalls on, get your Andretti hat on, and let's start enjoying some Rolex Reuinion, Monterey style, here in the glorious California hills as we look at this beautiful 88 diving into action. The Eagle. And guess who's at the wheel? Going up a straight named after him. Bobby Rahal.
That is Mr. Rahal. Look at that. Again, looking period with the helmet on and things of that sort. That's a great sight there. It looks almost a little too short to be Mr. Rahal for being in the car. So
you never know.
Who knows? They
he
might have changed drivers.
A doppelganger.
They might have changed drivers. Also, a special thank you to Gunnar Jeanette for joining us up here. For the fans of Gunnar, he will be back. He's going to come back when Group C cars are back on track. He doesn't feel like he's really versed enough on the IndyCar and open wheel stuff. So he wanted to make sure that he was giving our audience the best knowledge possible.
Yeah, exactly. If I know Bobby, he's probably got somebody in to
I would
qualify
imagine
for him because he's such a busy guy.
So busy
that he's probably going to ship up tomorrow.
You know, they're building Rahal Letterman Lanigan is building a 115,000 square foot brand new shop, and I know that's taking a lot of energy and time. I know what that takes. And
David Letterman, great racing driver. Yeah, with that beard.
He's
I'm being facetious. If you don't know who David Letterman is, one of the great night hosts for many a year here in the United States.
Indiana native.
Great guy.
Huge,
Ball State.
Yes, Ball State graduate. There is a David Letterman scholarship to Ball State, but you have to carry a C average out of high school to qualify for it.
Cool. That way I could qualify.
Yeah, right.
I didn't have an A average C. I had I had quite a lot of C's though.
See you later. You had that see you
later.
later.
I'm not showing up. No, David Letterman, Rahal Lanigan. I don't know Lanigan well, but that name, that racing team, that Indy racing team, of course, synonymous here in the United States. And David Letterman, joking aside, one of the biggest fans of racing I've ever met.
Yeah. Now the way that this car is being driven, I wouldn't question that it was Rahal behind the wheel, but I would say
he does look small,
doesn't he? Looks a little small.
Well,
but
maybe they haven't got his seat, so they just put him against the metal.
Whoever's in there, they are hustling it, though. They are using up all the road. This is a great entry into turn 6 to go up the hill. You want to definitely maximize the entry there, and that was a beautiful job of doing that. What a great camera shot. We got one dead in the water outside of the Andretti hairpin, but other than a local caution, we're going to stay green with this session.
By the way, just in case you were interested, the Grand Marshals, because I'm sure Bobby Rahal has been won many a time at many an historic race, but there are Grand Marshals this weekend, co-Grand Marshals, George Fulmer and Parnelli Jones. Not two bad peddlers.
Those are not bad people to be in company with. Those are. I know that with Parnelli Jones and the Jones family specifically, we have our family has a wonderful relationship with. I wasn't of the age. I was a little bit younger, so I didn't get to grow up with Paige and PJ, but know them as adults, and you couldn't ask for just a neater family and a more talented family. Paige is well documented on what happened to him in USAC and the injury that he suffered that put an early end to his bright career. And PJ, went on to run multiple Indianapolis 500s, multiple NASCAR events, endurance events, and carry on the Jones family tradition quite well and with a lot of pride. And it's just, again, a wonderful family. Wonderful family. Have a little bit of a mechanical there. Going to have a point by and coming through Wayne Rainey. Beautiful layout of this track too. You see all the greenery and even as high up as you get with the drones, you're going to lose some spots in the track because it's just got such great coverage, and that's what makes it one of the greatest spectator places too. Is you're going to have the California sun, but you can step under shade and still get a great view of the track, right, Jonathan?
Yeah, exactly. You told me a story yesterday about Mario and the naming of the Andretti hairpin. Well, I talked to Wayne Rainey because I worked for Wayne Rainey, delightfully so, in Moto America for a while. Of course, he's a local. And I try to get really serious on the stage with about 300 people in front, all waiting for him to say something of wisdom. And I said, Wayne, how is it having a corner named after you? I mean, that must be so exciting. He said, well, it only happened just because I'm a local here. They make me sweep it every other day. So Wayne,
I love it. Yeah,
so
totally
understated.
Wayne. That's totally Wayne. Back to that Eagle, back to that Sunoco Eagle. That was Penske's first entry into IndyCar, which, I mean, that alone is history, right? This is the man that has saved IndyCar, owns IndyCar racing, owns the series, owns the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and now we get to see the first car that brought him into that series is out here lapping at WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca.
Well, in years to come, if we go to each other's houses down the road, we'll know if we're proper racing people if we have on our coffee table the captain's story.
Right,
because
exactly.
It really is.
It is.
That book will be that thick.
It will be. It'll be the Bible of motorsport.
Talk about contributions to American motorsport.
Incredible.
I look at Roger Penske now, and I say that I'm loving the fact that we can have a discussion now about Indy going back, Formula One going back to Indy because of Roger.
Sure.
We can talk about how that crossover between Indy and Formula One is so much closer now because of he and the change of the guard, if you will. Nothing that was wrong with before,
No.
But it was always the other side of the pond. American racing is American racing and European. No more.
Well, you look what he's doing right now this weekend alone. What's going on at Indianapolis Motor Speedway this week. When would you ever have seen IndyCar NASCAR share a weekend? Impossible. But that's made possible because of a man like Roger Penske you can't help but respect. And if he thinks that this is a good idea, you're like, well, you know what?
Yeah.
We better listen to the captain here. He's had a few good ideas in his day.
And also, shout out to Scott Borchetta, the other person that's making that happen.
Yes.
Huge Unza fan.
Yes, making it all happen there.
And racing pretty damn handily against you last week.
So yeah, Scott is coming into his own. He's learning these TA2 cars quite well. He's got great support from Scott Lagacy and the M1
Is that
group.
who's giving the coaching?
Those are the chassis that he's getting. Edward Savagian is providing most of the coaching, and but Edward's in a little bit more of a dated car. He's in a Meissen chassis, so I don't think it's as competitive of a package as Scott is in, but Scott is making the most of it without a question.
That's a pretty car, that number 20.
I love that livery. I love that old STP livery. That's a 1973 Indy 500 winner. I mean, this is one of those just absolute items that again, when I say it gives me chills, that gives me chills.
I tell you what, that would have been quite a car to handle around the oval, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would have been a handful for sure. It's. I mean, this was when aerodynamics was a dark side.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said yesterday, I think the whole team ate lunch on the rear wing of that. And that would have been Gordon Johncock that would have won the Indianapolis 500 in 1973. Good old Gordy Johncock.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned him this weekend.
No, this is our first opportunity to, and boy, did he make those. I mean, it was one of the things that made those colors famous. That win, the turbine engine, these were the things that Andy Granatelli, obviously this would have been a Granatelli-owned car, and Andy Granatelli is just another one of those icons in our sport that his contributions run far and wide.
Shout out to my buddy Matt flying the drone above the Ray Hall Straight and giving us a quite unique view both of the corkscrew and into Rainy Curve here, and a look over. You don't usually get to see the Ray Hall Straight with that view over the hills and into the background. It gives you a real perspective of how Laguna is in this basin and in this hillside. And I'm loving this particular drone shot because, again, you don't also see turn 10 looking down on the paddock from this angle, very rarely.
And again, I can't get over the accent of speed that the aerial shots show, because turn 10 is a very fast corner. It's one of the fastest here on the track. So those give you a much bigger feeling of speed than like a shot from here. Fantastic shot. It gives us the dramatic downhill run that it is to 10 that you can't get from the drone. So they all have their own beauty to it. It's just I love to see the corner speed that they're able to carry in these vintage cars.
Yeah, and there's no question that Greenfly and this whole drone industry is growing, and it's giving us a completely. You'll see in the races. As a commentator, I'm really enjoying getting that perspective for the simple reason. And here is an example. You'll be able to see this in race trim, and there you can see the gap. You don't need to know the gap is 2.1 seconds. It doesn't mean anything. When you see that there, he's closed that gap from 4 car lengths to 2 car lengths. He's catching him,
right.
And I love that.
Yeah.
Because there is no. We're all seeing the same thing. You don't have to rely on a timing monitor to tell you what is going on. Plus, you can see ahead of the driver and what's ahead of him. Like this perspective here, you can see when the next opportunity to overtake is. You can also see now the perspective of where they are on the track coming to turn 4, about to go up the hill to turn 5. It now goes to a regular camera, and you get them into 5 here. But you've already seen what they're about to enter, and I think it changes the whole dynamic of racing.
I couldn't agree more, and these two cars too, and they're owned by the same person, Tom Malloy, and the Penske here, the version that we see there, that was originally driven by Tom Sneva. And Tom Sneva drove this car in that was that famous 1981 Indianapolis 500 that my uncle won. And was then taken away.
Name dropper?
Mini. It was taken away almost a half a year later and given to Al Unser. So Tom's interesting part of that history is he owns the 3 race cars that finished in the top 3 in the 1981 Indianapolis 500.
That's insane.
Isn't that incredible?
Now, I want to kind of draw on that point, joking aside. Am I right in saying Mario Andretti won his first Indy 500 as a 22-year-old?
29.
29-year-old in 1965.
1969 was his victory.
And 1981?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, would have been was really victory number 2.
That is absolutely insane. So
And Ernie Becker.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Car owned by Tom Malloy. This is the A.J. Watson Special. This is a really cool car. I mean, when you listen to Ernie talk about driving that car, first of all, the tires on it right now are 15 years old. They couldn't get tires. COVID added challenges to many things, but also made it a challenge there. So I made Ernie promise me he'd be careful out there, but he's got a unique feel for a car, and like I was saying yesterday, he's a man that always brings things home. But
well, he does driver coaching here as well, doesn't he?
Does.
So he knows the track backwards.
He does. He knows this place very, very well, and he's an excellent driving coach. And that's why a person like Tom, it's really no question who we're going to put in a car of this stature to drive it. You got to put someone in like Ernie Becker, someone who's going to just do a great job, showcase the vehicle, and show the fans it and bring it home. It's exciting. Look at him come out of turn 11 there and accelerate up the straightaway right in front of us. What a great sound. And, it's a
good-looking car, isn't it?
It is, and he's got a drive shaft running between his legs. He's got a bucket of methanol strapped to his back. I mean, you want to talk about the bravery of even a man to jump into the car those days. I mean, we all owe a debt of gratitude to the brave men and women that not only strapped themselves in to show us what these cars could do. We mentioned yesterday our corner workers out there. We don't want to ever leave them out. They do a great job for us.
Told you, see, I started talking about our drone. Look at him now. He's getting in there.
He's getting it
He's
done.
He's going to do us a full lap if we're not careful. Now, am I right in saying that car he's driving, that looks like an A.J. Foyt type of car?
Those were the Roadsters.
It was. Okay,
yeah. You can find George Bignatti, the famous crew chief. Tony got us great shots of that MG liquid suspension special yesterday, and it was, they would put the names of everybody that worked on the cars was on the side of the car. So that was always something that I thought was really neat. I'm going to talk to my team owner about maybe bringing that back, because I think it would be neat to see that in Trans Am and pay homage to those mechanics. Speaking of the MG liquid suspension special, there it is right there, that number 53. What a neat car that is. And that right there is, it was built for the 64 Indy 500. A.J. Foyt actually set an unofficial lap record testing at Phoenix, but he didn't race one. Pedro Rodriguez crashed his in practice, and Bob Veith and Walt Hansen made the race.
Interesting.
So, yeah. Hansen was in second and gaining on Foyt when the fuel mixture went off and the exhaust got so hot it started falling apart, resulting in a black flag and finishing 13th.
There you go.
So this was a car I really wanted to learn some history on it. So we dove in and we went to find out. And so Bobby Unser drove this and got his best finish at second. So the late Bobby Unser, this is a great homage to him. And, he got a best finish at second at Indianapolis Raceway Park Road Course. So that was actually the road course for my Uncle Mario in 1965 in his rookie year in IndyCar, won his first ever IndyCar race.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I know Bobby's looking down today, and rest in peace, my friend. We miss you, we love you, and yeah, a great loss to motorsport.
He's smiling on a car that he won in a road course in. Bobby was a great all-around racer. He won in a road course in this car, and it's out here going through the paces at Laguna. He is definitely smiling. You're right, Jonathan.
Liquid suspension.
Just sounds intriguing, doesn't it? I mean, it would that's just marketing at work, right? I mean, back in the day, it would have definitely made you want to study it. Had a see those MG liquid suspension, big bulbous red canister, almost dampers on the rear.
Am I right in saying that? I mean, you're talking about the first iteration of what becomes hydraulic suspension.
Yeah, I would think that'd be a correct assessment for sure. I don't see how else you would look at it.
Suspension.
Yeah, I don't see how you look at it. I mean, 1964, that had to be cutting edge.
Yeah, no kidding. Beautiful rumble of these historic Indy cars. We've got Indy cars, Formula One cars. This is a very special event. But of course, it is the most prestigious, without a doubt. The Monterey Historics, as they used to be known. Began in 1974. Steve Earle putting it together. Now in new management, HSR. Doing a heck of a job, to be honest, to put it all together under these some circumstances. And I'm talking about California under a real pressure of COVID, forest fires, you name it, and to have this many participants from all over the world, I may add, and to be able to spread it to the rest of the world by live stream. I'm really delighted that this is happening and giving us a chance to get out and about.
I think we feel like the most blessed people on earth to be able to bring that to, because we're all itching for this. We're all itching to not only get out and be with each other, and I mean, it shows. And look at all the RVs that are here, and look at all the way the paddock is filled up. There's 450 entries here. This is showing how eager we are to have that human contact, be around each other. And it's so perfectly said there, Jonathan, that the challenges that were in front leading into this. I think you and I had numerous conversations as the Delta variant, starts to pick up steam.
What do we do?
What's going to happen in California? What's going to happen with what's coming up at the historics? And
we've got Watkins Glen coming up.
But the team at HSR, like you said, and the group here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, I mean, my hat's off to you. You've done a phenomenal job. It is safe. It is clean. It is a great environment for us to be in. And I heard you talking to your parents last night, and you said, I feel safe. Everyone's taking the proper precautions. Everyone is being smart, and we're able to enjoy our true lives again. And this is really Ernie Becker. Look at the great up close shot there.
Love the helmet too.
Yeah, he's gonna love this stuff. This is gonna go on Ernie Becker's highlight reel. I could tell. I don't blame him. If I was driving an AJ Watson car, IndyCar, from that era, a Roadster, that would certainly top one of the resumes.
Yeah, no question.
This part of the track, it runs special to me, and it runs special to me that they just showed on camera. In 1994, my Uncle Mario retired from IndyCar racing.
He had some good runs right here.
He had amazing runs here, and I'll never forget the emotions as I was at the hospitality area and watching him make his final laps, as an IndyCar driver. And I was so happy. I was 15 years old, and I was so happy and proud to be able to live and observe that. It was I talk about a run the number 86 and paying homage to my friend Adam Perica, and he had just passed away that September. So we had come here in November, and it was one of those days that just it kind of melted all the rough stuff that I'd been through the year before away, and got to see all this respect for this man I love so much, and my dad's brother, and watch my dad and the pride that watching Mario bring his career to a close, because my dad was so much a part of his career, and they were side by side through it all.
Talking of which, there was a funny moment at the Indy 500 last year when Elio, or was it this year?
This year, yeah.
This year, excuse me, yeah. When Elio comes up, it was almost like out of The Godfather. Mario comes over and kisses Elio, and it was like Elio was looking for him to go, look what I just did. And Mario goes, that's right, my son.
You've been blessed.
You have been blessed.
Yeah, you've been blessed.
Welcome to the club.
Yes.
Not that he needs to, he's got his own club.
Yeah, and Mario's not even in that 4-winner club, and for Helio, it's got to be special. He's the first non-American to be a 4-time winner.
Yes.
And that's an incredible feat, because it's.
But after come dancing, you got to be an American.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Well, he's an American by citizenship, but not an American born. Put it that way.
So the AAR Eagle IndyCar of Jeff Downs, putting it through its paces here in our historic Indies, and as I said earlier in the weekend, we haven't had an historic event with this many IndyCars, not that many to be fair, but this group of IndyCars, these classic IndyCars, they tend not to go racing. I mean, we've had Formula One kind of stole a march on Indy a little bit, but I think we'll see more of this now in the future, especially as more and more of these cars become classics. Yeah. And I mean, there's some great museums with these Indy cars including at Indianapolis, but we want to see them on the track.
Of course, and that version that we just saw there, that All-American Racer Eagle, that Indy car, that was a 74. That was originally sold again here in Santa Ana, California, where Dan Gurney built those. And, Mike Mosley, which is Mike Mosley Jr. is a great friend of mine. Mike Mosley tragically lost his life too young in an auto accident on the road, actually. And both his son, Mike Mosley Jr., and his wife at the time, were in the vehicle with him. And Senior was sadly the only one that lost his life. But Mosley was a privateer on the scene. This was the car that he drove. This is the car that actually he won in the Milwaukee Mile and had 8 top 10 finishes. So this was really what put him on the map, and so that's why this car really strikes me as special. I'm actually I just sent a text message to Mike Jr. Letting him know what I was observing around this track to see if by any chance he's actually here, because it'd be great to get him up here to talk about it over the weekend. But if not, just to get his perspective on it, if he remembers any stories about that car.
Well, we're winding down this session, this qualifying session for the IndyCar Classics.
Oh, the checker flag's just come out.
Yep. And I'm glad to say I don't think there was any major incidents in terms of mechanical issues.
No, we had one dead in the water right out of turn, right out of the Andretti turn, and after that, everything went clean. It was super clean, morning so far, and we got one more group to go.
Yeah, one more group to go from 81 to 91. IMSA. It's a really interesting eclectic group. IMSA, GTO, GTU, and Trans Ams. There you go. Plenty to talk about that lot.
Plenty to talk about there.
You know what? As the engines quieten down for a moment, it's time to nip on down to the paddock again and see if our mate Kev Harris has caught up with anybody. I know he will have done. Down to you, Kev.
Well, how about this, guys? I've come down to the paddock, and if you love AC Cobras or Cobras of any kind, well, I've found a family that know all about them. This one is an absolute beaut, completely original. I think I'm right in saying a 1964, and it's an honor to sit in it. And I'm going to now try and do my best to get out of it, because it's a little bit of a tricky one to get out, but I've been schooled by the guys that are driving it. So bear with me 1 second, because I have to put my hand here and squeeze on out as we do it. There we go, and I'm going to come round and meet Lynn and Steve Park. And Lynn, what a pleasure to sit in your car, sir.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. We enjoy it a lot, I'll tell you.
And I'm right in saying, and Steve, come on in close here, join me nice and close. Steve, you described your dad as Mr. Cobra.
That's generally the term most people have developed for him. His knowledge is...
His knowledge is second to none, folks, because Lynn, we were chatting just before, and back in 1962, I think it was, you said you're about 19 years old?
I was.
And you started making a nuisance of yourself down at the factory where these things were made. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, in 1962, I was a Ford hot rodder, and my sister's boyfriend was a sports car guy. And we argued back and forth which was better. And he came back from school one day and plopped a Road and Track magazine in front of me that had a picture of a Cobra. He said, here it is, a sports car with some power. And I saw that and I said, I'm hooked. Yeah. I went to Shelby American the next week. I was a student at UCLA, so I was very close. And they treated me really well. I drove in a nice car. I had a 62 Ford. Yeah. And they thought I was going to buy a car. And I mean, from Carroll Shelby down, everybody couldn't have been nicer to me, introduced me to everyone. And I started hanging out there. I developed a very good friend that worked there, and my gosh, they thought I worked there. Was there so much?
And at that time, that was great. Like you say, you made friends with Carroll Shelby. They were obviously starting out, a young company. So anyone who's shown interested in these things, they were loving having you around. But you didn't actually at that point buy one complete brand new, because they were about $6,000. You got your hands on one in a different way.
Yeah, I could no more afford a Cobra than I could fly. But what I did in 1963, I bought an AC Seca. Okay. These were made from ACs, and that was $1,500. And I put a Ford motor in it and made my own Cobra. And that sufficed until 1970. I got out of the Army, and I said, okay, I'm going to go look for a Cobra. And I found a wrecked one. Yeah. Not badly wrecked, but wrecked. And paid $2,100 for it. And never looked back. The rest is history.
And that was in a box in pieces. And at that time, as we said, you could have got yourself a Mustang for about $2,200. So you were buying a box of pieces for $2,100.
Yeah, what a bargain. But I just had that passion. And some people get a passion and they go in and out of the hobby. Mm-hmm. But for 60 years, that has been my true passion, other than my kids.
And while we're talking about your kids, Steve stood alongside you here. What a great way to spend a weekend with your dad and your family and your friends and everyone. And you're both racing this weekend, because you don't just own one car, you've got a few of them.
We do. And normally my brother would be with us. He couldn't make it this time. But yeah, I can't think of anything more exciting than being able to hang out with Dad and get to drive a car like this, there's no limits. He says, go as fast as you want. Just bring it back just like it is right now when it goes out.
And yeah, just give us a heads up on what it is like. This is an iconic race circuit here at Laguna Seca. Obviously, it doesn't have the best grip, quite technical. You know, you got the corkscrew, there's a lot to deal with. Just another question for you, Steve. What is it like taking one of these out on this circuit?
Well, you kind of tiptoe through the corners a little bit, and then you get to put the power down and go straight and feel what these things do, and it's amazing. And then try to get slowed down to get through the next turn. But there's not many cars that I would prefer to drive over one of these. They're just amazing.
Go on, Lynn.
Especially at Laguna Seca. This is kind of a horsepower track where it's not a lot of high-speed turns, which frighten you and Cobras aren't the best at. But here it's brake hard, turn, and then accelerate again on more or less a straight line.
Yeah.
And we've just had a ball. I mean, this is like my 40th year at Monterey racing, and Steve is halfway there.
Yeah.
And we just have a ball.
And you know, 40 years of doing this, and I want you to cast your mind back to when you first got behind the wheel. Let's say the one that you bought in pieces that you restored and got going. That feeling at that point in your life of putting your foot to the floor and holding onto the steering wheel, that feeling, has it ever left you?
No, it just gets better.
Yeah.
Way back then you take it for granted, but as you get older, you really appreciate what we're able to do. How many people in the world get to spend a weekend with their two sons doing something like this?
Yeah. And what I want to bring your attention to now, there's a wheel stays put here, but if we just turn our eyes that way, there's a line of cars parked over there. We got the green one, the black one, and the green one. We're looking at the black one in the middle. Now there's an interesting car right there because there's a little bit of a story with that, isn't there?
Well, yes, it appears to be a 289 Cobra.
Yeah.
But in reality, it's a replica of a 289, but it's done so well. It's aluminum body, all the parts are interchangeable. About the only thing different is the ID tag.
Yeah. And Steve, you said to me like that, you know, we were just chatting to your friend who owns that one. That's a relatively new vehicle, but it drives, if you got in that and got in that, you really couldn't tell them apart.
Correct. A new car like this drives exactly like one of the originals. So from the driver experience, you know, people can afford these. They only made 1,000 originals.
Yeah.
So regardless of money, not everybody can get one.
Gotcha.
But almost anybody can get one of these and have the same experience.
And that's a Kirkham?
Correct.
Fantastic. What time are you guys going out? I think, and who's in who? I think, Lynn, you're in car 97?
Steve drives this one.
Steve's in 97.
I drive 16.
Okay.
And we've been out today. We went out this morning, and we don't go again till tomorrow morning.
Right, okay, so the rest of the day you can chill and relax?
Yes.
What is that the plan? What else is going on?
Well, we kind of avoid the auctions and Pebble Beach and that sort of thing. We hang out at the racetrack.
Yeah.
People say, what do you do when you go to Monterey? Well, we go to the racetrack.
Yeah, well, it's a great setup you got here as well. What I like, Steve, when we were chatting before we went live on this, and I didn't realize, you know, who your dad Lynn was, but you were busy taking pictures of people getting in and out of this. You're not precious about people, you know, enjoying themselves in your car.
No, we encourage people, especially kids that come by, and they're looking at it, we say, get in and get your picture taken. It's just fun. One of the fellows that was just here, it was the original owner of this car, and he stuck it into a wall and sent his girlfriend, now his wife, through the windshield and just bent it up in the front end a little bit. So that's why I got it cheap. It was wrecked.
Okay.
But it's fun to see little kids smile when they get in something like this.
Well, listen, the fun's going to continue. Steve and Lynn, thank you very much. Our guys up in commentary, Adam and Johnny, will be looking out for you. Car 97, car 16. You can't miss them when they're out on the track, and these are the gents who are going to be behind the wheel. And if you're down here at Laguna Seca this afternoon, come and say hello. You won't meet more friendly folks and get your picture in a car like this. We're going to be back with more racing here from the Rolex Motorsports Reunion. One of those things. It's sunny and it's fun. We'll see you in 2.
This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track. The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1981 to 1991 IMSA, GTO, and GTU Group is brought to you by Hagerty. Jonathan Green and Adam Andretti enjoying a lovely day in the sunshine here in California, and wherever you're tuning in around the world on a live stream, we welcome you on Facebook Live and on any of the device that you may choose, whether you're sitting by the pool in Australia or you're hunkered up in England in the rain, who knows. Welcome. We're certainly enjoying this look, this very intense look, because these guys are racing hard at American motorsport and the best it has to offer and the history of it in motion.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off right there with that Roush Mustang, right, with Chris Leidenberg behind it. That was a car that, I obviously knew was always famous from, driven by Lynn St. James in 1987 in the IMSA GTO series. So 1986, Chris Neifel, that's a name haven't heard in a while, but from the Trans Am series. But that's one of those protofab cars. It's a really well-built race car, built to do one thing, and that's go win races for Jack Roush.
Well, my man Lake's doing a hell of a job at the corkscrew. Never easy to be the cameraman at the corkscrew because you're always worried something's going to happen, and it generally does. And we haven't gone racing yet, but he's getting that lovely glint of sunshine off the corkscrew, and it's a sight to see. Really beautiful, and a really great angle to see the cars dive through there. And it is, by the way, if you're interested, 59 feet from the top down to the bottom.
Yeah, that's a big drop, and it happens right now. So here we got Tom Dooley and.
Not old Tom
no,
Dooley.
Sorry, no, that's not him. No, that is Gordon Johnson. That's in the Oldsmobile Cutlass.
Yep.
That's a neat looking car there. That's a 91 Trans Am car, 3 wins, 6 podiums.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot, but Oldsmobile doesn't sound like a name I've heard that much in race racing, and yet it is a classic American brand, of course.
Yeah, General Motors exhausted the brand, more than a decade ago now when they got rid of Pontiac and
sure.
And so basically they kept a hold of Buick as their only other,
and of course they've not really raced Buick either.
Not in a long time, not since the 80s or 90s, in NASCAR and in IMSA.
Yeah.
So I think it's time for Buick to make a turn and return back to the stable. But Oldsmobile was definitely a classic one. When IRL first got started in IndyCar, it was an Oldsmobile Aurora engine that was a power to those. So Oldsmobile was definitely, showed their motorsports prowess here in the U.S., and I think this was one of the more beautiful cars right there.
I got an idea for a series. How about we take the marks that aren't currently involved in motorsport and get karma racing, and we get, Matthew McConaughey in a Lincoln.
I like that.
You know, and maybe Samuel L. Jackson in a Pontiac.
Now you're talking.
That could be fun. And it's all sort of, and we mic them all up.
Yeah. Oh, we got a spinner here.
Oh, no.
So when we were talking about actors that race, James Gardner was another one that was actively heavy into racing.
Well, he not only played in the film Grand Prix, but he was an active racer himself. Yeah,
and my dad and him got along famously.
Really? I can imagine that.
They really enjoyed each other's company. But
I wouldn't. He would be definitely. When they talk about your dinner party invites.
Yeah,
I'd love to have James Gardner at my. Him and Sinatra would be fun.
Yes, sir.
We'll put them in a corner drinking red wine.
What could possibly go wrong?
Well, yeah, no.
So look, a nice gaggle of cars here coming out of the Andretti hairpin into turn number 3.
What I also love about historic racing is the conformity, if you will, to keeping the colors the same and keeping the sponsorship the same, which is not easy when you think about it, because you're changing body parts, you have a prang here or there, or you're changing something, but then you take the photo of the original car and you think, I haven't got that Mac Tools sticker. Where can I get one? And how do I get an XR?
That Mercury Mercure is such a cool car. My sister, John's wife, owned one of those cars, but because of the success that it had with Roush Racing from 86 to 88. Drivers like Scott Pruitt, Klaus Ludwig, Mike Miller, Peter Hosmer.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, Lynn St. James, Deborah Gregg, which was Peter Gregg's wife.
Yep, Lynn's here this week. Lynn St. James.
Oh, yeah, she is. Yeah,
she's here this weekend.
What a great ambassador for our sport that she is as
Oh,
well.
what she's done for women's motorsport is unbelievable.
It's incredible. So 4-cylinder twin turbocharged Mercurs. They were Roush Racing and really neat. Now we're getting into some prototypes here.
Yep.
These are cool.
Line astern.
We got
and
a black
flag is
all.
out. So they've slowed it all down again. Now, I wonder why that is.
I believe it was for that spin that we had.
Maybe.
I think they were dead in the water out there and either need a tow back.
No,
we got ourselves the 962 same contact.
This is the one thing I did not want to see.
No, nobody wants to see that.
And I'm trying to. Where are we looking now?
I believe that was between 5 and 6, possibly.
Yes, that makes sense.
Like
so he may have got on the gas a little early, going out of 4. No, out of 5 maybe.
Out of 4, I think maybe.
Oh,
4
okay,
or 5,
out of 4, maybe touched the wheel. We'll see.
There's
there's the truck coming out. Pretty good pace as he goes into turn 3. Nice line.
Yeah,
nice
exactly.
line.
Yeah,
Beautifully done.
Holding a pretty wheel there, that's for sure.
And he's got a lot of weight disadvantage as he goes under the Cooper Tires bridge. Heading into turn 4, braking down, second gear for the truck.
So let's see if we can find the location. It is between 4 and 5.
I don't know why I even questioned you.
Well, I do.
Now, what do you think he's done there?
I think can happen there. I don't see any skid marks getting to the inside, so of where that is. Truck might be blocking, so they might have backed in sooner. One of two things could have happened. Maybe a little bit, or one of three things possibly. A little bit of eagerness on the throttle, like you spoke of, Jonathan. That might have been it. Those things, big turbos, kind of light switchy if you're not. But most of I would say our drivers here have a lot of experience and a lot of respect, so I'm not going that route.
Well, they won't let them out without it.
Exactly. You don't have to drop much of a wheel on the exit of turn 4 for it to spin you to the inside. It's a very common thing to happen. But outside of driver error, we've always brought up the mechanical intangibles.
Yeah.
We have no idea if there was a mechanical issue that could have caused something to happen like that. And that's almost immediately where I go, especially in these scenarios.
Well, he could have broken a serpentine belt.
Yeah, exactly. I go first to the mechanicals. Yeah, you ran away from me right there. You were ready to get hit.
I was about to run.
No, it's I would look at it to be because the drivers, the way they approach these sessions with such respect, they're not out there trying to set the world on fire. They're not there trying to make a name for themselves. So my guess is that we have a possible mechanical there, and that's what caused our issue.
Yeah, as you said. So they are lining up again in front of our commentary position. That's the best time we get to look at the cars, as they sit in front of us while they're lining up, waiting to go back out. We are at pit exit. This is pit entry, obviously, and they'll all line up.
That's just beautiful to be able to see, right? I mean, as far as your eye can see down here on pit road, you have eye candy. Getting up close to that Mercury.
Yep. We're almost getting inside.
Well, leave it to Tony. He'll get us in there. He'll just set the camera in there. There we are.
He's
getting a refreshment.
He's in the passenger seat.
These are hot cars, so getting a nice refreshment. Bringing it home to you folks. What a great shot that car, and the wonderful work that they did over there at Roush. Look at the double wing.
Yeah.
That is on that.
That's interesting.
That's ahead of its time, arrow-wise.
Guess they didn't race that at night. No headlights.
No.
Nice spoiler. 7-Eleven, I've heard of them.
Sir, we've heard of them.
I've heard of them.
They're either from 7 to 11. And got ourselves a...
Talking of all hours, 24 hours a day, he's back.
He said he was going to be back for this group.
I'll give him some volume this time. We welcome back into the commentary booth, Gunnar Jeanette. What have you been up to? What's going on down there, Paddock? We're jealous.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, well, let's see. We were just going over, trying to figure out a damper adjustment to do on the GT40 for the next session.
Nice.
So I think we have that sorted out.
Just as I'm telling him they're not searching for speed, he's telling me about a damper adjustment.
Here's a question I've always wanted to know. We've seen the movies. We've seen all the, we've seen the GT40 in so many different forms historically. What is the hardest thing, or what is there a weakness to that car that even yourself will go, oh wow, you've got to compensate here because it does this or it does that? Is there anything that you don't like about it? Because everybody waxes Rhapsodic, including myself, but I've never driven one, so what would I know?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the car's main issues at the early part of its life were sort of brakes and gearbox.
Yeah,
right. Those were kind of the Achilles heels of the early cars. And, I mean, by the end of the GT40 program, those were pretty much sorted out. And now, typical kind of thing, the small block just in general, American V8s over the years have gotten better and better and better. And so the majority of the cars out there, the engines are probably better than they were back in the day.
Yeah.
Not only, you know, and even with the same design, just materials are better. Manufacturing is better. So it's, you know, kind of going off track a little bit, driving some of the cars that I drive out here against cars with Ford and Chevy small block pushrod V8s. You know, whereas back in the day, the cars would be making probably a little bit less power, but they would have reliability issues and stuff like that. Well, now the car's making 100 more horsepower than it ever did, and it's way more reliable. Well, you know, talking about the RS61, the 4-cam flat 8, you know, Porsche, there hasn't really been any development in that in the last 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
It is the same.
That's an interesting take on that. You know, for most of us, we wouldn't even look at it that way and see it in that perspective. So wonderful perspective you have there.
But I mean, to get back to the GT40 real quick, I mean, it's the car is just an absolute fantastic to drive. I mean, you know, you can drive it pretty close to how you would a normal modern race car. Obviously, you have to look after the gearbox and heel and toe and stuff.
No straight cut gearboxes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really cool. Looks like we're getting ready to go back to action here.
What interests you here, and I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of these cars, and you may well have driven some of them, but what strikes your fancy or is a talking point for you out of these cars?
So obviously, with my background, any of the Porsche 962s are cool. You know, Bruce's car is pretty unique because it's a carbon tub car, one of the very sort of late tail end of the 962 era. What Joe Robillard is driving, the old Hotchkiss car, is really cool, and they did a lot of neat stuff with that. And as far as the American IMSA air-cooled 962s, that's sort of one of the peak of that sort of time period, and the thing just sounds absolutely awesome.
Unfortunately, we lost the Repsol 962. It just made contact
This is the
between
reason why we're
okay, gotcha.
We don't know what happened, but it's had a crash.
Okay. Hopefully not too bad.
No, well, it looked like it just knocked the rear bodywork off. It looked
Gotcha.
more cosmetic than anything mechanical damage-wise.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Otherwise, I mean, an AAR Gurney, you know, Mark III Toyota is pretty badass.
It is quite special.
Yeah.
It is. That's one of them that always hits my memory because it took the cars that were dominating and just put them to shame.
Put them to shame, exactly.
I mean, just absolutely set it completely to shame. Got ourselves another guest, too. He just got done driving the A.J. Watson Roadster IndyCar. This is Ernie Becker.
Hey, Adam, how you doing?
Doing really well, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
No problem.
Do you know Gunner, Ernie?
No.
Ernie Gunner.
I know his dad.
Yeah.
The old
seen you around the
Paddock
paddock.
days. Oh, yeah.
So, this is great to have you both up here. You know, both having experience out here today with our vintage vehicles. And the good news is we're cleaned up out there. Group 8A is getting their qualifying back on the run. We're cruising down pit lane here and getting all the cars rolling. What do you see out here, Ernie, that you really liked out here in this group?
You know, it's America.
It's America.
No, the old Whistler car there.
We were talking about that. That was the Roush Mustang. Let's say James drove that and IMSA GTO and things of that sort. And me, I was always the GTP guy because that's what John drove, right?
Yep,
you know, it was the. I would love to see. Do we even know where those BMW GTP cars are? They still in existence? Are they still around?
Yeah, there's I don't know who has them right now, but one of the last times that I got to go to Vasek Polak, you know, they had the racks in there, and the two BMWs were sitting there in the racks, and just thinking, man, it's really neat to see them. Yeah, exactly.
I would love to see those make laps again, and it was such a neat era, and Davy Jones is still a close friend, and see him and talk to him quite often, and the reminisce with that car and what its capabilities were, and that never really got to reach its full potential.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I actually grew up around the Vasek Polak shop with the old man and Carl Thompson and stuff, and the that little shop off Fujita right down the street from Cosworth. It was, you'd never know. And around the corner was Ralt and everything. But Mr. Pollock never threw anything away.
Yeah.
He kept everything.
Sounds like a racer.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like a racer. And speaking of the Gurney Eagle, there we go. We got a great representation of one right there. So much history wrapped up in those. 89-90 season. I remember them so well. John was driving the 962 at the time. So, and I remember also the Nissan GT.
Yeah.
That set the world on fire. One of my favorite stories was John Paul Jr. He was in the 1,000 horsepower Oldsmobile and there at Road Atlanta. And he was behind the Nissan, and it was spitting out raw fuel and puttering, and the whole thing was driving away from him. He called it. He goes, "Once they figure this out, we're in trouble."
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any. We don't have any Nissan GTP cars.
Yeah, I didn't
this
see
year.
any this year.
No, there isn't any here. But Frank Honsowitz is here.
Is he?
Yeah. I know Frank has a couple things, responsibilities this afternoon, and we'll see if we can get him on it.
So driving that A.J. Watson Roadster, Ernie, talk to the fans at home about that. Talk to us a little bit about that. What are some of the really neat and unique things about it? What do you think some of the biggest challenges were when you were competing to compete in something like that? And how much fun are you having out there too?
I'm having a heck of a good time. Mr. Malloy gave me the opportunity to drive a lot of the cars that he brought up, and I chose the Roadster because of the history. And you have to look back at that era and the people that drove in that era. Let's just say they had big stones. I mean, and it was just one of these things. It's a 2-speed we're driving, so it's basically a go and a really go gear, and we're just relieving it in one gear. And unfortunately, due to supply issues and everything right now, we're running on really old tires.
I mentioned that to our audience.
Yeah, but it's a
15-year-old tires.
But literally, it is so much fun, and the easiest way to describe it, it's an analog feel.
Yeah.
And it goes back to, with today's modern cars, you have all the different driver aids and performance diff compressors and all that other fun stuff and traction controls. It just goes back to the raw, you feel like a World War II pilot, basically.
That's so
It is. It is.
And you look like one in it, to be honest. I mean, it's. When I mentioned the age of your tires, I was also saying, not only were they brave back in the air to drive these things, but our men and women that are sitting in these today, my hat goes off to you guys. It's like Patrick Long. We just had a segment with him, and he said this is completely opposite of a pro weekend. You're not trying to extrapolate every little tenth out of the car. You're trying to go out there and you want to put it through its paces and want to exercise it because that's what it's here for.
Yep.
And as we know as race car drivers, if you're not driving a race car somewhere near its limit, they almost drive worse.
Absolutely.
If
you're out of the rev range of the engine, you're in some regard doing more harm than good because you're just going to be fouling spark plugs and doing that kind of stuff. For the event here, everybody needs to be driving the car at least hard enough to showcase what the strengths and weaknesses and how the cars compare to each other. And more and more people are showing up, and this is obviously one of the best historic races in the world. And it's pretty awesome to as we watch this session see IMSA GTO, GTS, Trans Am cars racing against GTP stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the era that these gentlemen drove in, and from beginning to the current stuff, it's just such a cool thing to be up here. We're in a beautiful part of the country. You can't go wrong up here. The weather's magnificent. It's a fun time here.
I couldn't agree more. And why this is, and to your point, Gunnar, as far as you're watching and push here, this is one of these, like the Formula One and IndyCar groups are probably the most respectful. You'll see them give wide, don't want to take any chance to touch a wheel. When all of a sudden fenders are on these things, I've seen much tighter courses. I watched Patrick Long have to check himself going into the corkscrew, remind himself that that this is a historic weekend because he was getting ready to take a run. He was off onto the curb on entry. No, I better tuck in behind because this is a historic weekend. So how hard is it to turn off the competitive in you, Gunnar?
Well, and that's sort of the thing that I always think is the fine line, is you want to drive the car as hard as you can, again, to showcase it, but then at the same time, you need to be taking care of it. So it's not like a pro weekend because these cars weren't made to take every single curb around the racetrack and just, bounce it off of things.
Absolutely. And like you're saying, in the pro weekend, you're actually trying to extrapolate every piece of the real estate too. And since they've added extra pavement, as you know, come out of 6, 7 into 8, it basically changes the whole line going into it. And when you're in one of these cars, you kind of have to realize, I got to kind of stay off the curbs here, and I can't push it there, and
But as far as the racing goes, a lot of these guys with these cars come here every year, and they know each other from previous years and the races that they've had. So based off of previous experience, you might have some guys that are racing a little harder with each other, and other guys that know, I got to stay away from that guy.
Right.
And so that's another sort of interesting dynamic, is that in pro racing kind of stuff, you might race against somebody in one car for one season, maybe 2 seasons. Here, we have guys that have literally been doing this race for decades in the same cars.
Absolutely. And we've talked about some of them today. We have the gentleman that drives the Jaguar from Reno to here on the roads. Yeah, and that's his transportation to get here. So it is. There's so many wonderful stories here, and so much excitement to talk about. We just drew an end to this. This is Group 8A. They just got the checkered flag for their qualifying session.
And Charlie Nierberg in the Toyota, and Bruce in the 962.
What a shock.
Yeah, the sort of normal pecking order, and that's setting up to be a great race.
It really is.
But what I really like about this era is when the rules were designed, there's a box.
Yeah.
And play within the box. So you have the opportunity to have innovation and try different things. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. And when you get into the modern world, everything's homologated. So here's the box. You can't change that box in performance. So that's where the manufacturers come involved and start playing those
BOP games.
BOP games, exactly.
I enjoy the more creative era myself personally,
Yep.
And I like that era, and that's what we get to see here. And this is what I know what put all of our passions into the sport, and I've said it time and time again. And this is what a cool car here.
And is that Adam Carolla? Is that what he's racing?
That is not. That would be Philip Mendelovitz.
Okay.
Mendelovitz.
Don't know him.
Yeah, that's winningest Nissan chassis ever, though, the LR001.
Yeah.
Over 77 IMSA events, 4 different driver titles, 4 manufacturing championships.
Yeah, and that's a checkered flag on the session.
That is a checkered flag on the session. We got a replay here. Oh, this is our spin.
I got a little sporty, didn't it?
That was a that was a very high-speed spin, so...
Yeah, they're going to have to clean out a lot of gravel, and I think he's probably going to have to clean out his underpants.
I'm glad you said it, Gunnar.
All right, so we're getting ready for our lunch break here. I'm going to hand it back over to Jonathan Green here, and he'll take over. Thank you, folks. Thanks, Arnie.
Now, to me, that is what historic racing is all about. 3 racing drivers talking shop. That's the Reuinion. That's Monterey. My thanks to our gentlemen. I sat in the back and was grinning from ear to ear, as I'm sure you were listening around the world. We'll get more of that as the weekend goes on, I'm hoping to say. It's our lunch break, guys. We can continue the discussion. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back after lunch for the Monterey Reuinion. Join us after the break for more classic racing. This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track.
How's everything look up there? Yeah. Alright. I was just checking, see what's going on. I'm gonna call Mom real quick and then just chill and charge my phone. We're not back on air for another hour, something. 1 o'clock. Well, yeah, because he got up. Yeah. You're in the apartment? Love you too. I'll talk to you. Alright. Yep. Alright. Love you. Bye.
Hey folks, we have a autograph session going on today with Kelly Telfer from 1 to 130. If you don't know who Kelly is the artist who has designed the cover of that lovely Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion, and also the posters that you can find out here in the paddock so you can get your autographs and such. Besides being a really talented artist, he's also been quite the gearhead to go with it, and has been involved with racing and painting and having some beautiful, beautiful works of art that, you know, in the past when people have your motorsports things you want put on the wall, your significant others says, take that tacky thing down, that does not happen with He is proud now to be the official artist for this Rolex Monterey Motorsports. And the Porsche Parade 21, as well as the 2019 and 2021 Porsche Club of America Porsche Reuinion in Florida. And also the 2020 Aero McLaren IndyCar team. So, again, if you pick up that great program, you'll find good information on him, but he's just got some fantastic work out there, and get a chance to talk to him and take a look at what he does firsthand.
Okay, I'm good for a while. Yeah. Maybe. I think I
advertising, although it is a little bit deceptive, but it's a little overcast like this. That's when you get sunburn really badly, so make sure you put on your sunblock. Stay hydrated with water, Gatorade, and want you to enjoy your experience here safely. And if you have any minor first aid needs, the first aid center is located in a triple tall building by start finish line. Directional signs will lead you to the way, and enjoy your visit. If you still different, feel free to ask some of our ambassadors and our volunteers. They're happy to point you in the right direction. We've got 4 demonstrations taking to the track, followed by demonstrations.
Johnny Maxey.
Porsche 356A silver in color from Fullerton, Jeff Weissard, car 36. Next to 151.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Reuinion for Motorsports, and it's a beautiful day here in California. Doesn't get any better than this. I'm here with my good friend Adam Andretti, and we have a guest in the booth coming up in a moment, but we want to get into what's happening out on track first as we turn our attention now to Group B. And the action from the Group B cars, starting with GT cars from 1955 to 1964.
Yeah, this is a fun group to start our afternoon with, isn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, no question about it. And the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion 1955 to 1964 GT Group is brought to you by the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival.
Yeah, it's what I was saying, referring to what an exciting group. You know, we just had a nice break at lunch. Track's been relatively quiet. You know, they do some exhibitions. The Panamericanas cars just got done doing some lapping, and now we're back to green flag session. More qualifying this afternoon. Group 1B, as you referred to, 1955, 1964, 64 GT cars.
Actually, there's some lovely cars as well.
Yeah, just to start off right there, the number 17 is going through. That's an Alfa Romeo Giulietta 1300 Sprint Veloce. Patrick Byrne behind the wheel of that.
I love the Italian headlights, brilliant. Well, while we get started, we're into it now as we look at the beautiful Laguna Circuit. Let me introduce Andy Prill, who's with us, and I guess from England?
Yeah, all the way from the Blighty here.
From a good old Blighty. Now, Andy, what's your role here?
So I've been racing here since 1998. Had some great times here. Lucky enough to have bought a car that won the Monterey Cup back in 2002, which was very, very good. In the last 5 years, I've been had the pleasure of serving on the advisory committee.
Right.
So the advisory committee made up of a group of people with racing backgrounds, and we help the management of the track. We are responsible for selecting the cars that you see today and the drivers. And we're now and we work with the sanctioning body in maintaining standards, trying to select the best cars to present the best possible show to the public.
Brilliant. And also driving standards, is that right?
Yeah. Sports Reuinion has always been a very, very big exponent of safe racing. We don't like contact. We recognised a long time ago that in order to get the best cars, you needed to have good track behaviour, because with values spiralling like they have, you only see the best cars in safe environments. This is a wonderful event. It's a world-class event. It's certainly the best historic car race in North America, and we want the best cars here. The only way we're going to get those is by having good behaviour on track, so people feel that they can safely. We don't mind fast driving, but we encourage no contact and safe driving.
A lot out there, Phil. It's one of those, Andy, excuse me. It's one of those deals where more times than not, I'm seeing more room that would never be necessary to be given, but that's showing the respect of what they're out to do. Then you see some of the pros out there, and they have to kind of dial themselves back. They want to take that dive that they usually would. Then they remember, hang on a second. This is a historic race. I need to maybe dial myself back and bring it back into reality. But I like what you said. You want to see these cars get exercised properly. That's what puts on a great vintage race. And folks like you, we are indebted to for making sure that we have the absolute best of the best out there to do it.
Yeah, it's a problem everywhere the world over. We've got a problem in historic racing in Europe where perhaps some of the pros are racing like they're, you know, gonna
still going
and going to earn a good prize at the end of it. You know, at the end of the day, you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. So it's inevitable that you have some incidents. What we tolerate racing incidents. We won't tolerate stupidity or rash behavior on
low
track.
percentage maneuvers. Yeah. You know, yesterday Dorsey Schrader was up here and he made mention to the advisory board, and because he was speaking of the young man Dante, who had some problems, but it turned out to be mechanical. He looked pretty good yesterday after the car got sorted. What do you think?
It was my call last weekend. They wanted they wanted to send him home. I mean, I looked at what had happened and I thought, well, there's a good chance that car's not behaving. He's a young man. We don't want to knock the stuffing out of the kid, but he's inexperienced, so it's a classic catch. If we send him home, what does he learn?
Of course.
Is it good for us? Not particularly, but equally, we have a duty to the other people on track. He caused a bit of a delay and caused some of his fellow competitors to lose some track time. I think we rightly took him out of that session because the last thing we wanted was to find that we were responsible for him hurting himself or someone else.
Sure.
Turns out, come to pass, that there was a problem with the throttle on the car. Eric Curran, fantastic. His team, fantastic. They repaired the car, but there's no opportunity for testing here. So I suggested, and everybody accepted, that we put Eric in the car for a session early yesterday. He went out, made some small adjustments to the car. We got Dante in the car. Great.
He looked great.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a win-win. I hope and pray that he has a great weekend's racing, safely, enjoys himself, and he'll mark that down as a great experience, and it'll be one of the things he remembers.
And I think, and the thing that's really going to settle with him for the rest of his life, as long as he's around the sport, is he'll always be reminded of the level of respect you treat him with, and that you didn't destroy his confidence. You let him build that confidence back up, and
I think you have to remember
that's big.
Every single person here is a client.
Yeah,
that's
true. Good way of looking at it.
They're a customer. They just happen to be customers driving fantastic racing cars. So that it has to cut both ways, and we have to find a happy medium, which is not always easy to do, I should add. But if we can do that, I think that's we've been successful.
This is the Piranha out here. That's that car.
The motorboat.
Yeah, the motorboat.
Don't you love the propeller?
Now, hang on a minute. That can't be period, or is it? I mean, we've been waxing rhapsodic about how the cars have to be prepared as they were in the day. That can't be standard?
Probably not.
Well, you know, it could be, though. You know who built this car was Sam Foose,
yes.
Chip Foose's father.
Ah, right, okay.
So Sam, and then Gene Winfield is a famed hot rod builder, worked to build this car. So that could be something that they would have thrown on the back of that car, given what the design was. But there was only 3 of those cars built, and it was driven by Dick Carbajal and campaigned by AMT. So it raced majority of the life in the California Club region of SCCA, as well as hill climbs and so on and so forth. So the 2 other cars are famous from Don Garland's drag racing, the moving car and Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Yeah.
That's something I did not know.
That's another great thing about this particular event, and I think some Europeans don't get it. For me, it was always Vive la différence, You do see, this is racing in North America, and historic racing in period racing in North America was different from period racing in the UK and Europe. So you do see some of these unique and fantastic specials that were very successful in period out here against some very big opposition.
Right.
And this is the only place you'll see them. So it's one of the unique aspects of this event. And we love to see those cars here.
Oh, Andy, I got to tell you, I get goosebumps all day long being up here because it's, a lot of the history is for my age, is only things that I've read about and heard about from family members and talking about those cars. So to see them in real life and to see them actually going through the paces is quite special. So I definitely appreciate you pointing that out.
How did you get involved in all this crazy stuff?
I'm an addict. I was riding motorcycles from a very young age in competition, and did some professional riding in my youth and into my early 20s before I injured myself. Did a apprenticeship in mechanical engineering actually, but always been involved in motorsport of some sort, and got involved in car racing in the early 90s. and never look back. I run a business in the UK where we specialise in Porsches, but we do all aspects of working on old cars, and I love it. It's what gets me out of bed in the mornings.
Yeah.
I go to work every day, get to work on some amazing cars. More importantly, over the years, as historic racing has developed, are the people.
Yeah.
It's ever so easy to get a bit blasé about it, but the people you meet in these events is absolutely incredible, and nowhere more than here. I can honestly say, I've travelled all over the world racing. This is one place when you come back, you can always be guaranteed a welcome. You walk down that pit lane, the pit workers, it genuinely is, they're heartfelt, pleased to see you, and it's quite unique. And I'd encourage anybody, even from a spectating point of view, I'd always encourage anyone here.
Driving standards.
That was a bit close. I'm sure race control.
Our own driving standards now.
I'm sure race control have noted that one.
Speaking of very nice people, I want to introduce Tom Malloy and bring Tom Malloy in here, and I'm going to hand my microphone over to him. But Tom Malloy has been driving the Penske IndyCar, that is the Morton Gold IndyCar that Tom Sneva drove, and he also owns all three of the top three finishers in the 1981.
Next to us, right?
That's right next to us. So right here's Tom for you.
Thank you. Well, Tom, we've got one of those exceedingly nice Americans. I don't know what you made of that little maneuver there, but we've got the racing standards man there, but a bit of a moment for the number 8. How are you enjoying your weekend, Tom?
It's going good, yeah. All in all, with all the cars I brought up here, which were 7 cars, we're down 1, but other than that, things are fine.
What happened?
We dropped a valve.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a bad average, though.
No. No.
So what have you? Tell me a little bit about your background here.
Here?
Well,
or
no,
just
actually, because I know you do dirt racing as well, right?
Yeah. Well, I come from my dad had a racetrack in Gardena, California.
Well, you can't avoid it then.
Yeah. and in the late 40s, I was like 7 or 8 years old, and grew up there, and all the big time half-mile dirt track. All the big-time racers race there, as I grew up. My favorites, Troy Ruttman and Bill Vukovich, Frank McGurk, Jack McGurk. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Right.
So I was just totally hooked. And he was a contractor. I love his tractors, and I loved his racetrack. And then eventually he bought a sprint car and had a guy named Troy Ruttman drive the car, made it very famous in the late 40s and early 50s. And Troy left my dad to go to drive for J.C. Agajanian, which is a name it should be known to a lot of people. And Dad turns around and hires a guy named Bill Vukovich to drive a sprint car. So these are the type of people I'm around as a kid. And I ran as much machinery. If I could get something started, as young as I was, I'd try to get it around his yard. And his racetrack, just a young kid. And a couple of things my dad and I had agreed to is if he ever caught me out of low gear in the pickup truck, I couldn't drive till I was 16.
Ooh.
And I'm about 9 years old, and then I could not drive race cars. That was verboten.
But you were driving a truck at 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I cleaned up the parking lot.
Yeah.
I had a childhood to die for.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Because of my dad and his willingness to let me do these things. And big family. I'm one of 9, and
oh wow,
the oldest boy, 2 older sisters, and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of my background. And then I saw what he put into racing, both financially and emotionally, and got away from it. And I made a promise to myself I'd never do that. And I finally got to a stage in my life with my business where I figured I could do this and not hurt my business. And so I started dabbling in collecting cars. And then I bought a car and took it to Willow Springs and practiced with it. Completely the wrong car. And finally got a BT-18 Brabham and learned how to drive a race car. And vintage race for close to 20 years all over the world, primarily in the United States. And, I'm still here.
Do you get, when we see a Ferrari like that, a beautiful, that 250 GT, do you get as glossy-eyed as a lot of the fans do, or is it just just another car to you?
No. I mean, I certainly appreciate this. I have a couple of listers.
Right.
And I race out there with people who have cars
like this. Yeah.
And you have to be, you know, because you're out there in the lister, which is a very nice car, but it's nothing like this. So you have to really, you know, understand that and be aware of what you're out there with. And so anyway, but I mean, I totally respect somebody bringing a car like that out and racing it, you know. So
I remember a few years ago chasing Tom Price up the hill through 6 in a 250 GTO.
Yeah.
He lost it in front of me, and he went 3 times across the track in front of me. And I'm going, please don't hit this guy.
Oh, God.
No. Please don't hit this.
When I first got my first lister, was a lister Jag, and I started racing with these guys, you know, and I said to myself, Tom, just stay back here and don't do anything stupid, you know, because if not, you're going to be the big black cross for the rest of your life. And then eventually started passing people and stuff like that. But you got to work your way into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just not something you got to bust in on the scene. So,
yeah, it's a real. I'm beginning to understand what a real art sort of. It's almost like being invited to a boxing match that goes, guys, don't hurt each other, right? Don't hit each other. So make it look good, put on a show, but for God's sake, don't use the gloves.
Yeah, I mean, there. Every guy in that group has a right to be there.
Yeah.
And because you're quicker or whatever, you have to respect that.
Yeah.
And if you do that, you'll be around a long time and people will respect you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we say. It's the passing car's responsibility.
That's right.
You've got the wheel, you've got the pedals.
Yeah.
I want to say how great it is to see Indy cars here as a limey.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying that this morning. We're live on Sky F1, and I'm sure they're enjoying just that fact.
Fantastic.
And the Goodwood channel is also taking it. So, you know, they're going to be enjoying seeing some of these older American cars that they may never have seen, especially the Indy cars. Yeah. And I guess the other thing, and maybe I can put this to you, Tom, but when you're racing, you haven't got time to look at the scenery and enjoy the corkscrew.
No.
And you're trying to beat the guy in front.
Yeah.
So this historic racing really does give you a chance to enjoy the environment.
Yeah. Yes, it does. I mean, but you're still focused.
Sure.
I mean, you're not looking around. You're not sightseeing.
No.
I mean,
but at
know,
the same time, it's not the pressure.
Yeah, but you're still. I mean, you got a big responsibility. You don't want to do anything hurt the car. You don't want to hurt anybody else's car. I mean, you're still focused. I mean,
I'll bet.
You're not out looking at the next patch of daisies you go by or anything like that. You know.
I have to say as well, I've been lucky. Last year, I decided to write out on a piece of A4 the different tracks around the world that I've driven at in Europe and South America, North America, and I filled almost 2 A4 sides.
Yeah.
2 tracks stand out to me. I mean, Le Mans is incredible.
Right.
When you're doing 200 miles an hour down the Mulsanne on a public road, there's nothing like that. But this, for my 2 penneth, is the best short circuit in the world, bar none. Laguna Seca, The gradient, the change it is a wonderful, wonderful track.
Yeah, and as all of us are different, mine is Road America.
Yeah, great track.
To me, that is the epitome of racing.
Yeah.
It's fast, it's technical.
Yeah.
It's scary fast.
Yeah, no, I like it. I even like Lime Rock.
Yeah.
But there's just,
it's short.
Yeah, exactly. But there's something up here that it's quite technical.
Yeah.
The different the gradients and the elevation. Yeah. It's a great place, and the weather helps.
I was about to say it's also in the middle of California by Pebble Beach.
Oh, I've been here in the rain. I put the car on pole by 3.5 seconds when it rained because no one went out. The Americans said, "No, it's wet."
Yeah, and all 3 of the ones we talked about are historic, or the 4th one's including Le Mans. But a person like myself, the fact that I have these cars, and I bring them to the track, and I got to the point as a driver, I wouldn't embarrass them. The last thing you ever want to do is embarrass a race car.
Yeah.
If you can't drive it, park it.
Yeah.
Get it somebody else. Sell it to somebody else.
Yeah, it's like a racehorse. A racehorse knows when a rider who can't ride a racehorse gets on it and says,
exactly.
"What are you doing?"
Yeah.
And I'm sure the cars are telling you that.
Yeah, and so anyway, that. But I mean, I've had that luxury of driving stuff I should never even have been around.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
and I respect that. Yeah. So.
No question about it. Well, we're talking to 2 young drivers, Andy Perel and Tom Malloy. And let me ask you, Tom, how long do you prepare? You say 7 cars you brought.
Yeah.
How long does I mean, you must be racing not just here, you must do other races. But what kind of preparation goes into an event like this?
Okay, well, mine's a little bit different. I had a heart attack 6 years ago, so I can't race the way I used to because my doctor won't sign my medical.
Did somebody send you a bill or something?
Yeah, and so anyway, because of that, I only get to do this, exhibition stuff.
Yeah.
And so this was the first time I've actually gone this fast in a long time, and not as fast as I used to go.
It's good for the heart.
Yeah, and so I'm just thrilled that I can do this exhibition. Yeah. I'll be out in the Ragtime Racing thing here in about an hour. In an old,
we'll be looking.
In an old 1908 Locomobile.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's as frightening as you can ever imagine,
Well, we'll look out for that.
Wooden wheels and all that kind of stuff.
I know. Yeah. I've been out in that number 16 Packard before now.
My ear's right here, see?
I can see, I can see. I can see the sea from there.
Isn't that an incredible show as well?
What a great show.
I mean, the pits they've built.
It's I've seen them at several events, and they're lovely people. They're so engaging. And it's a bit of a show, but I have to say, the cars, what I love about it is it ties the knot in what all of this is about, which is how we started, why we started racing, and where we went to. I mean, I was talking about the Mormon Wasp and the rear view mirror, and I was saying, some people, cynics, if you will, who hate motor racing or have no interest in it, might say, what on earth do you do every weekend, Johnny? Yeah. What's the point? And I go, well, the ABS on your brakes, the fuel that you use, how we've developed cars, and from Ray Haroon, how we got the rear view mirror is how it's all about. So everything it's basically a big experiment going on down there, and we're looking at the 100 years of experimentation and creativity to create what is today's motor car.
Look at the technology in that motor racing, the Endurance Legends grid.
Yeah.
And you can, like you say, you can see the origin of that over there in the Ragtime Racers paddock.
Yeah, I love it.
So while I'm here, I'll mention to you, I brought,
No, go for it.
Well, James Skyer, he's the general manager of an engine company I built. You may have heard of Ed Pink Racing Engines.
Yes.
And we do a lot of work. And if you have a few minutes to talk to him,
we're here all day.
Yeah, so he can give you, he can fill you in on what's going on at Ed Pink. But I mean, I'm really honored to have you guys ask me to come up.
Oh, you please. We've got 2 more days of this. We'd love to see you.
The nice thing about my situation, I have 4 children, and they're all normal.
That's what gave you the heart attack.
They're normal.
That's what gave you the heart attack.
but they're normal. I'm the only stuck with this. I'm the only one stuck with this disease.
You got the car disease. They're okay.
One of the things about Indy cars that I would just like to mention is, at Goodwood now they do the high-speed demonstrations as a part of the Goodwood feature. What a sight it would be. And what an education for the English audience
to have those
to see. Yeah, because I think we're often a bit dismissive of the technology in Indy, but some of the things that Indy were doing in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, absolutely incredible.
Talk about the 50s. My first time to Indy was 1954 to see my dad's car run there, the Malloy Special, that Jimmy Reese drove.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was 15 years old.
Wonderful.
Incredible.
So anyway.
Well, listen, we could talk all day.
Thank you very
Tom,
much. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Andy, thank you so much.
So I'm going to turn you over
to James. We'll keep talking, and we'll talk some more after this, because we're going down to the paddock to join Kev, who's got his next guest. Kev, down to you.
Well, Johnny, how about this? If you're going to come to a car show in a place like Monterey at Laguna Seca, you're going to expect to see some pretty special cars, and we have ticked that box with a very big tick indeed. One of the most exclusive cars in the world right now, and we have over 30 of them. This is the largest collection of Ferrari Monzas that you're going to see anywhere in the world, and it's happening this weekend at the Rolex Motorsports Reuinion. Matthew Johnson here is a very lucky man, pro race car driver himself, and he's looking after some of the guys that own all of these. And Matthew, I mean, I'm not over-egging this. This is a huge, huge deal this weekend at Laguna Seca.
Well, only 499 of these Monzas were built, and we've got 33 on site here. It's probably the largest gathering that we're ever going to have of Monzas in one place. And everyone's favorite thing to do is just look at all the different colors and specs, because no two are alike.
Yeah, and this is quite incredible. Just being here at the moment, when you walk up and down, my jaw has been hitting the floor. We've been waiting to go live on this, and you just can't quite take it in. You might see 1 or 2 of these in your lifetime, but when 33 are lined up, it's quite something. And like I said, only 499 of them made. So if you got the kind of budget for one of these things, then you go to the factory and say, I want this, I want this, I want this. And that's what these guys have done.
Indeed. I mean, it looks like they probably took their favorite collection of Hot Wheels when they were kids and kind of brought those with them, right? And looked at everything and said, we should go for something like the green one with the yellow stripes. Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. And just to give us a heads up on this for people who are watching us, and you're not going to get much change out of, well, $1.5 million upwards, that kind of thing, £1.5 million probably upwards, depending on the extras and things you put on it.
That's what I'm told.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't been discussing anyone with the sales process, let's say, but 1.75 to 2 million, and we can anticipate in a limited production it's only going to go up from there.
That's absolutely incredible, isn't it? You know, you're here this weekend, and you said something very funny. Matthew, pro race car driver, you work on Top Gear in the US and the UK, and you know your way around a racetrack. But tell me what you said. I said to you, have you driven one of these things yet?
I did, yeah. In fact, first and second gear, I took it to the fuel pump.
Only trusted to take it to the fuel pump. But what you have been doing, which is incredible, you're actually leading a parade of these things around the track here at Laguna Seca, and these guys got to take it out on the track.
Well, obviously it's a piece of art, but it's a piece of art with a lot of performance. And so proof in the pudding here is throwing it on the racetrack and allowing the owners to have some fun. So you'll see some helmets in the cars. Everyone was belted up, helmets on, and following myself and a couple of other pro drivers around the track this morning. And tomorrow morning we're going to do the same at 7 a.m. Foggy morning of us ripping around in Monzas. It's a lot of fun, though.
Could you trust yourself on a foggy morning in one of these things? I'm not sure that I could. I wouldn't dare go near it. Interesting fact as well. Tell us about it. The fact that they're not road legal. You won't see these things on the road.
Currently, they're not road legal. Supposedly, there's some path to being road legal in the United States. I don't know the complete story about it, but I believe that the owners were told it was not road legal and bought it on that premise. And it's a surprise, maybe, that it's going to be possible to be road legal.
So they really are kind of exhibition pieces. They're amazing pieces of engineering. Just out-and-out collector's items, and you know, only going to go up in value. 499 ever made, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. And they're built with the same V12 you'll find in an 812 GTS. So they're 800 plus horsepower. You know, with a good launch, probably 0 to 60 in the low 2-second range. A lot of performance there, but for all that you feel performance, there's a lot to just see. Just standing and looking at the car, you see new details all the time.
Yeah, and they really are quite something. It's just one of the many things that you're going to see here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion. We got a lot of vintage heritage stuff down in the paddock, obviously, because that's what it's all about. But you can't have a glamorous car show in Monterey and not put on display things like this. And I mean, Matthew, a little bit later on, they're here, but they're going to get taken to Pebble Beach as well. I think, is it Saturday or Sunday morning? We're going to get them out so more people can see them.
Yeah, we're going to have a parade. All the owners will parade together to the lawn, and they'll be on the lawn on Sunday at Pebble Beach.
Yeah, great stuff. And what we've also got here, and we'll just have a quick, we haven't really got a picture of it, but you can talk about it because I'm looking at it. The elevation here, the corkscrew. We're standing looking at Laguna Seca, and we get a real sense of the difference in height that we've got here. You know, dropping from sort of like 59 feet down, and I think maybe we've got a drone in the sky who might take a look at it, but you get a real sense of going up and coming down, and you want to be doing that carefully in one of these things.
For sure. When you see in-car video of this racetrack, it's all kind of from the driver perspective, and the car's pitching down, so you don't realize it's a 5-story drop coming down the corkscrew. You can see the ocean from the top of it, but you wouldn't be looking there because you're worried about where you're going to go down the corkscrew.
Matthew, thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute blast. I understand the covers are going back on these things for now, and you know, I don't blame them. Look after them, but thank you so much for your time.
All right,
there you go. So just one of the many exhibits that you're going to see here in Monterey this weekend, if you're lucky enough to get down to an absolute privilege. Johnny and Adam, back to you.
When the finish line calls.
Thank you, Kev. And yes, Matthew Johnson, I just realised I've worked with him. I know him. We did the X Games.
I got to witness the light bulb.
$264. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Haggerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com.
(1966 to 1961) GT Group was brought to you by RP, or Race for RP. We're all in. Are you?
Kevin Buckley drives car 177 from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 67 Porsche 911S. It is yellow.
And so we have our next group out here, and here they come. And this is a really interesting group because it's 2B is under 2500cc, but cars, I said 66 to 61. Of course I meant 61 to 66.
Of course you did. And
But
we all knew that.
I got thrown by the fact that Matthew Johnson is a friend of mine who I've worked with, and I haven't seen him in this role. I've worked with him doing the X Games, doing rallycross and monster trucks and you name it. So there you go. Shout out to Matthew. I'll go and see him and see if I can borrow one of those Ferraris off him.
That would be that's the guy you want to know here, is the guy that's running running the whole Ferrari
He and his
program
wife
down there.
both into motorsports, and yep, hell of a guy, hell of an entertainer. And I looked at him and thought, I know that guy.
You could tell he was. I love the enthusiasm of those, and you could, the pro driver as well. When you're a professional at this, and you're able to come out here and share your knowledge and your skill set with others, and help keep people safe out there, and extrapolate the best of themselves behind the wheel of a car. There's a lot of pride in that.
Yeah, no question. So let's have a look at 2B as we take a look at the first cars out on track. Now this is qualifying, so they're going to be hustling just a little bit more than they have been up until now. And we're starting to get a good crowd up at the corkscrew, the top of the hill there. And we're looking at, like I said, cars from the early 60s.
And that 88, this is the 96, 911. Coming down the hill, that's Edward Matsuishi.
Yeah, he's a veteran historic racer, has been around for many a year.
This was a car that Bruce O'Neill owned and drove in the San Francisco Region SCCA back in 1968, 69 time frame. And Edward has owned this car 71, so most of the life of the car he's owned it, so that's been his baby for quite some time.
That looks a lot of fun around Laguna.
I tell you, that thing's got to be just a pistol to whip around here. I mean, that thing is so much, it's so nice and lightweight and nimble. That is a Lotus Super 7 Series 2, 1962.
It's amazing, actually. That car, you could almost say could span at least a decade and still look the same.
Exactly. Yeah, it would be so difficult. Only the people that own those probably actually could differentiate, right, from year to year, knowing the little nuances that they would be.
And there's a beautiful little Elva Korea in Old English White. I'd never heard of the expression Old English White, and everybody else is going to go, oh, where have you been? But I think that's great. I would almost call it cream, but it's Old English White. I'll take it.
Yeah, right. I mean, why not?
Yep.
Why not? I mean, I like, Old English. Always thought of the, what was it? The toiletry products, right? Were Old English.
Yeah. I don't
so when I see Old English White,
I don't think the Elva will be too impressed that you're talking shower gel. Anyway, let's have a look at the MG, the MGB. Coming up, here he is. My first car was an MGB. Not as nice as that, I may add. And it conked out straight off to the dealership. And my dad looked at me and went, right, now you'll learn how to fix it.
This was a SCCA National Champion EP driven by Jerry Slick, which if you may know him, he's Grace Slick of Jefferson Airplane's husband.
Ah!
Yeah, isn't that fascinating?
Well, it's amazing the amount of musicians that are into their racing.
Isn't it, though? I mean, it's my era. Vince Neil from Motley Crue was big into it. I'm drawing a blank on the lead singer of AC/DC, but
Brian Johnson's big racer.
Yeah,
he's raced in
time.
SVRA.
Yeah.
Sammy Hagar up the road in San Francisco. He could
can't
well
drive
be here this
55.
weekend. Well, he has driven 55, but he's only been there for about 2 seconds.
Just passing to 110.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he has a big car collection. He loves Ferraris. I was able to give him a Ferrari or get a Ferrari for him when he came to Coda to visit. And that was a lot of fun. We'll tell you more about that story. But let's head down to the pit lane and the paddock and join Kev again.
Well, Johnny, I just thought I'd jump in on you there while I'm stood up here, just after taking a look at the Ferrari Monzas that are parked up just up there. I'm in a great position to give us some geography on the circuit. Over my right shoulder here, that's the corkscrew. And as we were talking about there with Matthew Johnson, our pro race car driver, as they're coming up from 6, and Adam will know this, You then rise up to the corkscrew. I think it's 59 feet, is it then? The drop that comes down, and you'll get a real appreciation of where we are here. Laguna Seca, the dry lake bed that spans out behind us with the timing tower in the middle, and the view from up here, well, it is quite something. If you get a chance to come and see it, then you really should.
Nice work, Kev. Yeah, I've been up there actually. When we did the Trans Am, we did a little link up there and looked down, and it is a great spot. Nice hummingbirds up there, although they're quite hard to capture. Ask my drone friend.
Well, you have to catch them full of sugar water.
Well, Logan, sugar's what we need, buddy.
Yeah, a little bit of sugar water, and you get them heating right out of your hand.
There you go.
There's a guy on the internet that lays in a hammock and fills his belly button full of sugar water, and he films the hummingbirds coming in.
I don't want to know some of the sites that you go to on the internet.
Oh, you fall into YouTube black hole there
yeah, the
sometimes.
Black hole.
But back here to qualifying, this is again Group 2B here qualifying this afternoon. The number 99 is represented right there. That is a Lotus 26R. It's a Bill Young championship car, raced since 1964. Won the Los Angeles Times Grand Prix at Riverside Raceway.
Neat.
Yeah, 3-time national champion.
You see, that's a good example of the Brits coming over with a tiny little small ball car and winning in LA, and then getting a write-up of the LA Times, and all the American racers going, we're going to do something about this. Well, what are we going to do about these guys?
And it didn't stop there. It became the most winning. That's the most winning version of that car ever built.
Wow.
So not only was it obviously a great version of the car, but they attracted obviously some pretty good shoes to be driving that thing, right?
Yep. Beautiful 77 911S from 1967. That, again, I just mentioned how you could see the MG, but look at that. I mean, that Porsche is 67. And you were telling me about that 935. I mean, it hasn't changed that much, has it?
No, it's a design that works, right? It's a very efficient design. As far as horsepower goes, you don't lose a lot of power to the rear wheels because the driveline is right on top of it. The engine the driveline runs right out of the engine, so you're not losing the percentage of power like you do from a front engine to a rear wheel drive car. That's a big secret to the 911. And then it's a natural, if you look at it's a natural like teardrop or raindrop shape,
yep.
which is that's nature's way of putting an object through the air most efficiently. So, the Germans knocked it out of the park with that design and Stuttgart, and they have not backed away from it since, and nor should they, because it certainly does work.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's always the case. Lovely drone shots from our man Matt into turn 10. As we look at car number 14 going around, that's the 911 of Jeff Lewis at the wheel. A 911 from 1967 being passed there by an Alfa Romeo.
That would be the Alfa Romeo of Jeffrey Rothman. He's a privateer racer in Italy. Came to the U.S. in 1979, the year I was born. Talk about our years that we were born there. And it's been a lot of vintage racing here in the U.S. Just a lot of history here on the vintage side of racing, which is a nice gaggle of cars here coming in the Andretti hairpin.
Like I said, I've traveled around the world and seen a lot of historic racing, and I am just amazed at the amount of historic cars still racing today. And I mean, we've got 400 here, week in, week out. I'm at SVRA events, and we have averages of plus 300 every weekend. I've been in Europe, and of course, there's billions of cars in Europe, but Australia and New Zealand, a huge amount of historic racing goes on. And Asia.
That's a Trans Am car from the late 60s, that Porsche, actually. That 911L that was just there.
Can't sort of imagine or envision a Porsche racing Trans Am.
Me neither.
No, okay.
Yeah, right. And especially that era, right? It was muscle car era in the 60s, but lo and behold, the Porsche came and competed.
I'd love to have seen him winning at Riverside. That would be awesome. That little car.
Another little Lotus 26R. It would have been fun to watch, right? That would have been just such an exciting little car just to watch rip around there.
And that's the 1967 911S. 77. And Kevin Buckley at the wheel. Beautiful day here in California.
It is. I mean, we can't beat the weather with you can't buy this kind of weather, right? This is such a great day, and you know, as you alluded to, all these vintage cars are still around. It's what Andy Prill was speaking to, is as long as they are able to control and keep the respect between the owners and these drivers, then it keeps these cars on track, and it keeps these cars from, you know, going through unnecessary damage and surviving, you know, these weekends to move on and show off another day.
Look at the 19, the Datsun Roadster. We went down, we passed that at lunchtime, didn't we? Had a quick look at it, and it looked lovely.
Yeah, it was one of those cars where I remember you pointed, I said, just give me that.
Yeah, I'll be quite happy with that.
I'll be so happy just to have that, and I don't blame you.
Well, we've just been looking at the GT40s, which are kind of out of my budget range.
Yeah, well, just a little bit.
But I bet this is too.
Yeah, well, at least you tried.
I did.
You know, your credit card was denied, but you tried.
I did.
And we appreciate that.
Yeah. I don't know why you didn't bring your checkbook.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know why it was declined for a $300,000 purchase, but it was.
Yeah, oh well. Oh, you
look
can
at the
see
rotation.
Yeah, he's doing
beautiful
a good job.
rotation.
And here's another Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, but Dave Brengel is behind the wheel of this X-Factory supported race car from the 1960s. It raced at CCA primarily in the West Coast, found in 2012 and restored to 1965 livery.
And again, a Julia Spider with, we got a black flag. Somebody's gone off.
Black flag. Oh, we are black
just
flag.
Just at the bottom of Ray Hall Straight by the looks of things. That's turn 6. Seen many an off there in the years gone by. Let's have a look as we pan around here.
It is a tricky place. Top of the hill there by
yeah, there we go.
That's why we're going to be black flag. Oh, that's a pretty precarious position to be in. So we'll get all the cars off track, get that towed in, and we'll be good to go. This is the favorite time. You know, we get to all the cars parked in front of Johnny and I, and that means that we have a car. We have these trucks on track, so they're going slow with the white flag. It's letting you know emergency vehicles.
Yeah, this is our favorite part of the day because all the cars park in front of us.
And then Tony goes and puts his camera in the passenger windows.
Yeah,
so it brings
the best bet.
Brings the cars to life at home, and what parked right in front of us? None other than that number 7 Alfa Romeo TZ.
Yeah, with the green bonnet. Yeah, the green hood.
Such a neat car.
Can I say bonnet? Because that's
you can say bonnet. We know that. We know that in America. We know your little. We know your little nuances.
Yeah. Well, we know. Listen, we were here before you.
Well, and, and Elon Musk.
Actually, you can't really say that.
Elon Musk has since named it the Frunk.
The Funk.
Yeah. Well, the Frunk. Because there's a trunk in the front.
There he is.
Here's Tony.
The imitable Tony Garcia.
He's
available for bar mitzvahs and anything you like, but he's going to get in your face. I can assure you.
Carrying that camera around in that right hand, he's got a bicep like Popeye.
He's giving us a wave. He'll be there in a minute. And he's right at the back there, right by that 77, which is good. Go on, Tony. Give it some. I like the get-up he's got on there. Transmitting these pictures around the world. Fantastic.
I love it. Getting a thumbs up, too. Getting a thumbs up here from, I believe that is Randall Smalley. I believe that's Randall Smalley in the orange and silver.
I love the rally headlights.
Yeah. Has such a... Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was Kevin Buckley. That'd be Kevin Buckley there.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's that little gray Alfa. I've been mentioning these gray-colored cars. Hey, what's that?
Oh, look, they got a little passenger.
Yeah, monkey time.
Taking off, looks like, it almost looked like a Dr. Seuss character.
Well, that was a reflection of Tony for a second. Quick wave from the 64.
Big thumbs up. We love that. I mean, how could your day, if you're having a bad day, it can't last very long.
Now he's in the car now,
behind
surely.
the wheel of that, yeah. Oh, doesn't he look like he's right inside?
He did.
What a great view.
Yeah, lovely. Who's the tires? And when you get up close like that, you see how beautifully prepared they are.
Green
flags
out.
Head out again, so
Watch
Tony's
out,
about
Tony.
to get. Yep,
Yeah,
Tony, look out! They're on the move.
Giving a big little
hang 5. It's California time.
Shaka raka.
Get out of the way, Tony. They're going. He's in gear. Good on you, mate.
Thank you for bringing us those pictures. That was special.
Yep, all good stuff. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in around the world on our live stream. Greenlight Television bringing you the action here from Monterey. And delighted to be here, I have to say, given we've been kind of locked down. And certainly historic racing has been on the back burner, as you can imagine. just as so many other sports. But hats off to American motorsport, full stop, from NASCAR on. And I think NASCAR set the benchmark for everybody to follow. That back in 2020, they put on a, if you like, a bubble way of doing NASCAR events, doing it all on very, on one day, no practice, no qualifying. Indy followed suit, no crowds at first, then limited crowds. And I have to say, I watched the news last night, and Lollapalooza, the big festival in Chicago, not a super spreader.
No, that's great.
That is very. I mean, there was some outbreaks, but most people were vaccinated. Most people were done, and like I said, I think American sports is a big part to play in how to put on an event safely and cleanly. We know how to organize things. I say we, but motorsports people who organize events know how to control their environment.
I agree, and we've been so impressed with how everyone has done this entire event, whether it be from the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca folks and the amazing staff that they have here, all the way through HSR, and I mentioned it earlier today. I heard you talking to your parents and reassuring them how safe you are here. I did the same with my family back home. It's on everyone's minds. Of course it is. It should be. It is serious, but at the same time, when we take those responsibilities, we take them seriously, like you mentioned, Jonathan, and we can have a wonderful, safe time like we have had this weekend and many, many weekends to come. And with just 3 minutes left in this session here, we're drawing a close to the of Group 2B, and a wonderful aerial shot that we have here of turns 10 and 11 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Now, you like your BMWs, I like my BMWs.
There's
How
one
about
right there.
this? A Tisa 1800.
That was originally built to run the Carrera Pan Americana. So this is it's an original vehicle, and instead of being participating in actually that parade, this owner wanted to participate in the actual event itself, and my hat's off to that person for bringing that out and being a part of this. Because I love the BMWs. We had the North American debut of the M4 GT3 car over lunch, and I was drooling over that car, Jonathan.
No, beautiful, isn't it?
And I mean,
and it's going to race at Daytona, right?
The racing debut will be in the 24 hours of Daytona. They won't announce who the teams are, the drivers are. I can speculate, and I'm sure all our fans can speculate all we want out there. And I would speculate that Bill Alberlin would certainly be involved. Joey Hand probably could certainly be one of those involved.
Andy Prio.
Yeah, there's certainly.
He's done Ford recently.
And as far as teams go, I wouldn't be shocked if one of those ended up on Will Turner's doorstep.
Correct.
Wouldn't be shocked if one of those ended up at Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan's doorstep. So something definitely for us race fans internationally to be excited about, because that car, that was its North American debut, it's going to race internationally. Those are internationally homologated cars.
You profit a double Ray Hall potential?
Possibly.
Yeah, I like that idea.
But it was a beautiful race car, and you could tell it spent all of its young life inside the wind tunnel, couldn't you?
Yeah. Well, and the top man at BMW agreed with you that it spent a fair bit of time in there for sure. The 911S in ivory, Frank Altamura at the wheel, a 1967.
You want to talk about a car that most people would not put on a racetrack. This is an original numbers matching car from 1966, and it was privateer raced in Germany and Sweden in the 60s, and then came over here to the Pacific Northwest, spent his time on the West Coast, as so many of these cars have. I gotta feel like these race cars, the soul of the race car itself, when it hits the track here at Laguna, it's almost like visiting an old friend, right, Jonathan?
Yep. No question about it. 55 years old, for a car. That's a fair bit of age on it.
It is. I mean, I hope I look that good at 55.
I was about to say, my knees don't feel that good, and I don't know if I can. I certainly can't get around Laguna that quickly at 55, but never mind. That's another story.
But really great drive out of turn 11 there. He's got using up all that momentum. He's going to be at 110 miles an hour as he crosses over that bridge. So clicking plenty of speed in this 2500cc and under class. So if you think that these things don't have power, I'll go ahead and give you a quote from my father, Aldo Andretti. These engines are little, but they're mighty.
Yeah, exactly. Good work by our man Hamish. We're getting closer and closer to these cars. I love it. As the days go on, our cameramen are getting braver and braver.
what I love is the checkers out, and that's as close to door-to-door action I've seen the whole session. So please keep it nice and tidy there, boys and girls, and bring the cars back home. This session is drawn to a close, qualifying for Group 2B.
Or not.
Or not. Give it to the Englishman to start quote.
A bit of smoke
right?
shave, yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I love it.
When one or more are gathered, we end up talking Shakespeare at some point. What you call bull.
It's funny, whenever on Jeopardy there's a Shakespeare question, I have 3 answers. It's either Hamlet, Othello,
yeah,
or Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, that's pretty good effort.
That's all I got.
Yeah. How'd you get on?
I hit maybe 1 out of 8.
Alas.
At least anyone who's in the room with me that knows me knows what my answer is going to be. It'll be one of the 3.
Yeah. So that concludes our 2B session for under 2,500 cc's. And the little bore car's doing a great job. And more action to come. Sun's giving us a little bit of a breather in terms of a bit of cloud cover. Still haven't got my drone shot of the sea yet. I want to see the sea. Yet to see it this weekend. So why don't we head down once again to our man down in the paddock, Kev Harris.
We can walk around a bit if we want to. Okay, all right. Well, it's Johnny. I'm down here in the paddock just catching up with another one of the great folks that you're going to meet if you come along here to Monterey this weekend, Michael Doyle. Michael, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We couldn't walk past this and not stop and see what was going on. A couple of E-types parked up next against a box trailer like this, and Michael's here with his whole family, his boys, and it's a family show. Michael, tell us firstly a little bit about your cars. You've got the race car and you've got the daily driver.
Well, the road car, bought it 45 years ago. All 4 of the kids have learned to drive in it. They used to drive it to high school. So this is chassis 030. It's an outside lock car, which is very rare with welded louvers and flat floors.
I'm going to stop you there because you just said all of your kids learned to drive in this car.
They did, all 4 of them.
That's ridiculous. If you're from the UK, you probably learned to drive in a Mini or something like that.
I'm like you, where kids ought to drive a stick shift, so the car, they can steal a car today, right?
Sorry, yeah, exactly. So carry on. They learned to drive in it, and it's, you've had it for 45 years.
I have.
And a daily driver still to this day.
It is. I drive it around. I live here in Carmel. The car is spectacular. So as a kid, I used to go to the races with Merle Brennan, who won the championship in Jag in '64.
Okay.
So I've just always had a love of Jags. Found this car, bought it, carried it around with me till I could afford to have it gone through and restored in about 1988.
Okay.
And been driving it ever since. And then started looking for a race car. And so this is an April of '61 car, and this is an August of '61 car. So I've been racing this car for about 10 years. In fact, it's broken down a few times, and my son and I took parts out of this car to keep this one going for the race. Took the parts back out so we could drive it home.
This is absolutely amazing. Taking the parts back out to drive it home, fantastic. And not only are they learning to drive in this car, but they're learning to work on the wrenches under the hood as well.
And I'm hoping to get him into this car and continue young people in what we're doing.
In the historic motorsport, you want to get them racing?
I do.
This is just a great story, and I mean, you got 2 fantastic cars here that have ended up on the south coast here, or the west coast, Southern California. What do the Americans make of these cars when you're taking this around Carmel?
The car is still iconic. It's amazing though how some people don't know what the car is. No. But it's great. You can park it anywhere. I love the car. They never charge you to go through the gate at Pebble in it. Oh. But this car was a race car from '61 to '72. Terry Larson found the car for me in Colorado where it was warehoused after '72. We had Intrepid Motorsports restore the car, and we've been racing it for a long time. I started coming to the Historics in 1974, bringing Lou Cellier's Ferraris here.
That's incredible.
The first year.
That's amazing. I'm going to jump. You don't look old enough to have been coming to Historics. It's 1974. You must have started driving them young.
Yeah, I as a teenager.
Yeah.
So I would go to the races with Merle as a young kid. And then Dr. Cellier was collecting Ferraris. And in '74, Steve Earle says, bring cars. We're going to have this old car event. So we brought some of Lou's Ferraris, like a 250 TR, 64 LM, and we brought them here the first time.
I mean, that's a great story because so your kind of history with racing started with historic cars. It's not like you started in brand new, super fast, sparkly things. You started with the historics.
I started in old Jags. I did buy an open wheel car, had it for a little while, had a 65 Mustang, but I just fell right back into these old Jags.
And great racing, great motorsport, it really is. I mean, what's the sensation? What's the feeling like when you're driving a car from the 60s around Laguna Seca this weekend?
This year, this is a 60-year-old car, and we're pushing these cars as hard as we can go. And, we're within feet of a Shelby or a Cobra or, in some cases, maybe a 62 GTO Ferrari that's worth, a town's budget, right? And I've been racing long enough. We all trust each other. The car stays planted. The races I win, though, because of the car, I like coming in March when it rains a little.
Okay.
Those big engine cars, they're terrible in the rain. The Jag loves the rain.
It really does?
Oh, God. English cars, they're easy to handle. They slide well. But Laguna, here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, great event.
Yeah.
So far this year, everything perfect.
It's been good.
It has been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really good. There's been a sense, hasn't it? I don't want to keep over-egging it, but there's been a sense the last kind of year and a half, 2 years that the world has had. We've all kind of had to suck in from what we normally do, come into our shelves a bit, and suddenly here we are. We're back out doing what we love.
Oh, we're in heaven.
Yeah.
And this 6-cylinder engine, people can't believe it's a 6 when they hear it. It sounds amazing.
Really?
Oh, God, it's fantastic.
What time are you out on the track next? Are you done for today?
9:45 in the morning and then 4:30. Happy to start it for you.
Happy to start it for us. Well, I don't know whether we might have time. Let's just try. Let's see if we can do it. We might have to jump back to the commentary, but I'll sort of stick around here. Michael's going to stick with me, but we might start up.
My youngest son.
How many sons you got here?
I have 2 and 2.
2 and 2.
Yep.
What a pit crew. What a great way to spend a weekend with the family.
They cleaned the car up for you. It's all prepped for tomorrow. We're ready to go.
This is great. The 99 E-Type, Johnny and Adam, if you're listening up in comms, 9:45 I think Michael said tomorrow morning, and then 9:45 in the morning and then 4. So keep your eyes on the track for this one. It's going to be looking and sounding good. Go and fire it up then, sir. Have a listen to this. That's insane.
It's hard to believe that's a 6-cylinder engine.
That is unbelievable. I tell you what, if you're in London going down the King's Road and you see an E-Type Jag, nothing is going to sound like that.
Down the straightaway at 65, 6800, it sounds fantastic.
Well, we look forward to hearing that when you take it racing tomorrow. Michael, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Pleasure to talk with you.
What a great guy.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
No, we're just loving it. We're having the best weekend of our lives right now, so thank you.
Thank you.
Adam, Johnny, what do you make of that one?
Doesn't get any better than that. And I love the way you had that cheeky grin on your face with the mic stuck in the engine, as though you were being a naughty boy. And that is just absolutely classic, historic fun. And as you say, we're having a time of our lives. Adam, you've had a grin on your face all afternoon, but I haven't heard a Jaguar sound so sweet in a long time.
You can't wipe this smile off my face, and it's this is what the passion that we share is all about. And I was watching Kev right then was pretty fun, wasn't it? It was fun watching him act like a little kid and being down there. So that was definitely special. And like you said, Jonathan, this is exactly what this vintage weekend is all about. Is getting up close, personal with not only the cars. The cars, of course, are the show, but the people that have put these on and the people that bring these out for us, that's what makes the difference.
Yep, it absolutely does. So, as we get ready for our next group action from the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Rolex Monterey Reuinion, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action in a moment. This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track. And the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion 1920 to 1951 race cars group is brought to you by the Laguna Seca Foundation. And there's an MG in your face.
Right up in there. Tony, getting it to you.
Talk about getting up in your grill.
Yeah, up in your grill there. That's that MG PB special. Terry Sullivan behind the wheel giving you the big thumbs up.
Yeah, that's a beautiful car.
That is such a, it's one-off aluminum body production racing in Argentina from the 1980s and 1990s.
Nice look at the dials. I always like to see the dials.
Yeah.
I'm always fascinated to see what, what they get to look at and how very simplistic back in the day those dials were. Just an RPM, generally speaking, not a speedometer even, just a oil. You were more interested to see heat and oil.
You needed oil pressure.
Yeah.
And you needed to know your revs.
And you needed to know if you were overheating.
And that's about it. After that, it was all semantics. Now we get so much information into us, and then on top of that, and not only the information drivers get, sports car, heavy, high-end sports car racing and into Formula One and things like that. Obviously, the amount of data in IndyCar, the amount of data download, you need to have a whole team of engineers on laptop computers to sort through that.
Look at the size of that car. Isn't that cracker?
It is.
Oh, awesome.
And what's crazy is, as you and I experienced yesterday, they look so big on track, but when we go walk up next to them, it's almost like they shrink in size, don't they, Jonathan?
No, but that's that Lagonda. That's a 1939 V12. Richard Morrison at the wheel, Lagonda. And I'm also liking very much that Studebaker, the IndyCar at the back of this group about to be seen. I really enjoy these kind of groups because, you can go to a lot of historic events and never see a car from the 1920s or early 30s.
Exactly.
I did the Monaco Historic a couple of years ago, and they were racing these there, and that was my first real experience of these guys in action. And it was just, I actually couldn't believe it.
Between these and the Ragtime Racers, I mean, we are definitely delved into a special treat on top of all the other treats that we get here at the Historics. These are certainly a special treat for sure.
Beautiful. So out of the pits they come. And this will be a 20-minute session, as all of them are, for qualifying for their group.
I don't see any sticker tires for qualifying in this group, though.
Funny that. Actually, that's a good segue to talk about the fellow we met just a moment ago, Kraus.
Yes, what a Kraus Racing.
Kraus Racing
tires, and they're doing an amazing job.
1,200 tires
over just this weekend. 4 days.
Yeah.
4 days. The math is not all that hard to do. That's 300 tires a day.
Well, we got Michelin, Hoosier, Dunlop, Avon,
and Goodyear.
There you go. Unbelievable.
And it's not limited to that. He can. Oh, Avon too.
Yes, Avon. Yeah.
And it's not limited to those. He can. He was showing us the list of what he has coming up for orders.
Yeah, I know.
Fulfilling all the way to next year.
Yeah, I know. Nuts.
It's phenomenal. I mean,
and even better than that, Kraus Racing has been involved since 1974 in every event here at Monterey, bar one.
They missed one.
And he's probably talking about the 2021 when there was no race.
I didn't even think.
Tires.
We didn't even think to ask.
I didn't ask. Here we go, down the famous corkscrew with these absolutely unbelievable, magnificent men in their flying machines.
That first one down was that 1934 ERA R2A. It's the second car built by the works team in 1934. Humphrey Cook won first time out in a Brooklands handicap race.
Yep. Well, trying to give them some signals.
This looks like a modern Formula One where they're backing up to get a clear track.
Yeah. They're just jostling for position. This is going to get serious real soon.
What I do love is when they go with the period
ERAs at the front.
You know how much I love the period outfits, and that's what these two cats here are representing. And
but I mean, if you squint your eyes, you can almost feel that Pathé news story. Here we are at Laguna Seca, coming into the final turn, and the ERAs are about to go hell-bent for leather to go as fast as they can over the hill and over the crest, down to the Andretti hairpin. I'm awfully excited. Are you, Andretti?
I'm awfully entertained.
Away they go.
I'm awfully entertained, as I hope you folks at home certainly are. That was about as precious as it gets right there.
And away they go. What a sight. That Ford Sprint car, the blue and orange, right at the front there as we go two-way into the Andretti curve.
That was a sprint car run up at the fairgrounds in upstate New York, as a matter of fact. So that's got a neat piece of history. I have good friends of mine from upstate New York, Bob Featherly, who would probably, I can tell you right now, we call him Old Red Shoes. You look at it because he always wears red shoes. This one's got the orange. I get it for the golf. But he would just absolutely adore that car for all those reasons.
Now, I'll play the dumpster or the dumb and dumber for those who don't know about effectively the kind of dirt racing that goes on here or is so huge in the history. Tell us a little bit about that, about going from how some of these cars can race both dirt and asphalt, but how that is so ingrained into motorsport here that is perhaps not as familiar, certainly not to England anyway, and to a lot of Europe, more so maybe in other parts of the world, but effectively sort of what I would call sprint racing.
I would say the United States, Australia, and New Zealand are the three hotbeds country-wise for that type of racing, and it's, there are asphalt, and you run asphalt and on dirt. It used to be that you could run the same car on both back in the 60s and 70s, and then as obviously, technology and things and people, started to stretch things and find the loopholes in the rules, they started to build pavement purpose cars, that were offset to only, and then you built your dirt cars, that had to take a different stiffness of the chassis. You want a softer chassis on the dirt. You want to flex a little bit more than you do on the pavement. You want to be stiffer. You don't want to flex as much. So that started to become and develop in the 80s and the 90s and into present day. So my dad, for example, and my they were racing sprint cars in the 60s.
And that's where they started, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they started with the Hudson Hornet in 1959, but they cut their teeth in sprint cars throughout the 60s. And, when you were racing, those cars, back then they would race sometimes dirt and pavement in the same day with the same car.
Right, okay.
And they would just change over setups. And so it was, they would run sometimes 6 races in 3 days.
Wow.
And it's crazy to think about that. And then they run, a person like my dad had a full-time job on top of it, So it was we always say it, that's when men were men. They definitely set a standard that.
There's that Studebaker I told you about. Look at that.
That is a neat car, yeah.
That is an IndyCar. James Cleary at the wheel, but look at that. He's got GoPro going on the front there, but that is a beast.
This is what makes this car. You're right, it's a beast, because this in 1929, the management at Indianapolis Motor Speedway decided to allow a cubic inch displacement of up to 366. So this was a big move, and it was pretty successful. Finished 7th in the first year out.
That's insane to think, going through the brickyard in one of those.
I couldn't imagine it. And I mean, on a yard of, on the 2.5 miles of brick.
Yes.
I mean, that's not. Have you ever driven on a cobblestone road? I know you have.
Yeah.
Of
course.
And I mean,
many.
I cannot imagine with leaf spring suspension, 500 miles around on brick, how these cars even stay together.
Yeah, exactly.
And didn't get just shook apart. But to watch a Studebaker get put through the paces.
Yeah, you have to make an appointment at the dentist the following day after a weekend of that.
If you have anything left for them to look at.
Yeah, no kidding. So down steadily, gently, down the 5 floors that is the corkscrew here. And you can't get any more iconic than a Studebaker IndyCar going down the famous corkscrew here at Laguna Seca.
And James Cleary, I got to say, he's holding a pretty wheel. And when you watch that on those thin tires, on a big heavy car like that, he's doing one input in and one input out of the corner. And if whoever's driving coach or whoever's there helping out, or if this is just his skill set, whatever it is, hats off and good on you.
Now, you talk about monsters and talk about beasts. Look at this Lagonda coming up. Wonderful.
That is just, exactly, a beast. They have vintage raced that since the 1970s. That is a V12, 1939.
Oh.
And that's the Bugatti right next to it, the blue.
Yeah, we saw that this morning, didn't we? And it's tiny. It really is tiny. I mean, I know that Lagonda looks big, but it's tiny anyway.
It is of the go-kart. Look at it rotate there.
That's doing all right.
I love the when you watch him shuffle on the wheel like that. It reminds me of watching some footage of like Sir Sterling Moss back in the day, grabbing the big wooden wheel, and and sawing it in. You know, he's really
Look
holding
at the size of that steering wheel.
He's
too.
holding the wheel pretty. He's holding the wheel pretty.
The 32
As John
getting
Kerr,
at it. Yeah.
the AAA big car.
Yeah.
That car was found a complete wreck with no identifying numbers by the builder, Craig Lillywhite. So
he's done a hell of a job then.
Yeah, they brought that thing back to life and to the same manner and appearance of the cars of those years. So they picked 1932 to bring it back. That was the engine block of the car.
I could see Papa Aldi in his Bugatti down, going through the vineyards. Yeah. Going to pick up his morning paper and a glass of wine.
I love this. I mean, look at the lean.
Yeah.
I mean,
you lean with the car. Yeah.
Oh, he might as well be riding a MotoGP bike around here.
Yeah, no kidding. Nicky Hayden would be proud of that lean.
Absolutely. He's smiling down.
Yeah.
Smiling
miss you,
down.
Nicky.
We do miss you, Nicky. We miss you every time we're here, buddy.
This was his track, too.
He
made
track.
this his
He
own.
owned it.
Yep,
he owned it here, and there's a number 69 coming down in between.
Yep.
Turns 9,
Just here.
10, and 11.
Just on here, yeah, between here.
That
on the
pays
hillside.
homage to his great success here. To the Hayden family.
Yeah.
One of the most loved families in motorsports for good reason.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Been very lucky to do some commentary with Roger of late in Moto America, and it's always a pleasure to be with the Haydens.
Absolutely. Earl, the patriarch
what a great guy.
of the family is one of the absolute. If you want to just have someone sit down and tell you some of the best stories you ever want to hear, and he's so happy to oblige to do so. And
well, I got very lucky once at, and you'll know this, at Indianapolis. The Haydens have their own little paddock.
Yes, they do. That's how I got to know them.
Yeah.
That is exactly
They
how I
invited
got
me
to know
into the
them.
paddock, and I was there with the family, and I felt very, very honored.
Yes.
Because literally the whole extended family is there.
Yes.
It's great.
What was really cool about it is I went up and introduced myself. I had my dad with me, and so therefore the introduction was unnecessary. And and they were so happy and obliged. And what there was, Earl, humility. Here we are.
He's a very humble guy.
We were in greatness. My dad and I knew it. And here comes Earl to us, and he goes, I need to be at the Speedway. I'm in your home. This is your home. I am so proud to be here in your presence to my dad.
Cool. That's cool.
And to me, such a huge admirer of the Hayden family to watch them pay that homage to my father. Nice. I was totally taken back by it. So they will always hold a special place in my heart, not just for that, but the way I've seen them interact with the fans, because what they operate there, the whole Hayden family, they're the ones that run all the apparel.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're the ones taking care of the apparel, and I mean, that's just, I love the family affair. It's what this sport's all about.
Another look at that Bugatti. Look at how the wheels are set up, towed in there like that, ready to go fast. And also no belts on the shoulders, I may add. The belts are literally just round the waist. Hence the reason so he can lean, as we saw earlier. But that is just a magnificent car. Up the hill he goes, up the Ray Hall Straight, and from our drone, you'll spot it coming up there in that beautiful blue.
What I'm loving here too is all weekend long, Jonathan, is seeing all the families. I've seen the little the dads and the moms sharing their passion with their kids, and I just, as I was walking out during our quick break there while Kev was having his interview with I was walking outside and this dad was asking his son, do you want to go back to the motorhome and catch up and relax? And the kid, what do you mean? There's more driving, right? So it's
which made him very proud.
Yes, it did. It's a wonderful family affair that we have going on.
You mean he didn't say, no, I want to carry on playing my video games?
No, and that's what we love to see. We love to see how this is shining through and carrying on from generation to generation.
It's funny. I've just bought a PC. I'm a Mac guy, but I've just bought a PC so I can do sim racing. And I've decided that I'm not going to go. I'm actually going to start with historic. I'm going to go with historic Grand Prix racing. I'm going to get a Jim Clark car and learn how to drive a sim version of those.
Well, see, why don't you get one of these? I think you should get like a 1935 or 1939 Lagonda.
You think?
Yeah.
I guess I could on SimWorld.
Why wouldn't you?
I'm the wealthiest man in the world.
You
I
are.
can get what I like. I can get a Bentley.
You can get whatever you want.
I can get a 33 Bentley.
Why wouldn't you?
Why not?
I mean, master the Taruffi theory.
Yep.
And then once you get into once you've climbed into the 60s, now you can start working on the Donahue theory, trail braking in, rotating the car with the pedals. See, I'm planning your career, Jonathan.
I love it.
All you need to do is
I'm a little late, but I'm ready.
You needed to meet me about 30 years earlier.
I know. So the Plymouth PC coming through, number 33.
We believe they're going to be getting a black flag on the 33. Don't know. I think they did give him a thumbs up. So the 33 is having
he's waving.
A mechanical that they want to take a more of attention to.
Okay.
Usually that's a corner worker.
Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it.
No, that's a corner worker calling in. They might have seen something. They might have seen a mistake by the driver, and as you heard from Andy earlier, they take that very seriously, and they really, I'm sure, sits down with the corner workers in the morning and asks for their help too to look out for things. These corner workers, the volunteers that are here, we remember, and the fact of the matter is they watch literally thousands of cars and driver combinations come through these corners. And that's all they've done, and they take and so when they see someone do something differently, they take notice of it right away.
Here's the MG, the number 36, the MG PB Special from high above the Andretti hairpin. I love that shot.
What does MG stand for?
Tell me.
I don't know. I was asking the Brit.
Oh, MG. I knew you'd get me there. He's telling us.
Yeah.
He's got his spare wheel.
Morris Garages.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, mate. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I think you're in. It's got to be Morris, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's Morris Garages.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah.
Of the session on track. This is qualifying
because
for
before,
Racers
you
3B.
want the Morris car.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. I almost went for Mother's Polish, but no.
That is good stuff if you've never used it. I personally, I use their spray wax because, I mean, it's one of my favorite little items to use is just to give a quick polish. You're not going to do it to that beautiful aluminum, as I've spoken about. I am so glad that that's not my job. I've had that job before to keep a polished aluminum nice and pretty. I had a friend of mine, he wanted to buy an airplane once that was all polished aluminum. And I go, do you understand what that is going to take to keep that, Once
you've hit a couple of seagulls.
Yeah. It looks great right now, but you fly, it's going to take a heck of a work to get that thing back to where it's at. So
Terry Sullivan at the wheel of that car. Beautiful.
It's a little bit more, right around less than 4 minutes left in this qualifying session for Group 3B. Racing cars from 1920, 1951, and boy, are they.
I'm really liking this group, I have to say.
I do too. I really do, because this is like the foundation of what we grew to absolutely just fall in love with.
Yeah, do you see the exhaust on that?
Yeah.
It's like a triangular.
Almost looks like a trumpet looking type.
That's been squashed.
Yeah. That's been run over.
Yeah, a run over trumpet. I'm sure there's a much more technical and delicate way of putting it. But.
Yeah, I tell you, it makes me want to find that car, talk to the mechanic, and see what the theory is behind that. If it's back pressure into the engine, a lot of times they'll choke down an exhaust at the exit of the exhaust to try and give back pressure back to the engine. So who knows? I would like to know that number.
Who needs a gear stick inside when you can have one outside?
Yeah. Those a lot. So back in the day, the sprint cars, that's where the weight jacker was.
Yeah.
And that's also where the rear brake was sometimes.
Yeah.
Was on a handbrake. That's where the term came from.
Handbrake.
Yeah. Their handbrake.
Exactly right. 1925. Whoa!
Use it up, son. I love it.
Love it.
Anyone questioning on if these drivers are driving these cars? Yeah. You don't need to look any further than that. Look at the lean. He almost drugged the right rear on his shoulder.
Leaning down, make a quick adjustment.
Probably
Type 35.
Probably added a quart of oil right then.
Probably. Well, you see that on the Ragtimes. They literally pump oil in as they're going along.
Ragtimes. That's exciting stuff. We have the Ragtimes coming up next. So if you're curious of what we're talking about, you're about a short, like 22 minutes away from watching certainly one of the neatest exhibitions that we have all weekend long here, the Ragtime Racers.
That's got to be so much fun to lean like you're on a motorcycle in a racing car. There you go.
I have the ambition to go meet this individual driving that car. I have an ambition to go meet Nathaniel Green because I want to know what's it like to drive that thing, because it's got to be just an absolute blast.
I'm amazed you didn't bring your overalls, because I think they'd allow you out there.
but I love being up here.
Okay, good.
I really do. I honestly, I mean, as much as I love driving and I would love the opportunity, I'm not at that point yet in my career. I feel like I'm still way too aggressive.
You don't want to be known as a fossil just yet.
Well, I'm way too aggressive behind the wheel still. I know my
yourself.
I know my issues,
Okay, fair enough.
and I know that I still see too much of the red mist when I get behind the wheel. So
Gotcha.
I'm not ready for the vintage stuff yet. I know my limitations. I'm not as disciplined as a Gunnar Jeanette or Ernie Becker. Those are I admire their discipline. I wish I had more of that. My boss Douglas Peterson, he's been telling me since long before I drove for him that, Adam, I just tone it down a little bit, and he's really doing a good job with me, and I'm getting there. You think at 42 years old I'd be there, but I'm getting there. I can't wait for our next feature either. We got a fun one coming up.
This
don't we,
is going to
Jonathan?
be fun because we've got something special coming up in the Ragtime display, if you will. The Ragtime Racers coming up very soon, but we are still looking at the 1920s to the 1950s.
Who do you think is having more fun than our own Kev Harris here today? No, there can't be anybody.
Nobody.
Right? I mean, I don't think anybody's having more fun, and God bless him for it. He is over here from the long side of the pond having just a blast at the Historics.
Yeah, he's having a great time. Well, we are too. It's absolutely so. Just 20 seconds left in this fantastic Group 3B. They'll be in action again. This was their qualifying session, and you can see on the bottom of your screen who's doing what. We actually do get the timing results, but there's no times on them. It's just who's fastest. So we don't want to concentrate on that.
No, absolutely not. But we will have a grid. You know, we'll know how they line up, and that's what's important. And when it comes down to the end of the day, there's no prize money at the end of this. There's no pride at the end of this. This is all about enjoying the common good that we love, and that is motorsport.
Well, the two ERAs started together, and they're finishing together. And they've literally been going nose to nose, tail to tail throughout most of this session.
And you know what?
Every minute.
You know what that results in? A really good night at the bar.
Yep.
You know, they're gonna sit next to each other, have some drinks and some dinner, and just talk about how that 20 minutes was just the most fun they've had in a long time.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 2021. It's been going all the way since the mid-70s. Oh, and the spinner at the...
what a save!
What a great save!
What a save!
And my man Matt just saved that. My man Matt got the pictures as well. Brilliant stuff. And just as we do that, let's head down to the paddock because Kev is about to do something very special, I think.
I say here we are then in Monterey, California at the 1920 Grand Prix. Behind me, these chaps are getting set and ready to go for the off here. Corky Coker on the tyres and the rest of the blokes are doing everything they can. Hello, what's this? There seems to be a bit of confusion here. Wow, look at this. There's a disagreement. I'm going to have to get in here. Corky's the man. I say, Corky, my friend, what's going on here?
I don't know. We got to be to the pre-grid, and they're here, and they're taking this car apart, and all these cars are backed up. I don't know what they're doing.
We don't know what they're going. The Marmon Wasp, number 32, is in the back there. That's your first Indianapolis 500 ever winner. Keep your eyes on the 33 car as well. That's come second here before. What on earth's going on here with the number 13 car? Looks like they're tearing it apart. I say, chaps, what's going on? What's the go here?
Don't know yet. We're still looking around.
They ain't got no idea what's going on. Seems they're taking the front end off. Wow, this is really something.
Would you have a flat? Oh no, they're taking the car apart.
Corky, they're taking it apart. That's not in the rules.
It's not in the rules. Look, they're going to take the engine out of this car. We got to get to the pre-grid, Kevin.
These chaps have got to get to the pre-grid. If they've got any chance of winning this race, these blokes have got to do what they can do in record time.
You know, it does look like they know what they're doing. These young men must have energy. They must have eaten their Wheaties this morning because they are moving fast, aren't they?
I say, these blokes really are looking quite chipper. Look at what they're doing, folks. Undoing the wheels and the tyres. They're coming off. I say, though, these are Coca tyres.
Yes, sir, they are. Absolutely. They ride true and they ride slick and absolutely will hold the track. But they're taking the rear end out from under that car, Kevin.
The rear end's coming out from the car, but these tyres are going to need to hold a steady line if they're to get to the grid on time. What's going on now? This bloke's got no idea. Look at him. He's lost, Corky.
I think he's working on a Chevrolet instead of a Model T Ford.
He sure is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
look at this, though.
Rear
Up on the
end
props.
is coming. Rear end's coming out. They got it up on jacks. What are you doing? They must need to change the clutch or something, I guess, Kevin.
Well, how about this? Changing the club, folks. This is what goes on. 1920s Grand Prix racing at its finest. The pinnacle of motorsport here at Laguna Seca, just outside Monterey.
Kevin, they took the... What are we going to do with it? Look, wait a minute. I don't know what they're doing.
There's clean nothing left of this car here on the grid. And don't forget, folks, there's 20 other cars lined up here at the Ragtime Racers, ready and to go to the grid. I don't think they're going to do it, Corky. I might go back in and speak to this bloke. He seems to be in charge. I say, old man, what on earth's going on here?
I don't know. There's something wrong with the car. I'll get it fixed in a minute.
I'll tell you something, my friend. There's a lot going wrong with the car. You've got no wheels on it.
Well, that's just a minor detail. We need wheels. This thing's so fast, it drove the wheels off of it. What the
Stand by, folks. I'm stepping back. These blokes have got a lot to do. The fans don't know which way to look here at Laguna Seca. We've never seen this before. Look at this.
In the paddock, there's all kinds of service that goes on. Everybody's got to work on their cars, but I've never seen them take one apart and put it together right before pre-grid. Have you, Kevin?
I've never seen anything like this, Corky. This is going to go down in history. This will be Grand Prix history, folks.
They're
the engine's out. What on earth's going on?
Get to the racetrack, Kevin?
They've surely got no chance of getting to the racetrack now.
I don't know what to say. They got the frame down on the track, the engine out, the rear end out. They figure out.
There it is. I say, look at that. Some damn varmint from the hills here at Laguna Seca got himself in the engine box.
I can't believe that they took that all apart because there was a skunk in the frame.
A skunk in the frame, folks. We've never seen the like of it.
Unbelievable, a skunk in the frame. It must be one of those Yankee skunks.
Gosh, that's what happens when you race here in America. Wouldn't see that back in Blighty. Might get a squirrel or two, but not at a racetrack.
Well, you never know what kind of varmint can come in and get going.
Stand by. These aero engines sound like they're firing up now, Corky.
Yep, it's time to go.
Time to go, they said. I don't know where I'm going to stand now, folks, because we've got a lot going on. I might just step this way. I wonder if they can get this car back together and in time. Who knows? Who knows? Skunk in the engine box, hey, old man. I say, young man, skunk in the engine box, was it?
Yep. It was definitely a skunk.
Definitely a skunk. Wow. Something doesn't smell good to me around here. That's what it was. Listen to that engine. Wow. This really is something. These chaps really know how to fettle on the spanners. It's all going on. The Mama Wasp appears to be firing up too, and the 33 car. They're getting it back together. Corky.
You gotta get there, Kevin.
I say, old man, it looks like they've only gone and done it. They're going to get to the racetrack on time.
No way. I can't believe it. Anytime you get a varmint in the way like a skunk, you just got to call it quits. But it looks like they might get it done.
Critters at a racetrack, folks. You never see that back home. These crazy critters here, though, in Laguna Seca in California. Oh, boy.
Coming back together. They got it coming back together. We got to get to the racetrack, so maybe they can get it done. I'm hopeful.
Well, I've got my fingers crossed for you, old man. If anyone can do it, I would say you chaps can. Out here in America, you know a thing or two about technology, right?
Yeah, we learned it from the British.
Well, how about that? British engineering at its finest here in the US of A. Wow!
Body's coming. Here we go.
Some of these chaps and chapesses on the fans here, they're going to need... Now Corky's got involved. Hang on, what's this? He's just got himself one of the blokes who was standing by to watch. This is incredible. The rest of the Ragtime Racers, though, now making their way out to the start line here at Laguna Seca. Don't forget, 2.2 miles around some 11 turns. Elevation like you've not seen before as well. It's going to be quite something. There goes the number 33 car. That's the Lozier. Look at that. Those exhaust pipes are wrapped because, let me tell you, that thing's going to be hot up front. Sporting white boots from the mechanic there. Oh boy, doesn't he look the part. Meanwhile, the number 13 car appears like it might make it back to the race. Hello, what's this? That's the Mama Wasp, number 32. First ever Indianapolis 500 winner, off to the grid. Single seater too. Well, I tell you what, how about that, Johnny and Adam? Down here at Laguna Seca, in the pits, the Ragtime Racers have really put on a show for the folks. Let's go on out to the start and see how they all do.
Gadzooks, Kev, what a show. Well done. We'll take a commercial break and we'll see if they get to the grid. Join us after this, back from the Reuinion in a few moments.
My name is Nancy. I'm a patient with relapsing polychondritis, or RP. RP is an autoimmune disease that attacks cartilage and, if untreated, can be fatal. To drive awareness and accelerate research, we established the Race for RP. Success on the track has opened doors to world-class healthcare providers, researchers, and autoimmune disease experts, leading to groundbreaking discoveries and new hope.
We are driving awareness and accelerating research in the Race for RP.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion Ragtime Racers Group is brought to you by Mother's Polish. Fantastic show, and I'll tell you what, look at this. From here, look at that. Andretti, have you ever seen it? I mean, you could use these guys.
No kidding. I mean, who couldn't use those guys? What an incredible show. Kev, brilliant job. I mean, that was so incredibly entertaining to watch.
I love the fact that I know for a fact that Kev had no rehearsal on that one. No. They do this at every race they go to. I've seen them do it before, and it's quite a show. But for Kevin to make his cameo in style is even better. Good job.
It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. We were sitting up here thoroughly entertained as we're watching a little bit of a switch up here in front of us. And which one is that? That could be the...
That's the number 9.
There's 3 number 9s in this group.
So we are looking, and look, they've got it going, and it is raceable. How about that, folks? Not often seen something as clever as that.
That's the Holland Scott. That's the Holland Scott Model M. So that's Dick DeLuna there. They're trying to figure. That's a beautiful machine. Some more of that polished aluminum. I didn't let it roll on back. Maybe they should have ripped that apart and put it back together like Kev's guys.
You may be. So we have quite a demonstration on here now. These are cars that really, like I said, I really enjoy this because, yes, they're it's a bit of a show, but a good one. I'll put that right there and there. But these really do give you a real inkling as to what racing, motor racing at its purest and earliest was all about.
Exactly, and to be clear, this is the only session we'll have all day long that's not qualifying. They are purely an exhibition run, this Ragtime Racer group, purely exhibition. So this is all about just going out there for 15 minutes and giving us some awesome shots, some awesome photo ops.
And I've had this opportunity in this Packard, this number 16, to sit in that passenger seat, and it was an absolute joy.
I'm not jealous of you for much, but you got to ride in that Model 30. I'm a little jealous of that, buddy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a National AC, a 303 cubic 6-cylinder, 51 brake horsepower, 3 stock speed transmission with leather clutch.
Wow, a leather clutch.
Yeah.
Oh, I could ruin that quick.
Mechanical rear brakes, wood wheels, 2-seat aluminium body. They were built from 1900 to 1924, and originally actually electric powered.
Did it have seatbelts? Did it have seatbelts in it? Do you remember?
Doubt it. No. No, it didn't. No, it did not.
Isn't that crazy? That's another thing to mention, folks. You wonder why they all got these drivers and the passengers have all the body English into it.
Yep.
That's how you stay in one of these things. Have you ever driven a golf cart? Right?
Yeah.
You have to put some body English into turning them.
Can you imagine? Yeah. Exactly. Here's another bit for you. Forget your Formula E. This 1916 car was originally electric powered.
Wow.
but gas engines were used after 1905.
Yeah, the range. Range has always been the issue for electric, and back then it was no different, right? I mean, people, when you could burn fuel and get a lot further than what the batteries could take you, and we're right now they've just now, obviously in the modern era, gotten to some range where it's satisfactory for the consumer.
And the National won the 1912, yes, the 1912 Indy 500.
Nah, the second one.
Now, when I think about Monza and Brooklands, the first two circuits built in Europe, and there had already been an Indy 500 by then.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's crazy, huh?
Yeah. So we're looking at the number 9 in the pits. That's what we're looking out the window at the moment. It's got some mechanical problems, but we look high above the Andretti hairpin at these beautiful cars, willing them forward and hoping them no ill. As we look at that number 4, that's a cracker. Saw that earlier today as it went out. And, again, just fantastic. That mustache alone is worth a look. There's his gear change on the outside.
Love that. That's a fun looking car, the Ford Racer Model T. Again, Ed Archer, what an entertaining individual he was. Yesterday, Kev had a blast with him, and I know it's funny, our pictures that come through in our communications to each other as a team, the broadcast team here. It's I couldn't help but just have giggles. He has got such a wonderful persona about himself, just in this little shot. Oh, the 21 car is off course right now. I would think that that's a mechanical, and they're just trying to keep the course clear for the session. And they're going to one of the breaks in the wall, it looks like. So that was definitely a great heads-up move right there by, and the Hudson Super 6, that's Jonathan Burke behind the wheel of that, so.
And coming up is the 19. I'm just going through my little cards that I've got on all these cars. And that is the 1911 National 40-inch Speedway Roadster.
Now that's.
And price in 1911, what do you reckon? How much could you buy it for?
$2,200.
$2,500, not bad.
Thank you.
How much in 2017?
That would be, what, like 70-something thousand?
66,700.
Okay.
You are on the money, Ace. I like your work.
I know money.
You just don't have any.
I just don't have any. That's why I know it so well. You study what you don't have.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. There's a few blondes I know like that.
Well, it looks like the number 9 that's been stalled up here at the front. They got their helmets back on. They're back inside of that Hall Scott Model M. And they're back out there going to run. And I look forward to see also the other number 9, the local mobile, Tom Malloy, who was up here visiting us earlier today in the booth. You know, we'll get him back up here. Look, 3 wide on the front straightaway. Watch this.
It doesn't get any better. Oh, there we go, a little demo race, and we're getting to some little pockets of racing now, and a little bit of exhibition as we look at the number 20 coming through shot here.
What I honestly saw was a flagman in disgust that he was holding a yellow flag over 3 cars going 3 wide. That's what I saw from my shot. Oh, the 20 stuff. Car. This is the Indy car, the National Indy Racer. This was, I think of Tony Stewart for whatever reason. Because of the 20, I know. I think of him in the Model 40, and
I think Tony would struggle in this.
There's debris on the front straightaway, so
yeah,
that's what that's what they were pointing out. That was, and they did that more. That wasn't necessarily so that the track crew would do that. They pointed that out so the competitors could see it. So because these are big cars, and sometimes everyone's been stuck in traffic. Sometimes you can't see around the cars in front of you. So pointing those things out for the competitors keeps it safe for everybody.
So this is a 2011 National. And
yes.
In 2012, the National, as I said, won the Indy 500.
In 1911.
In 1912.
Yeah, 1912 it won. Yes.
Yeah. Beautiful.
To restore it as a touring car.
Wood wheels again, mechanical brakes, rear only brakes, no front brakes.
Look, hanging on.
I know, literally hanging on. Yeah, you would.
You have to.
You have to.
I mean, his legs hanging out there. This is.
I'd hang on to the driver. No seat belts.
I mean, it reminds me of flying in the ultralight with my Uncle Mario.
Yep. As they say in those government videos, please don't try this at home.
But even that has seatbelts. that this car didn't.
And the Mormon Wasp is just about to buzz into action. I've just seen it down the main straight. The Marmon Wasp, I should say. Wasp, I should say. But that is a magnificent car. We'll see that in action in a moment. Here's the number 6.
So if you ever find yourself at in Indianapolis, obviously as a race fan, you want to visit the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and I'm guessing you would.
Yeah, these are all in the museum.
These are cars that you're going to find in the museum, and something else you'll find in the museum as we bring up the Marmon Wasp here is a project that my late brother John had that he did in 2000, started in 2009, and it went all the way up until the 100th running of the Indianapolis 500. And so what it was called the Stinger Project. That's talking about the Marmon Wasp.
I'm going to say, Stinger Project talking about the Wasp,
Yeah.
the first winner of the Indy 500.
First winner of the
There
Indy
he is.
500. Wonderful replica sitting right there, making some laps around. Time period, close with the helmet and the overalls the way they were. But
And the national company was built, was run from Indianapolis itself.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely it was. And so my brother John, he through Andretti Autosport actually was able to acquire a Dallara IndyCar. They painted it up in the Marmon livery, and then he had printed every living Indy 500 driver.
Oh, wow.
And my brother John went around the country with that car and got these drivers to sign the car.
Oh, that's
They
lovely.
auctioned it off for charity, and it went for $1 million.
Oh, wonderful.
And 100% of the proceeds went to St. Jude's Children's Hospital.
Nice.
And that particular car with all those autographs on it sits in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum right next to the first winner of the Indianapolis 500, the Marmon Wasp. So it's something that John was very proud of, and I'm very proud to share that story with our audience. That at least one person listening gets to go out there and check that out.
Well, and another thing, if you weren't with us earlier, I mentioned it, but you may notice a rather interesting feature to that Marmon Wasp, and that is the rear view mirror, the first ever rear view mirror used in racing, and on a car, I may add, because as you see out there right now, most of the cars you're looking at are two-passenger cars, and there's a reason for that, and I'll turn to my learned friend to explain.
Well, the passenger had a couple of roles there, right? Obviously, it was the first ever spotter in motor racing history was that passenger. So it would tap you on one side of your shoulder or the other. If it tapped you on the right shoulder, obviously you had someone coming on your right-hand side. On the left shoulder was on the left-hand side. So that's how you knew if you were surrounded by anyone and where to go. Also, what that ride-along person was a mechanic. You know, when you ran into problems out there, you needed someone, if you stalled, if the engine stalled, they were hand crank. You needed someone to go out there and hand crank it for you as well.
You needed two people to start it, yeah.
You did. So this was also one of those things, one of the reasons why you had the ride-along mechanic. So for, I forget how long the era is, but on the Borg Warner Trophy, again, an item you will find in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, and that Borg Warner Trophy, you will actually see a lot of winners are two names, and it's because they had the mechanic along with them. And two faces are on that Borg Warner then in that era as well. Looks like Siamese twins up until a certain point on the Borg Warner.
And if you're Elio, you're there 4 times.
And if you're Helio, you're part of the the 4-person club, the 4 winners club. And what a neat club that is with AJ Foyt, Rick Mears, and Alan Senior.
How about this? 1909 Locomobile Model I racer.
Tom Malloy. He's got no passenger. Why are you up here?
I gotta say, he's been up here and he didn't invite us.
I know. And
Tom,
yeah.
please. That is the man that we spoke to
Swerving
earlier
around
on.
debris. I mean, look at him. He is sharp as a tack.
And both born in the same year? No, that's not quite true.
No.
1909. I think Tom was a little later.
He was a little later, I hope. But Tom, as we love
I tell you what, he's not thinking about his heart attack anymore, is he?
No, we love his
Having a
candid
lovely time.
spirit, right? And I love what you said, because this stuff is good for the heart.
It is.
The adrenaline rush is fabulous for the heart. I remember when I was giving rides at the Richard Petty Driving Experience, there was a 90-year-old woman that came in, and her doctor encouraged her to continue to go for this ride because the adrenaline shot that she was going to get naturally would be so good for her heart. And I asked her to stay in touch with me, or her family did, and they did for the next few years. And they said that their mother or grandmother rode that high, and that right there is the stuff that will wake you up in the morning.
Heck, we're sending 88-year-old women to space.
Yeah.
Of late.
Yes, and it's that adrenaline. It's it's why we see, folks like your friend Brian Redmond.
Yeah.
Your dear friend is at 85 years old
racing 917s.
Exactly. Why my uncle at 81 is still youthful is because of that adrenaline rush constantly in their life.
If you could bottle adrenaline, how much could you make?
More than Jeff Bezos.
As the original car. The original race history of the car is unknown.
Good point. 44 is another special. That's the 1916 Ford Board Track Racer. That looks a bit more of a racy car, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I always love the number 44. My initials are AA.
Yep.
And so I've a lot because of that. And, so I love the way it's put on this car too, and the font that it is. And again, I love when they put two people in them. It gives them period correctness.
Yep, 40 brake horsepower, Winfield carbs, stock Ford 2-speed, Muncie 3-speed, and Ruxtell rear end, 12 forward speeds.
12 forward speeds?
That's what it says.
That's incredible.
And the frame and chassis are modeled literally from a Ford Model T. Steel frame, Franklin steering. There you go.
Every component.
Well, checker flag is out for session 4B. Like we said, it's a little bit of a truncated session. They're 14 minutes or 15 minutes long. But these are cars that are over 100 years old, so that's a heck of an exercise.
Did you notice we brought in the boom camera now? Our steady boom camera. We've gone all out. We've lost the drone, and now we've got a boom camera down at
it's looking
Andretti
great.
Curb.
The shots are great.
There, back to the drone.
Drove to victory, and
Hats off the entire production crew here, delivering great shots from around this facility and making our job easy up here in the booth, Jonathan.
Well, I love the angles we're getting, because there's a lot of people who are going to tune in and have seen Laguna like I have many times before, but not this way.
I agree. I totally agree.
Ragtime Racers.
So, and the name, how cool is that name?
Yeah.
The Ragtime Racers.
It's absolutely perfect.
Because it hits so many things, right? The rag in the pocket. Remember, you see that era of the rag in the pocket. They pretty much wore a rag on their head, as a helmet. So there's so many different definitions that can go along. But I love how they define themselves. The fact that they're trying to point out that I think the safety crew missed just out of turn 11 over there. So, but I do see a track official on pit wall. I believe is just waiting for this track to go cold before they go pick that up.
Yep, and as you can see, smiles on faces, everybody enjoying it. The Ragtime Racers, you can go to their website, and they do these exhibitions of these beautiful replica cars around the United States, and now we're taking it to the wider world, and we hope you're enjoying it on Goodwood TV and on Sky F1 TV, and also on Racer as well. Really enjoying a diverse audience taking a look, probably at the first time for these ragtime exhibitions. I've seen them before at Indianapolis, and just fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
That's like these cars going home, right? Is coming back to Indy and seeing them there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a neat experience.
Well, they do their on the lead up to the 500. You've seen it yourself. They do a nice little exhibition as well, before the Indy kicks off.
Right.
And again, usually a star-studded cast of drivers involved in that, getting a chance to run out and away from the.
Just a fan favorite here, and you can see why.
Yeah.
There's our good friend Tom
Malloy.
Yeah, just really doing
a bit different than the other car he's in. He's in an
different.
IndyCar, and he's in one of these.
A little bit different than a 150-mile-an-hour IndyCar around here for sure. I do love what Andy Prill was asking of our friend Tom there, was to get these IndyCars over to Goodwood. Get it over to some of the festivals overseas, and because we don't realize here in America, me being one of those people, we don't realize the impact that we've had in motorsports over across the pond to the British fans.
We don't want to draw attention to it.
Well, I
might go to
agree.
your head.
I could see it. We could tell. But we're not shy about admiring you guys. No,
that's true.
And that all started with Jimmy Clark.
Yeah, absolutely, it did. Let's head down once again to Kev Harris, who is putting on a show and a half. Down to you, Kev.
Well, we continue our fun tour of the paddock here, and we've come just near the entrance, and if you're coming in and on the right, you can't miss this because it's great. Rick Cannon is the man that we've stopped by and we're going to have a chat with, and I've just had a whole history lesson, and Johnny, you'd love this, I'm sure. The 1948 Curtis 110 CI quarter midget is what is up on the track behind me there. Great story with these cars as well, Rick, isn't it? Tell us about, racing on the boards pre-World War I originally.
Yes, exactly. They basically didn't have the ability to make large structures. The cheapest way is just to make boards, put them boards and basically put them laterally, and they would actually race up on boards and race around, and that basically evolved into what we do now as circle track racing.
That's absolutely incredible, isn't it? It all started with little cars like this. This is the quarter midget, but then they did get bigger.
Oh yes, they were bigger. Also at that time they were bigger, much larger engines, and for example, it was these kind of cars that started running in Indianapolis, for example, in the 40s, the late 40s, right after World War II.
I know Adam and Johnny are going to love talking about this when we're done up in the commentary. Adam Andretti will be so pleased to be hearing about this. Quick word as well before we move on to the car that's around the corner. The truck itself, UK connection to this truck that the car's sitting on.
Right. This type of truck was exported to the UK after World War II. This particular one is a 1947 Ford COE 2-ton truck. I found it in Fresno, where it had been used for hauling produce. And so basically I converted it to a car hauler, as you can see here, and put in a larger engine so that we could pull some weight with it, right? So on.
That's really good, and your collection here of fun doesn't stop, because just on the other side of the truck we've also got a car that I understand your uncle built, and that's quite a story with that one as well.
Right, it was uncle and his hot rod buddies, they're called the Throttlers Club, out of Hollywood, California. And they actually built Ford cars. This is the first one, and it's basically my grandfather's 1938 Dodge. They took the body off, threw it away, took the engine out, threw it away. They shortened the car a foot, and then they put in a Ford engine, transmission, and rear end. Wow. And then they also had a Lincoln Zephyr laying around. They basically tore the body off of that, and they stretched it over the wood and around on the body, drilled some holes, and there was the body. And so then they put in the Lincoln V12 instruments and such, and then they went racing.
And so that car then here, completely unique. It's one of a kind.
Oh yes, absolutely. It was just a home-built car they threw together. They went to the first Palm Beach race in, Palm Springs race in 1949. And then in 9 weeks, they saw that. They said, hey, that sounds like fun, or looks like fun. Let's build a car. So they built a car, and they went racing at the very first 1950 Pebble Beach, of which there was also the concourse.
That is like one of the best motorsport stories ever. You see the poster advertising a race. You haven't got a car, so you just go out and build one, and you take it to the races.
Absolutely, and at the time, there was just after the World War II, there was lots of surplus available. So if you look at the car, it uses a lot of aircraft instruments and aircraft fasteners and so on. And so a lot of it that was just very cheap, all that surplus on the market.
It's really great, and looking around the back there as well, you've got a whole load of photographs and history of the car, and right. You've got a picture there. I don't know whether we'll get a look at it. There's a picture somewhere of the car towing what looks like a horse box. Presumably that's
actually,
them taking their truck.
And so anyway, also the time, the U.S. Air Force were allowing the racers to race on the airbase tracks, and not tracks, but the runways and so on. And so they would basically have to bring their own toilets. So just for fun, they put a trailer hitch on this car, and they towed in a portable toilet. So, but they pull up into the hot pits, and the door opens, and the guy gets out pulling up his pants, just for fun. They like to tease the guys. And they called guys, I'm just saying, like yourself, which is the guys who would drive MGs and so on, teabaggers. So it was the hot rodders against the teabaggers. So there was a lot of push-pull in those days.
I've just been called a teabagger live on television. Incredible. I'm not sure that's good, but I don't mind. I'll take it.
Well, don't forget, I'm a colonial.
It was said with affection, so I don't mind. But here's the thing then. So that car wasn't designed for Laguna Seca in 2021.
Oh, good Lord, no.
Good Lord, no. How's it getting on this weekend?
Oh, well, this is the first time, actually the second time we've had it out, and so we've had lots of problems, a lot of teething problems. And so I've normally been racing the fourth race car that they built in 1955, and that one just really rips in here. I stay with all the front of the pack, but now we're just sorting out all the problems.
So you are, I mean, of all the people that we've spoken to, you're once again somebody who just epitomizes historic racing. You're all over this. You love it.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It's just a real kick in the pants. Sorry.
That's all right. I understood. It means it's really good, everybody, for our English viewers.
Yeah, so it is a whole lot of fun, especially when you look at the things that they were inventing at the time. Everything was new at that time. 2 master cylinders, for example, for braking, you could adjust for front and rear braking. That was completely new. I mean, I hadn't even thought of it then at that time. So there was a lot of innovations and taking engines and laying them on their side, putting in a roll bar. There were no roll bars at the start. That's why they call that thing a Widowmaker. It had no roll bar. You turn that thing over, you're dead. So.
I mean, motor racers are brave these days, but the pioneers, it was a different thing.
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, on the race car we have, they actually put a big door handle on the floor so that if they started to go over, the driver could grab it and pull himself down to get below the back of the car so he wouldn't take his head off.
Rick, it's a great story, and I could talk to you all day, even though you called me a teabagger, but I don't mind. Sir, thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to stick
Appreciate
around. We'll
it.
probably catch you again over the weekend.
It's really interesting. This is a whole lot of the most fun you can have with your pants on.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is, and it's happened at Monterey this weekend. It's not too late to come on down and get a ticket. It's the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion, and we're going to be back after this short break.
This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced, while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track. The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion FIA Manufacturers Group is brought to you by the Laguna Seca Foundation. As we get ready now for the next group up, as we mentioned, the FIA Manufacturers Group. This is an interesting group, quite eclectic indeed. And we saw these guys in action yesterday as we take a look at this number 91 Ferrari next to a BMW. I said it was eclectic.
Right, and this is the group too. So for the folks that have tuned in for most of our broadcast today, Gunnar Jeanette, who's paid us 2 visits up here, this is the factory GT40, the last GT40 built that he said, remember, was a tub for 20 years. Finally got put assembled. So actually this is the shakedown. This weekend is the shakedown for the car here at Laguna. So definitely an interesting look at that. That's the number 6 as we get a shot of that. So it'll be fun to watch Gunnar out there go through the paces as well.
Yeah, no question. And like you say, a very accomplished racing driver.
Number 5, that little 914 6G, right? That was a 1971 24 Hours Daytona class winner, 7th overall. As they're pushing off to get our qualifying started for Group 5B.
5B, and away they go, and there's some really beautiful cars in this. I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys again and taking a closer look and learning more about them as the weekend goes on. Our FIA Manufacturers Championship cars. There's the beautiful number 7, the Elva Mark 7S. Mark Francis at the wheel for our Group 5. High above the main straight here at Laguna, going into the famous Andretti hairpin. The drone almost down at eye level now. What a shot that is. Look at that.
That is so cool. Really feeling like we're a part of it here, and no matter where you're at, feel like you're a part of it. Sitting up here in the booth, these shots are bringing us right here to the action.
Yeah, and it's great to be able to get this low and close to a racetrack as well. The drone has added a completely new dimension to the racing here. I know I've been going on about it, but I just love it. It's so new.
Absolutely.
And I mean, you know, I've been talking about race cars, race bikes for a long time now, but never to see them at this angle. Or to see this track at this angle.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, our helicopter shots of yore, I mean, they couldn't come to that level. They couldn't fall to that ceiling, but the drones just give us such a new opportunity. And when you have the great pilots like we have, Gunnar Jeanette right there,
Yep.
In the number 6. Look, he's got the gurney bubble on top of his head, but he's a pretty tall guy, Gunner, so he needs that.
Explain that, because
So
you told me yesterday, but let's tell our
You
audience
can see
again.
the bubble here, right there, right over the driver's door, which is it's a right-hand drive, so our friends over in England will definitely appreciate that.
Yep.
But the bubble over the head is for taller drivers. Gunner is definitely one of those, but that is called the gurney bubble because Dan Gurney was fast enough that they didn't want to deny him the seat. But
you're a good racing driver. They give you a little bit of design help.
Yeah, I definitely boost your confidence.
I bet there was a lot of consternation about putting a bubble in the middle of the hood.
Well, yeah, because it's going to disrupt the air to get to the tail of the car. And, I mean, I'm sure that even
somebody said, well, Dan can drive around that.
Yeah, exactly. And so will the others that we put behind the wheel of this. And certainly they did. They put a lot of talent behind the wheel of GT40.
If history serves, be 1959 winner of Le Mans. So he'd already proved himself by then.
Yeah, by then, yeah. Absolutely. So Gunner putting that thing through its paces, getting chased down by the number 7 Elva MK7.
It's a pretty car. Look at that wing. I love the way the wing is built into the car itself.
Excuse me, sorry, that was a Lola T292. That didn't make sense that was an Elva. That was a Lola T292. Jim Buzzagalo. Yeah, that's definitely a Lola.
Yeah, see what I mean by how they brought the wing there as part of the body?
Such a...
Why don't they do that more often?
So far ahead of its time, yeah. That was a Can-Am car in 1973, so totally makes sense. Can-Am was just, that was the ultimate innovation, right? The Porsche 917. Oh, we have a car that's going to peel off with a mechanical outside the Andretti hairpin I saw just on the tail end of that shot.
A shame. But never mind. Here it is again, that number 7 and just behind Gunner.
And the GT40, what a cool car. And then this right here, this is another neat, that 06.
That's the Ginetta.
That is the Ginetta.
From Leeds in England. One of the very few cars still made in England, sort of from scratch, effectively. Of course, there's plenty of cars being made. Don't mean to be mean to our Aston Martin friends and many others, but yeah, the Ginetta is very much British product.
Sure, and take pride in that. I mean, they take big pride in that. They've had some success over here in American racing. Here
what
recently.
A Trans Am group. Yeah. Run the I think the GT4 category.
Little Lotus 23B here coming around. Wow,
hey!
using it all up. Straight away out of turn 11.
120 miles an hour down the main straight here. The 91. That's the Lotus 23C. In almond green. Scott Demek at the wheel.
So one of less than 13 original Lotus 23Cs. I don't get that number, less than 13. I would be 12, I would guess. It was the ultimate evolution of a very successful 23 series. Now that screams Alfa Romeo, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, and you know it is. If you weren't sure, look to the side.
Yeah.
And there's the...
Look at how much rear tire that thing had. A lot of rear tire. Still nothing on the 935. That's something we learned from our tire friend down there, was the 935 is the widest tire that they produce, the 935 rear tire.
Is that the experimental TT33 Alfa Romeo?
I think it might be.
Here's the 1, 2, 3. That's a 1969 Chevron B16 or B16, whichever you prefer. Bob Cullis at the wheel. Way! That's how to shorten.
That was the Zanardi line.
Yeah, the Zanardi line or the Rossi line.
The Rossi line.
By the way, hats off to Valentino Rossi. It's worth mentioning. I'm sure the historic folks know exactly who that is. Oh, we've had a blown-up engine, sadly.
And race fans around the world, where our thoughts and prayers and love still go out to Alex Zanardi and on his road to recovery from his unfortunate hand cycling accident.
Yeah, I just caught out the corner of my eye one of those cars pluming smoke down the main straight.
And they have the oil flag down, and we've got to make sure that our competitors are taking that seriously as they come down. This is a very fast straightaway, and turn 1 up over the crest. Anyone who's driven Laguna Seca, that's a real corner.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not, you take it flat out and about anything you drive, but that is not like something you take lightly. As you can see from the drone footage, that's a real corner coming up over that hill, turn 1 on your approach to the Andretti hairpin. So that was a big plume of smoke. Good eye there, Jonathan.
There's the Chevron B26 in yellow and black. It's from 1973.
It was originally owned and campaigned in Italy by Pasquale Anastasio. Then came to the U.S. where it was raced by Gilles Michel and Dave Vergara until Gray began racing in the early 2000s. That's Gregory Gray behind the wheel now.
Okay, cool.
Got a car spun there in turn 5. This is a great little BMW too that both you and I have been fond of. This number 48.
Well, you said to me at the beginning of the weekend, 2002 BMW, that's what I want. You talked about working in a restaurant and seeing one parked outside, and it was not as colorful as that, but you fell in love with it, right?
I did. I fell in love with the engineering of a little 2002. You know, you're talking about the mid-70s, and things that I spot on that car were so far ahead of its time. So, yeah, absolutely, it caught my eye. And so to see a rendering like this and a version like that, yeah, certainly tugged at my heartstrings, brought back some fond memories of my childhood.
We heard from Chris McAllister earlier in the day, and there he is, pedaling around in the GT40. I like the colors on that, the dark blue and stripe on it with the Golf logo.
And Kev Harris, if he's the guy having the most fun out here today.
The second most.
The second most fun is Mr. McAllister there.
I think so.
That's an Indiana native, a fellow Indiana native. We're going to be black flag all here. I believe that the track got oiled down. I really honestly think that they're doing this for the right reasons. We have a little bit, we got more than half of the session left, so if they can make this a quick clear off, I believe most everyone probably come line right back up.
We've only got
here.
one session after this, so that might be possible to give them a bit more time. So.
Sure.
We're in qualifying day here on the Friday here at the Reuinion. And it really truly is a reunion this weekend because we didn't have a race in 2020 or a race weekend for Monterey, and so there's a lot of people been chomping at the bit, and I can see the grandstands starting to fill up now opposite our pit lane as we take a look at the 06. Cooling down as best it can. And away he goes again. That's the little Ginetta.
So they're going to come line up. We have our official up here getting ready to catch everyone that's ready to just line up and wait here to get this session started again. Wait for this track cleanup to happen. That's another thing, too, that WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca has to be very proud of is their track crew here. They do a remarkable job at making sure not only the surface is always clean and safe so that no one's picking up debris and unnecessary punctures of the tire, but also when there's oil laid down like this, they're very efficient at getting the job done.
You know, we've been talking about Jim Farley and how you got to walk the walk and talk the talk as the head of Ford, and he does so by racing. Well, it's the same with WeatherTech.
Yes, agreed. You know, the McNeils. You know, you have Cooper out there. That's definitely, he's come a long way, and that's something I know Gunnar is, as you can see when he was in here, just glows with pride that he's part of the WeatherTech Racing family, and he's involved in that. So so happy for him and where he's at, and that just goes to show you what that family is like to work with. It's a great group, and the unity of it. It's a business, but they're truly a family business.
I like the look of this car, this beautiful 123 1969 Chevron B16.
That's Bob Coulis there. Yes, that is that's chassis number 36, originally owned by Joe Seifert.
Joe Seifert, yeah, what a great driver in his day. Well, an unbelievable driver in his day. One of the best.
It's won a lot over here. Raced in Europe, though, for 12 years, 1971 to 1983. So it's had a great international career. An AMC. I see that crap.
Car.
Yeah. So Gunnar's are currently P5 in his GT40. So that's a good run.
Yep. Yeah, that AMC is an AMX, not a Javelin. It's an AMX.
1970 Sebring 12-hour. 1970 Daytona SCCA National Championship in 1970. And then IMSA in 1974. But it was a Lakeland, Florida track champion.
A Bobsy! Finally.
Yeah.
A Bobsy Porsche. Now, I once knew what the Bobsy meant, but it's the SR3 in orange. It's beautiful. Donald Anderson waiting to head out again. And we've got a good 8 minutes left on the session, so we should get out, I hope. You can see them all lined up now from the drone.
This is the only complete Bobbsey Porsche SR3 in existence.
Is it really?
That's the only one. Wow. So if that's not something again to get excited about, folks, when you're out here seeing these one of a kind, the only ones that are left, and it's not sitting in a museum, as I say before, not sitting with in a cozy little room. It's out here, cutting laps, getting dirty, doing what it should be doing.
It's the Lotus 23B in white.
We have a very impatient 156 out here.
Got all his stickers on.
Yeah. Tony bringing us some great pit lane shots again. Clock is ticking down. We're just over 7 minutes. It's just over 7 minutes left in the session. Oh, that's my baby right there. That little 2002 with the fender flares. Look at the hips on that girl. 48, Jimmy Johnson.
Yep. I bet Jimmy'd like to have a go in that.
I bet he would. I bet he would. You know, Jimmy's such a passionate driver that you give him an opportunity to drive anything, he takes it.
Sure.
He's shown that, you know, putting in the effort that he puts in the IndyCar series, and you know, when he goes to hop in the prototypes, when he does the DPIs.
There's Chris.
Yeah, there is Chris. Look at how much fun. Giving a wave. He loves that car. Remember I talked about, you know, sliding that car around and the movement of that car and how lively it is, and you know, I like and then you get Ernie, the description of driving these cars from the drivers. It's fun to hear, isn't it? Like Ernie talked about the Roadster as being analog, you know, a complete analog car, and then you hear Gunnar talk about his version of driving a GT40 and what he enjoys about it, and it's just really fun to hear the different, you know, as a driver that's never experienced driving these cars. It's fun to hear the difference between.
Oh, no question. And the 12 getting a nice close-up look at the Alfa Romeo, the TT33 experimental prototype. Back to the Porsche, the Sunoco Porsche.
It's a little 914, right?
Yep.
Those are fun to wing around too. That was the Miata before there was a Miata, in my opinion. And
I don't think Porsche will be
or
impressed that you said that.
They're not going to be happy I said it, but
I'll tell you what, Mazda might be impressed.
Well, I'm not trying to put it down.
To
I'm not trying to push anything down. I'm just trying to paint a picture.
I like it.
You know,
no,
for
I
our
like
audience,
I'm with
that,
you.
you know, if you're not familiar with what a 914 is, and not too many people are familiar with those, that's what they were. They were just such a nimble little car.
Yeah, you're right.
It was an entry-level Porsche. It was a Porsche that was built for the everyday person that couldn't afford a 911, but wanted the glory of driving the German Stuttgart engineering, and that's what the 914 delivered. Look at that
underneath.
shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot. I love getting this close up to the cars and really getting a close look at them. And again, that rear wing that's part of the car itself in this Ferrari.
I believe that's the Alfie, right? It's not that.
I'm good. How are you? Sparling special. Ferrari special.
Oh, it is a Ferrari special, yeah.
Car's gone, this weekend's been completed.
1971.
Now on the 6th to clear that, and we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, climbing on board once again, Tony. And there's there's his lens in the mirror. That's another set chevron. Well, as the clock ticks down, as you can see, just less than 4 minutes to go. So I wonder if we'll get them back on track. It's keeping Tony fit in the late day, so that's good.
Yeah, I think they would get to a certain time, I believe, on the clock to where the juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze, and they would actually, yeah, right, Tony, right in front of us, and they would probably, I would say, just go ahead and call this a session. Because
yeah, I think so.
At some point when you do, you know, you'll just run out of time, right? I mean, you could say if the track doesn't get cleared till 2 minutes left, that's not enough time to even get a lap, and you wouldn't want to put that kind of pressure on anybody.
Now, that's the Huffaker.
Okay.
The Genie Mark II. Now, that is synonymous with California. Half Acres, a storied family here in California, and they have been making cars in this region for quite some time and bringing them certainly to this event. John Chip Fudge at the wheel.
And that car was originally commissioned by John Meekum. No other than John Meekum.
Oh, wow. You could auction it then.
Yeah, you could.
You could. And John Chip Fudge after the ice cream.
I like my. I didn't catch that quite, but that looked like kind of an entertaining zoom in for you there, Tony.
Yeah, let's go not too close. Some of these stickers are a little bit.
Checker flag is out on the session. Checker flag's out on the session.
We saw a great sticker on a GT40 this morning, didn't we?
Oh yes, we did.
In Italian.
In Italian. It was it was one of those.
Suffice to say, it was. I've just passed you. How about that?
Yes.
Work out how you can put that succinctly.
In Italian.
In Italian.
Yeah.
Something to do with Van and
I'm
Cools.
Sure and I'm pretty sure there's a hand signal that would go along with it.
Yeah, that would go with it. Yeah. And moving right along, you're watching the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. Life is better at the track. Well, it's all there for you.
And we are checkered for the session in 5B qualifying, so we have got one more session left to bring you folks. And it's an exciting session, to say the least. We got Masters Endurance Legends. So the best way I could put that is these are like our most professional, probably the most seasoned drivers that you have out here. It takes I think it takes a special amount of clearance from the commission to actually be even allowed in this group. And that's definitely our hire of the technology of the car. So it's a fun group to watch. So look forward to y'all staying put.
So we are just waiting because they are doing quite a lot of reparations to the track at the moment because they've had a bit of a spill. Here we are. You can see it for yourself now. And that's what curtailed this session. And hopefully if we can get it all cleared up, if they can get it all cleared up, we'll be back to our final session of the day. This is the second day of 4 here at the Reuinion. Almost a restart, kickstart for historic racing, the most prestigious historic race of the year here in California, and certainly one, if you're in historic racing, you want to be at this one. Well, they've got the car now about to get onto the tow truck and at least taken away, but I think he had a blown engine because there was a lot of, I saw him smoke by the first corner, and so I think by then it was already a bit too late, and those mirrors aren't that great, so I think he kind of kept going for a bit longer than perhaps he should, which is a shame because you just hope there's no damage.
Right, exactly. At some point, you know, we'll get to talk to some engine builders throughout the weekend that take care of these and find out what it takes to keep a vintage engine out there. So this is pretty, it's intense, and you had a great eye. You saw it right away. I think you were the first to see it.
He got right in front of me, yeah.
And so that was a big blow up, and another good observation that you made. You sometimes don't know that you had that problem, especially the less amount of experience that you may have behind the wheel. Sometimes those surprises get to you sooner, but hopefully it didn't do, like you said, too much damage, and it did call short to a session, so that's a shame for that group. But for what's been a really clean day for us on track, it's getting late in the day, and I think some of the people are getting anxious. They want to get in there, they want to get their session in, so it's going to be a great way to end it with this Master Endurance Legends and see some real high technology at work.
So some major reparations going on. This will be giving the head scratchers in the steward's office and the race control a little bit to think about because they want to keep it on time. They run it like clockwork, but then again, when your sponsor is Rolex, you'd want to do that.
Nice plug. Impressive. My friend, a total professional as always.
Now, you may have heard of Wyatt Earp. Well, he was a cowboy. Well, we've got an outlaw down there, and his name is Dorsey. Let's go down to Kev. He's with Dorsey Schrader.
As our next group is getting ready to get out there.
Thanks, Johnny. We're here down in Trans Am Alley, and who better to spend some time with hanging out and amongst all of this motorwork than 1989 Trans Am champion Dorsey Schrader. And I have to say, Dorsey, you're a mine of information, and you're so generous with it. I mean, what a treat talking to you. And for you yourself, what an alley of cars we've got here. Let's have a little walk and talk as we take a little slow amble down.
We're walking in hallowed ground here, I'm telling you that right now. These are the cars, by the way, when you look at this era car, is when I was just turning 18 years old and starting my racing career. So these were my heroes. These were the guys that I looked up to, you know. And I got to go to the the Trans Am races in 1971, 1972.
So right here, 1970 Trans Am racer here, a Plymouth Cube. You'd have been drooling all over this one.
This car was so cool. It was driven by a good friend of mine as well. So both of these Chryslers are very special. They're very rare as well because Chrysler didn't run very many cars. This car haunts me.
This one, the 33 car haunts you?
Yeah, this car was Scott Sharp's car. Okay. And see all these marks? I think I'm responsible for some of that.
What a great story, and here it is here, and people can see it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them. And one of my cars is back there. There's there's a lot of cars that we fought for and with over a 10-year period of time. And of course, a Trans Am car can be converted to an IMSA GTO car just by making some body arrangement changes. And so you could actually run this car in 2 classes if you wanted to do. And so I won the '89 Trans Am Championship and then converted the car to IMSA GTO in '90 and won the championship in '90 for Ford again.
That's fantastic. What a great story.
Yeah.
And like when you're at an event like this, like you say, one of your cars is here, but when you see this one that you fought against, takes you straight back?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I remember this in front of me. I remember this in my rearview mirror pushing on me. I mean, this was war back in that day. You know, we were so fortunate to be in a time in Trans Am where it had ramped up again. The manufacturers were fully involved, and the teams were well funded, and the drivers were very top notch. There was no better. You couldn't get any better driver. So we beat on each other and hammered on each other, and you know, this, like I say, I see this, it haunts me. Yeah. This and many others too.
And beating on each other in the race, but when you get out of the race and you're back in the paddock, what was the atmosphere like back then?
I mean, rarely did anybody get roughed up with each other. I mean, we pretty much, this is what I explain it, after you have a battle like that, whether you win it or you lose it, you're first or you're second, you come out of it smiling like a kid that's just done something on the go-kart track and didn't get thrown off.
And you can probably appreciate the talents that you've all got. He's your adversary, but you can understand the ability.
That's the best part about it. When you've given it your all and you've got a very good machine underneath you and you get beat by somebody, well, you have to be in awe of that, don't you? I mean, because you know what you've just done. You know what effort you've put in, and you know what good kind of car you have. So for them to beat you, well, so be it. Now we got to do more.
You just got to tip your cap and say chapeau, as the French would do.
And there's a lot of guys. Tommy Kender will be around here later on. Tommy beat me. I beat Tommy.
We were looking forward to getting Tommy down here with you, but I think he's busy. But we're going to try and tee that up. And just quickly, we've stopped by this one here. We've got a 1970 Dodge Challenger. We were just commenting before you showed up just what great condition this car is in now.
It's beautiful. And this is Sam Posey's car, so this is a very, very special car to the northeast of the United States. In Connecticut in particular, that's where Sam lives and still does live. Yeah. And this car was built by Autodynamics, and there was a guy up there that helped, and he built the car for me as well. Yeah. Very good mechanic. And so they didn't make many of these. You know, there was only 2. Yeah. And so to have one of them, of the 2 here, and have it look like that, I mean, it's fantastic.
It really is fantastic. It's another tick in the box for the Monterey Motorsport Reunion here this weekend. You're just scoring so many aces. You're knocking it out of the park with what you're giving the folks.
Well, you know, you've seen these cars in magazines sometimes. Maybe you saw it on TV like me when I was an 18-year-old kid. But now it's there. I can touch that, you know, and that's what's so neat.
Yeah, and, you know, we got Niki Lauda's Ferrari just over there as well.
I saw that go by this morning. That made me drool.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah. So, Dorsey, a couple of days left to go here. We've sort of had qualifying. The guys have been out on track and keeping it clean and just looking after their cars. But we are going to start to race a bit come Saturday and Sunday.
It's already happening. I saw it mid-afternoon. It started ramping up after lunch. Each session started getting much more aggressive. You know, you can watch it and you can see it, can't you? You know, and I suspect it'll continue. Tomorrow is a huge day at Monterey. This will be the biggest day for all the racetrack fans. And when you have that many fans, all that energy from the fans goes to you as a driver, and you know you're going to put it out on the line for sure.
Listen, Dorsey, I'm going to wrap it up there. It's a beautiful finish and great stories. We're going to be catching up with Dorsey again over the whole of the weekend. And as he was just telling us, tomorrow, Saturday, down here at the WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca, it is going to be off the chart. I'm not even sure if tickets are still available. If you can get your hands on one, you can come on down. Please, please do. We'd love to have you. Right now, though, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll see you right after this.
when the finish line calls. We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reuinion 1983 to 2016 Masters Endurance Legends Group is brought to you by the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival. And away we go again, our last group of the day, and they've got a little bit of dust and grit to deal with at the top of the hill, but deal with it they will. And this is, again, I keep saying this is an interesting group, but it is, because it's endurance legends. Now, how do you? I mean, there you go. How about that for an endurance legend?
There's an endurance legend right there. I mean,
just look at the wins.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
5 years in a row at Le Mans. That is just unspeakable. And then look at where it's won.
That's pretty cool right there. I like the way they've done that. I've never seen that. I've seen that car about everywhere, and that's, I think, the first time I've taken notice.
And then look who's raced it.
Yeah, those are the drivers. So it's a who's who of endurance. Who's who of racing, period. It does not matter. J.J. Leto, Johnny Herbert.
I can imagine J.J. Leto and Johnny Herbert and team. That would be two fun kids.
That would be pretty entertaining.
Two kids, basically.
That would have been entertaining, that's for sure. But
good racing drivers, though. Very good.
And there's great racing drivers in this group. We have the all-time leader in wins in IMSA history of Bill Auberlin. You got Connor DeFilippi here, another factory BMW driver.
Current IMSA driver, yeah.
Yeah, John Edwards, again, another factory BMW. You know, the list goes on. It's a great list of drivers. We learned about Dante Tornello yesterday, and we talked about him more today.
Yes, it's a good story there. Actually,
great story with that kid, and looking forward to watching him. Wheel that car around a little bit more as well today. He's inside that Coyote Corvette DP.
Never seen a green Ferrari, but I have now.
You have now. If it's got, if it's got your sponsor wants it to be green, you're going to make it green.
And if its
Ferrari
sponsor is Patron Tequila, you'll take it.
You're not going to have a problem with that.
No. Michael DeJoria, an investor in the Circuit of the Americas, the owner of Patron.
And they call this the Wheeler America.
Great examples of modern technology here too, as well, that you see a lot of. It's really just a lot of fun vehicles. You know my affection towards BMWs, and that's a great example right there.
Yeah, very nice.
Petey Cunningham, part of the names that are on that. Simo, some familiar names. Oh, that sounds good, huh?
Beautiful.
GT3 Cup car there. That's Andrew Fox behind the wheel of that.
Danny Baker of San Francisco, that's car 34.
So here we go with our legends of, or masters, I should say, of endurance legends. That's how we're naming it. And it's a big group too, 6B. Plenty of cars involved, and quite a lot to look at from Porsche, BMW, Riley Scott, Coyote, Panos out there. We saw the Panos spin around at the corkscrew yesterday. And then there's that rather interesting...
The Lancia.
The Lancia that we saw earlier.
Yeah, that's a Zach Brown car.
Yeah.
We got to go walk up that close by, didn't we? That was really a special treat.
And we have the 55 being co-driven by Bill Auberlin and Travis Oguski from Woodbrook Lake, New Jersey. It is a 2011 BMW M3 V12 and his wife.
And this is the qualifying for Group 6B. And as Dorsey Trader quite rightly put, he can see it ramping up now in terms of as we turn to qualifying. It may be historic racing, but these guys are long in the tooth when it comes to professional racing. All of these are professional racing drivers. You can't not be and drive these cars. You got to know what you're doing. You really got to know what you're doing.
And I thought I recognized the helmet inside that Audi R8 LMS. That's James Sofronos. Oh, okay. So I thought I recognized that. So it's good to see James here and getting to turn some laps in a pretty impressive car. He's a very talented man and has won a lot of races and does quite well in anything he steps in. So it'll be fun to watch.
And this is a slightly longer session than we've had with the other groups.
It is. It's going to be a 40-minute session, 40-minute qualifying session. So giving the pros plenty of time. These professionals, they'll tend to come in and make adjustments. You know, you heard Gunnar up here. Gunnar's talking about a damper adjustment on a GT40. So you know,
that's a
you can't take the racer out of these guys. So when they can see if there's an improvement that they can make, they want to make that improvement.
And by the way, it's like an actor on a stage. You know, if you're a prolific actor, you don't want to just make a quick line and go off. You want to show what you got.
Absolutely.
And these guys are professionals. The fans have come to see them race. A lot of the names that are out there right now are one of the reasons why people come up here. It's not just the cars. They want to see them driven by both great racing drivers and guys that know how to handle these cars.
Absolutely. You couldn't have said any better. That is exactly what we're here for. You know, this is the time too. The grand finale, if you will, of the day is watching the Masters. Is watching the cars get through their paces and really nice hard deep braking, good balance on the pedals, good rotation of the cars, driving the perfect line all the time. This is actually the session that everybody that is learning how to drive quickly and learning Laguna and just trying to get better, this is the session they'll all go out and find a corner that they're trying to work on and watch.
Yeah, it's a bit like going to Augusta and telling Tiger he can only do 3 holes, and the fans going, "What?" He doesn't get to go to Amen Corner.
Exactly.
I want to see Tiger.
Sound too of these big V8 DP prototypes that come by. And
yeah, it's rattling our windows here in the booth.
It truly is. It's really fun. It's quite a fun way to end our day as well.
Looking at the 222, the BMW M3 GT2.
This car has got a lot of cool history. It's a Z4 GT-LM chassis. It propelled BMW team Rahal Letterman Lanigan.
There you go. Yep.
Bill Auberlen and Dirk Werner to second place in the driver team manufacturer standing. It is as sits from that Petit Le Mans that year was soaking wet in 2015, and so that's as it sits. So this is a very cool car with a neat amount of history, and I'm sure Bill Auberlen's paid it a visit while he's been here just to reunite with an old friend and say hi.
And how about this? That's a cracker, isn't it? The Orica.
Yeah, those have got to be fun to drive, especially around here. All that downforce in a 2012 LMP2 car. As you pointed out, 2012 is already 9 years ago.
Yeah, but these are the most modern cars we'll see all weekend.
You're right. Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, we just launched the new BMW. This isn't far off, is it? Doesn't look too different.
No, that's a 2011, I believe, version. That's an M3 GT3. That's a 55, which would be piloted by Bill Auberlen, who we were just speaking of. So nice catch by our producers and our director there to get them on camera.
M3 GT, yes.
Excuse me, Connor Di Filippi, that's who that is.
Di Filippi currently in IMSA and a great driver of our current era of racing drivers. And I don't think motorsport has ever been as strong as it is today, quite frankly. And I know that's a bold statement to make, but when you look at Indy, when you look at Trans Am, when you look at IMSA, this is a purple patch. This is another golden era for motorsport in this country.
Truly, I mean, you never know you're in the golden era until you're out of it, right?
Correct.
And you can reflect on it, and that's I'm a big fan of the American version of The Office, and I believe that's a quote in it. Is you wish you knew there was a way to tell you're in the good old days before you leave the good old days.
Correct.
And I believe, I've heard so many people say that and echo that sentiment, and it's true in motorsports. And so every time even that these cars evolve into being a historic car, it takes 5 years to get there.
Tell me about this car.
This is
the Piccio.
The Piccio. The Piccio here. This is an
MB1.
And literally, other than knowing that Art Hebert is the one out there driving that and pedaling that thing.
Well, it's definitely a piece of art.
We know nothing about it. So,
hands up, we know nothing about it.
We know nothing about it. So I'm going to dive a little bit deeper right
Go
now.
on, I'll let you dive into the internet. It's a wonderful thing. You can find it on most computers. I've just learnt about it. My dad rang me up the other day and said, you wouldn't believe this.
It's the World Wide Web. It's
a World Wide
right?
Web. You can look up anything. Well, I know this. The corkscrew is probably one of the most famous corners in the world, never mind the North American tracks. And everybody wants to go down. There's the famous Panos. He had a spin at the corkscrew yesterday and beached it, basically. No damage, no harm, no foul, but because of the way that car is designed with a front engine, I think the weight was all at the front, and he kind of got stuck.
Yeah, he kind of high-centered up there on the outside of, and that's such a long wheelbase and a low car. Said right outside the corkscrew, but things seems to be running real good. Head's almost above the roll bar, so it's probably quite a tall driver, I would say, inside that Panos.
Did you not say Mario gave that a test at one point?
Mario did get to drive that at one point. And, he found.
What did he say?
I believe if I remember correctly, it was an interesting feel, an interesting line of sight. But the car, he drove it in its early stages of development, so I don't think it was quite where it actually ended up in its development. But at the end of its development, it was a race winner, a consistent race winner.
I tell you what, you're a long way back, aren't you, in that car?
You really are. Your line of sight is really quite different, quite dramatically different compared to anything else you would have driven up till then and had experience in.
Great pictures here from Laguna Seca as we take a look at the 85, the 991 GT3R. Robert Delimpel at the wheel. Delimpel at the wheel. Very distinctive colors, the yellow and green.
Those are.
Heads up the Rahal straight.
You're not going to miss that car. I mean,
no, you're not.
That's the kind of car that when you show up as a spotter and they say this is the car you're spotting for, you're like,
thank God for that.
Oh, I'm so happy. You're never going to miss them. But my teammate, Rafa Matos, Brazilian, he'd love those colors. The Brazilian,
wouldn't he?
Brazilian flag colors there.
Yeah, touch of blue and he's way to go.
Yeah, he was so excited that he made the program.
He made the program.
Yeah,
did you send him the pictures?
I did.
He must have loved him.
He was beside himself, excited, and then he was asking what I was doing out here. So I sent him the link and told him to join us. So hopefully he's listening in.
Obrigado, Mr. Matos. Welcome.
As we watch Mr. Bill Alberlin, the winning history coming down. He's driving that 2011 BMW M3 GT. That was jointly developed with Formula One partner Williams.
Yeah.
Originally. So a lot of technology in that. It was built to challenge in the 99 24 Hours of Le Mans and ALMS series.
We talked about these yesterday, but that Audi R8 in its prime and its different iterations from diesel to combustion, it just blew the doors off everybody, didn't it?
No one was close. And they did nothing but play catch up. And it took another brand of the Volkswagen umbrella of Porsche to throw them off. I mean, Toyota took a stab at them. Peugeot took a stab. Everyone threw a stab at the Audi, and the Audi always kept on triumphing on top. And this is the car that started it all.
Yeah, they used to finish races sometimes 1 and 2 and just literally tease the rest of the crowd, just like the McLarens of, the GT40s of 66. They'd come across the line together if they could.
Well, I remember when the car was introduced at Le Mans, and it's dominating Le Mans, on pole, running away with the race, and about 6 hours in the race, the dreaded gearbox failure that you're always waiting for, especially in that era in the late 90s. You're just absolutely waiting for a failure like that, and to come in and that be really kind of what ruins your race, because that's going to be at least an hour repair at the minimum to replace the gearbox. No, they did it in less than 7 minutes. They replaced that whole assembly of the car, and it was all dry brake stuff, and they replaced it, and they went back out. But I'll never forget, they threw the car in there. They shut the garage door. And they went on with the coverage, and I'll never forget the people in the booth in our position calling and saying, "Oh well, what a great job, Audi, bringing that. Maybe next time."
Then they brought the
thing lifted back up, and they went. I mean, you know what how long a lap is around Le Mans.
Yeah.
They'd hardly lost any time.
Yep.
And went out and went on to dominate and win.
That's Versteindock technique.
Yes.
As the Audiistas say.
And that is literally years of development behind closed doors. And Dante, speaking of Dante earlier, that was the young man there coming right at us in that Corvette, that Coyote Corvette DP car.
Yep. It's Dante Tornello.
Dante Tornello.
And here he is. Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, he's got a nice thing. He's holding a pretty wheel, so I'm happy for the young man and looking for him to have a nice, good session here.
Coming into the last corner, the last complex.
Yeah, this is turns 10 and 11. This is so important. Leaning onto the front straightaway here as that thundering V8, that Corvette, that DP Corvette coming by us. That's a beautiful livery. I remember that livery well. The Visit Florida livery was a 24 Hours of Daytona livery that they ran, and also a 12-hour Sebring livery, of course. So beautiful cars, beautifully designed. That was the last generation, last era. That's just a little bit of oil dry picking up, but on pit road. But last generation of the DP cars before they moved to the DPIs, the Cadillacs and the Acuras and the Mazdas that we know of today for the fans of IMSA racing.
So you can see the difference in the speeds as well as I see the clock at the top there, about 132 miles an hour, some of these cars going across the line.
Between turns 4 and 5, that's an incredible amount of speed. That's a lot of race car to be able to do that. You got Bill
Audi,
Auberlen
BMW, it's a German fest at the moment. And we wait. Will it be another German car? Yes, it will.
No, that's the Orca. That's
the
France.
Orca.
That would be France, wouldn't it not?
Yes, it would.
The LMP2 car, those are beautiful, beautiful cars. So fast, so much downforce. Anybody I know that's driven those,
yeah,
it's like anyone you know that's driven a Trans Am car. They grin from ear to ear because they're fun to drive.
Great work by all of our cameramen out there today. Just hats off to them, doing a great job.
Yeah,
bringing you this coverage.
Totally want to bring attention to them and everybody that's been the corner workers, the crew members out here today. They work in the sun. They bring us all this enjoyment all day long, and we can't thank you enough for that and these great shots. So I echo that sentiment, Jonathan, wholeheartedly. And again, this is we can't emphasize enough the effort that goes in and the process.
Look at that!
Appreciate it. Look, beautiful line, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can tell that's a pro.
Yeah.
Who we got behind the wheel? That one. That's Spencer Trenery.
Logan.
Yeah.
That's who's behind that one.
That's Logan.
No, that's the car that had trouble yesterday. The Riley. So there's been a couple of cars that have had trouble but have righted themselves, and I think that's another reason for having that longer session of 40 minutes to really give them a chance to, and like you said, they're pro drivers, they want as much time because these guys will make adjustments, won't they?
Make adjustments and sort out, make sure any mechanicals that they can sort out. And you got to, and these vehicles, the cars that are out here running right now, I mean, 40 minutes is a yawn for them. These are used to, these are 24-hour endurance racers. So
that's probably what they said. They probably said, I can't do a 20-minute session. I need 40 minutes.
The car wants more, not me.
Yeah, absolutely.
The car wants more. So we got 25 minutes left in the session, almost closing down onto the halfway point. Flying Lizard Porsche, that became a famous livery.
Yeah, what's the history of Flying Lizard? Because you see that name when he comes to Daytona or Sebring, you always hear the Flying Lizard team.
You know, that's another success story of building your brand and you know, building yourself to be known as one of the top competitors. So they get a lot of great drivers that drive their equipment. They compete in a lot of different sports car venues, from
but it's all sports
IMSA,
cars,
yeah, from IMSA to SRO, and so their competition runs deep. So they're and all their liveries are always the same. So they're really unmistakable. It's the Flying Lizard and Will Turner and Turner Motorsport.
I was about to say the Turners do the same.
They all came up kind of at the same time and built their brands at the same time, and done a marvelous job at it. And 140 miles an hour down this front straightaway. Those are some of the biggest speeds that we've seen all weekend long.
That's the 901, the 996 RSR. And Carlos de Quesada at the wheel. We've seen him a couple of times today. Here he is in that number 90.
That car cut really well around the Andretti hairpin, and that's not surprising for a Porsche. That is what they are known for. They are known to cut and have no problem turning.
Yep.
It's like throwing a dart backwards, all that weight behind you.
Yeah, good point. So we're winding down day 2 of the reunion here in Monterey. Finally, these guys getting a chance to do what they do best, which is get out and race. They've been locked down like most of the world, and they're just glad to be out in the sunshine finally. They missed out on 2020. No racing for the historics, but now the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion is back, and it's been running since 1974, uninterrupted until last year.
That's a beautiful martini livery, isn't it, with the dark blue? And usually you see the martini livery on an all-white car. But that on the dark blue is, to me, really caught my eye sharp. Blue is being one of my favorite colors, so that obviously is going to hit me a little bit stronger. But as we watch that RSR in action out there, and you see the attitude of the front and the way it undulates, to me, it just screams Porsche. It's fighting for that grip. It's searching for that grip the whole time. And it looks like it would be uncomfortable by driving them. It really evokes confidence, believe it or not. They give you a great feel in the front end. Beautiful
Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Like I said, it's odd to see the Ferrari in green colors, but it's distinctive.
The 458 GT2, it's a great one, isn't it?
And you know what? You know, we talk about the Audi being so dominant. How about the 458? I mean, that was a car that it was bulletproof.
It was. It truly was. And they had great drivers behind them. And yeah, the car was...
For literally a decade.
Yeah, literally dominant.
Around the world, the 458 was just unbelievable. And of course,
gets into the braking zone a little hot.
She's a little bit too hot on the brakes there, but...
So he's going to back off, kind of collect himself. That might not have been a driver out-braking himself. That might have been a driver going for the brake pedal and got soft.
Yep.
You know, it's hot. It's getting pretty hot here at the end of the day. We're at a 72-degree ambient temperature, but I bet you the track temperature with the sun beating down
in the 90s, yeah.
Well, yeah, 90s or probably into the hundreds even. So, so also what our nose is set across the bottom of the screen, you'll notice too, maybe 3 names, and those will be drivers that are sharing the car. So it could be any one of those 3 people that is actually inside the car right now.
Well, that's another reason for the more extended session, that they've got to come in, change drivers, make some adjustments, and I think that's actually the real reason, right?
That is exactly the reason, Jonathan. Thanks for picking up on that, because that's exactly where I was headed with it, is that this is a chance for everyone that if you are a multiple driver team. So they usually will put the pro in first to make sure just to shake the car down, make sure that the car is perfect, and then someone like a Bill Alberlin will hop out and give it and let her go.
Just going to take a look at...
Prototype up. Got a prototype. That's one of the Orica LMP2 cars. Looks like they spun with no drama.
No, yeah, I don't think he's touched that wall.
But it is a black flag all. It is a black flag all. I believe that's out of the corkscrew. And that could be bottoming out. And that could be a whole list of things, honestly. I'm not going to sit here and speculate, but it certainly could be a whole list of things.
Yeah, here's another part of that story for you. Well, no, they've got the race is only 30 minutes in the 6B category tomorrow. On Sunday. They don't race till Sunday. And then they have a second race, another 40-minute race. So that's why probably you've got the 2 drivers. I'm looking at the 6B on Sunday, 3 to 3:40, the Masters Legends. And then they have that race 10:55 in the morning. So they've got 2 races on Sunday, and that's perhaps why they've got a little bit more time to prepare.
For sure, yeah. Get your fuel mileage into, so you know exactly what fuel to go in. That is some...
What's going on here, then?
Come micrometer. On. They're looking at travels. They're checking the travels and making sure that they're not traveling the suspension too much, bottoming out, things like that. Because bottoming out at the speeds that these cars travel, at the downforce that they have, that's a Judd. The Judd engine. Those are great sounding engines.
Big one.
Yes. The big Judd V8, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah,
nice
great shots. Great shots from Tony.
Yep. A little bit of car porn.
Yeah. I tell you, honestly, if this was a car right now that was getting ready to, and they were developing it, this was a modern era car. Let's say this is a 2021 car. They would not let Tony have that camera anywhere near the sensitive areas that he has. So that's another beautiful part about
we
this.
get thrown out of Trans Am pits for doing this sort of stuff.
Well,
they don't want you to see that what's going on under the
for
hood.
good reason.
For good reason.
If you
don't know what you're up to.
If you got the eye, you could catch things that you're doing that your competitors would be doing differently.
It's not that green light television or Tony is have any wish to gain any espionage, but for those watching, they can still make a still shot, they can freeze it, they can slow-mo it, and they can go, oh, I didn't know they used one of those.
I believe if Cole Trickle was around right now, he would say, where did you learn how to drive a stock car? Well, green light TV. The coverage is excellent.
Thank you. We resemble that remark.
But yeah, showing its participation there on the roll bar, and the crew's going hard to work, spinning the wrenches, making sure that these things are all set and ready. It looked like they were going to make some adjustments on that LMP2 car, not to maybe the driver's satisfaction. It was at the rear of the car, so I'm guessing that usually from my own experiences when we work on the rear of the car, that is where you're fighting for grip. You'll work on the side of the area of the car that is not gripping first.
Adam, I learned something today.
I hope so.
It turns out I'm a teabagger.
Okay.
Well,
there we go.
Yeah.
Where's this going?
Well, no, they were interviewed and they were saying that when the hot rodders were taking on the teabaggers, and evidently I'm a teabagger, i.e. European. I use tea bags.
Yeah. I could see that, yeah.
Yeah, so you're a teabagger too because you like tea.
I like a chai tea latte.
So you're listening to a couple of teabaggers here. Let us on a postcard for the variations on that theme, but thank you.
Oh,
how about that? Look at that shot.
It's beautiful. We're winding down. The clock will still tick. Even though we're at a black flag, all the clock's going to tick here down. So we're down to almost 16 minutes left in this session. Qualifying session for our final group of the day, Group 6B.
Time doesn't stop for Rolex. You should know that.
It does not, no. That's how you
Beautiful
know
shot,
it's got the sweeping second hand.
There you go. Yeah. See? Now, you were telling me that John won the Daytona but didn't get the Rolex.
Yeah, so that year...
This is your older brother, right?
Yeah, that year. So SunTrust, the SunTrust car that you see there, before it was called SunTrust, it was called Sunbank. And in 1980,
did he get a Sunbank?
In 1989, I think he would.
Or Sunbed.
I think he would rather had a branch of a bank. I don't think that would have bothered him. But nonetheless, it was the Sunbank 24 Hours Daytona that year that they won. It was not the Rolex 24, and so therefore, John, my brother, never got to receive his Rolex watch.
Ah, what a shame. Well, we're in that building at the bottom of your screen there. They've locked us in for the entirety of the 8 hours. We should be allowed out later after the session is over, but we'll be back there tomorrow. And just to your right of that is the Rolex hospitality. And then the Ford exhibition. There's the driver's briefing area just by that. But those Fords are parked beautifully up there. Thank you, Logan, as he zooms in to have a look at the Ford display. But that's a beautifully set up paddock. They've done a great job, have HSR, in putting this together and also making it format and be comfortable. We walked around it ourselves at lunchtime, and it really is a great little walk, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's amazing how they can fit 450 entries into this space and do it in the sense that no one feels like no one looks like they're crowded on top of each other. It looks like everyone has plenty of elbow space. And the people that want the private garages have the private garages. You definitely have great displays down there, as you talked about, and the Haggerty display is another spectacular one. Motul has a couple beautiful Porsches there, and it looks like we are going green, firing up and getting out of here.
Emanuele Pirro, one of the drivers of that car. Fantastic peddler in his time, now doing steward work for Formula One.
Nicely done there, Tony. Good work, brother. Looking great. Drone shots from Logan to catch up where Tony left off.
And away we go then for the last 14 minutes of the final session of day 2 here at the Reuinion. Adam Andretti and Jonathan Green bringing the action. And our Italian cameraman Logano bringing us the wonderful shots from high above.
Again, the Masters Endurance Legends. This is, legends that are still making their case to continue to be legends. I mentioned a Bill Oberlin and a Patrick Long are in this session. The Ruby Tuesday Porsche, the DP car that just drove by me. Patrick Long has some experience in that car when it was a live racer around the endurance racing.
Yep.
Think he got any burgers in the salad bar out of that deal?
You think?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
That's why I go to Ruby Tuesday. It's a nice salad bar.
Yeah. Well, here in California, you got to go to the In-N-Out.
Well, of course you do, and of course our hotel's hooked to one.
Yeah, that was good planning.
Yeah, that was good planning. The 996 RSR, driven by Lauren Baggs. Definitely wheeling it through there.
Now, if you're just tuning in and you've just discovered that the Monterey Reuinion is being live streamed around the world, we've got, a look ahead to tomorrow. We've got what we call the Group A's. We've got Formula One from 66 to 85. We've got a fantastic display of classic Indy cars, well worth a look at. We've got FIA IMSA GT, GTX, AA GT and GTU. Trans Am, a fantastic array of Trans Am cars, and we're celebrating Ford's 55 years of racing, and they are very much in prominence. And they've, like I said, they've got a huge tent here at Laguna Seca displaying just that.
Hopefully you don't have just one day to tune in with us, but if you do just have one day, I would make it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is definitely a huge treat.
Why is Saturday bigger than Sunday then?
Well, that was Dorsey that told us that. I can honestly say it was Dorsey that because all the auctions are going on and Pebble Beach is happening. And the concours and all those things are happening off-site here. And that tends to draw some of the audience and some of the participants away from what's going on the track. So Saturday, he said, seems to be the day that is the most populous here, for those reasons. And I'm not going to say that you want to miss any day here. I had so much fun yesterday. Today has been a topper of that.
Yeah.
I know it's only going to get better the next day, so looking forward to tomorrow for sure.
Well, Kev Harris's Ragtime
that was spectacular.
Show, that was the highlight of my day.
That was mine.
I'm going to buy him a beer.
Oh, of course. I mean, I want to get him an Oscar nomination because I thought that just deserved.
Well, with no rehearsal, that's pretty impressive.
I mean, he went out there, and I mean, he gets one shot at this is live TV, folks.
Yep.
It's not like he sat there and could sit there and fumble around and make any mistakes. He nailed it out of the
Nailed
park.
it.
Right out of the park.
He nailed it.
The 1, 2, 3. That's got to be Wally Owens behind the wheel of that.
High above the Monterey hillside. Down the rainy curb, just 10 minutes to go, and if there has been a driver change so that everybody can acclimatize themselves or put in a quicker qualifying time, that's another part of this, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. There would be strategy like that if you're going for a little bit better track position, or it just all depends. It all depends who they have qualifying the other cars, and I'm sure they know their competitors a lot better than I could sit there and judge it. So this is a Crawford DP car, Porsche powered. It's a fun car to look at. It's a fun car to I admired that car when it was competing. It was the Porsche V8. So that was a naturally aspirated V8 because that was part of I believe that was part of the rules package. I'm not 100% sure back then, but you had the Chevy V8s, the Lexus was actually a presence there at the time, the Ganassi and their V8 package. So it was just a really thunderous time for sports cars around Daytona and the endurance races.
All right, Adam Andretti, let me put you on the spot. You're at the prime of your career at the moment in Trans Am, but let me put you on 25 years from now. You've had 2 days to look at all the groups. What part of historic racing would you like to have a go at? Because it's serious. You've got to be of your level to be able to do it. But what would you fancy driving?
Well, right now in my life right now, I love the modern day IndyCar and where the IndyCar sits, and my career doesn't have me going down that path. Hopefully, I'd like to get a shot at the Indianapolis 500. But to be able to drive in 20 years from now an IndyCar from this era around Laguna, I think that would be really cool.
That would be very cool.
I think I would have an absolute ball doing that.
I agree.
And also a DPI car, one of those Cadillac DPI cars, and so I could see myself doing that. I'm like one end of the spectrum of the other because I would like to drive, one of those Ragtime Racers, any of them, as well as, or I'm jealous of Ernie Becker, my dear friend out here, driving that A.J. Watson Roadster. So I would want to go from that end of the spectrum all the way up to, what would have been the most modern cars and something in this era that I'm sitting in now that I didn't get a chance to drive.
You'd have to grow a mustache.
Well, I could just shave the beard.
That's true, but no, we'd have to elongate the mustache.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. I don't grow facial hair all that fast.
Fair enough.
This beard I have is a good 6 weeks of growth.
So we've just got 8 minutes to go. The Oreca at full song past our commentary position here as we round out day 2.
And that wasn't the same Oreca that spun.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't, right?
And I think it did just that. It just spun round and then got back going.
I mean, just so close, but I think they got away with one for sure.
Yeah, they did.
Boy,
Kenneth Shippert in 6th place. Travis Engen in 7th. Travis Engen is a long-time driver in historics. John Edwards, of course, great peddler. Lauren Beggs in 10th position. And then the Herbert Waite Barber car. Is that 3 entries in that 11?
There is. Yes, it is. Coming through Wayne Rainey down into turn 10. Is that Crawford Porsche we were just speaking of? Really doing a nice job hitting the marks, using up the road. Might have missed the apex just a little bit, causing them to be a little bit wide, but making up for it, getting down the straightaway.
Well, let me ask you a racing question, because tomorrow we're going to race. We're going to start racing these. Where can you make up time at Laguna, and where can you lose time?
Corkscrew and the corkscrew and
the corkscrew.
The corkscrew usually is a place.
What, both make up and lose?
Yeah, both make up and lose. The hairpin too is a place that is common. A lot of times you can overslow the car easily there, or the same thing with the corkscrews. Is the common enemy there is overslowing the car.
But one thing I will say about Laguna is a lot of places to overtake.
Oh my goodness, yes. It is. It's a fun place to race. It really is, and it's one of those deals where it's bittersweet when you come here because everyone loves to come to Laguna, but at the same time, so many people have so many laps here because of all the events that run here, right? That when you come here, you really have a hard time finding an edge on your competitor. When you're coming up here and you're driving against the Patrick Longs of the world and the Joey Hands and the Bill Oberlins and these kind of people, this caliber driver, they don't make mistakes. They hit every mark. They know exactly how to get every inch of speed out of the train because of the laps that they spend around here. So that's what makes a place like this a hard place to find a pass.
Now, you were racing against Joey Hand not just a week ago. What about him for a ride in that BMW for next year at Daytona?
I think he's always someone that's on BMW's
he's a factory
mind.
BMW driver?
He's always on someone that's on BMW's mind. I'm not versed enough. Joey and I are we know each other. We know of each other, of course, but I don't. He doesn't have my phone number. I don't have his, so I know nothing about what his career path is.
But I'm just throwing it out there.
Of course, and I didn't get a chance to catch up with him or even get to know him during the weekend at Nashville. It was such a hectic weekend, and everyone's so delved into their programs, and rightfully so. But I could see definitely Joey, and he would be obviously a great pick to be in that factory M4 GT3 car. I mean, it was just a beautiful rendition, and I know that any racer, no matter who you are, is wanting to get the ride in one of those. Again, watching Wayne Rainey from these great aerial shots. That's SunTrust DP, I believe, is the car that we're looking at there. A little less than a little bit over 4 minutes left, 4.5 minutes, right around there left in this last session of the day. This is qualifying for Group C 6B, 1983 to 2016 Masters Endurance Legends. We say 1983, but the oldest entry on here is a 1997 Riley and Scott Mark III and a 1997 BMW M3. But we get all the way up to most current you'd have those 2014 Corvette DP that Dante Tornello has out there been wheeling around.
Yeah, as we expected, a lot of pit stops, plenty of action in the pits for Tony to get to. A couple of driver changes, a few adjustments, and we're seeing one here.
Looks like they're
tire
going to
pressures, that's all.
let the air pressure down and check them, take notes of them, and I think that driver's done. Doors open, get some fresh air in, ready to call it a session. I love the speeds we see in this session too, down here on the front straightaway, 140 miles an hour, 145 miles an hour. 144. Wow, just incredible speed. So, yeah, anyone there questioning at home if our if our historic racers are letting or have our lead foots out, they got their lead foots out, that's for sure.
Oh yeah,
they're getting as much out of these as they can.
There's a festival in New Zealand called the Lead Foot Festival. I love it.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
that's great. That is one of our older entries there, 97 Porsche 993 RSR. Michael Sweeney behind the wheel, getting a great cut around the Andretti hairpin. That's a beautifully shaped car. Love that era right there in the late 90s. The dual element wing, one built into the bodywork underneath, and then the wing mounted up on top. It just aesthetically, for whatever reason, it hits me right.
I love it when designers can say, why do we have this here? Why don't we build it into the body? And they do so, and you think, well, why hasn't anybody else done that?
Right, exactly. It seems simple. It seems simple. You know, it's like on the latest version of the Ford GT, how they have the radiators, you know, the coolers on the outside, and just those little slits, and it creates a wonderful airflow towards the back, opens up the airflow, and it becomes just a righteously aerodynamically dependent vehicle, and it just makes it so fun to look at too, and observe and see how the air would be manipulated on such a car. That corkscrew is built for these Porsches. I swear, as you watch any Porsche drive through that corkscrew, I don't care what era we watch them through in this entire weekend, it's like that corkscrew is built for them.
Yeah, no question. And as you can see, the RV park almost now bristling over with RVs as it fills up, and I'm sure it'll be packed tomorrow with the deck chairs.
Call those caravans in England, don't you?
Oh yeah, caravans, yeah.
It's a caravan.
But the trouble is, caravans are about the size of what you would call a teardrop.
Yeah, they're small.
Tiny.
So small.
Well, look at the roads.
Yeah.
We couldn't get an RV on the roads in England.
No way.
I wonder if anybody's ever shown up from Dover on in an RV, an American RV, and said, "I'd like to go to Edinburgh. Can you show me the way?" And everybody's gone, "I'm afraid not, son."
So you're saying when I complete the bucket list of me at the Isle of Man, I can't bring my RV?
Well, I could ask the people of Isle of Man, but I don't think they'd let you on with your RV. No.
That's a darn shame.
You'll take all the hedges out and ruin the TT.
That's a darn shame. That's a darn shame.
I love it.
I do too. We're counting down the last of the session, watching the Audi R8 take a wonderful line hairpin, and
I would love to sit in that car.
Yeah,
there's enough room to squeeze in there next to him.
I think there is.
There's no seat, mind you, but I wouldn't care.
I was shocked you were up here while the Ragtime Racers were out, and there was an open seat in that.
Yep.
That's James Safrona, so it makes sense why that thing is looking right and it's hitting all the marks. So James is getting the job done out there. What a beautiful, as the sun goes down and the lighting changes on the track, and it changes the shades of the pavement. We don't see the heat beating off the pavement. It's just really a wonderful end to our day as you see the clock click to all zeros. And I bet you if I watch here closely, you'll see our flag lady is going to pull out that checkered flag and bring an end to our day here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Yeah, it's been a lovely day, day 2. And yeah, I love the California sunset for 2 reasons. One, because the temperatures drop dramatically. You get the sweatshirts out and you don't have that heat on you like you do in so many hot countries and parts of America as well. But there is the checkered flag. I did not see a checkered flag. I lied to you, folks. No, it's out. It's out now.
So that's Spencer.
There
Trenery.
it is. Tony's got it. See, I've been watching Tony. He's right in front of me, and he's been waiting for that flag patiently, and he's got it.
So Spencer Trenery in a 2006 Riley Mark 11 DP. Great job. Got the took P1 today for qualifying in our final qualifying session of the day.
Well, Adam, you've enjoyed your day?
I've loved
Can
my
I
day.
coax you coming back tomorrow?
You can. You can have me back all weekend long if you like.
Well, my thanks to all the crew, to all the marshals, to all the organisers, to HSR, to Laguna Seca. It's been a great day here at the Monterey Peninsula at WeatherTech Raceway that we call Laguna Seca. A cacophony of colour and noise in celebration of American racing through the years. Since 1974, this, the 2021 version of the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reuinion. Rejoin us when we do it all again tomorrow. From me, Jonathan Green. Until then, and Adam Andretti. Goodbye for now.
Relapsing polychondritis, known as RP, is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system attacks its own cartilage and connective tissue. If you think about where in your body you have connective tissue, it's everywhere.
It's a fatal disease. People are dying. We need to do more research, and we need to do it faster.
1 in 5 Americans have an autoimmune disease. That's about 50 million people. Joining our campaign can help them. 1 in 5, just keep that number in mind.